Hi guys, welcome back. It's Kims. In this new tutorial, I'll be creating an day-night system in Godot. And beside that, I would like each one of you to try to replicate this game and send me a video on my email account. I will be very pleased to display all the videos, and there will be a winner, and there will be also a prize for the winner of the tournament. So what I can advise you to do is whether you download the project file and modify it to create a different gameplay, or you can try to create it from scratch. Then I will just see what you have done. I'll be very pleased to receive a feedback or receive all the videos, and I will display them in my next video. So let's start. Launch the game. Now we're in the game. I'm going to come to project settings. We're going to tap in the filter settings, textures, come to textures, click on textures. As you can see, we are already on Yaris. Like here, the filter settings, come down to display and window setting. Let's change the viewport to 9020 and 1080. Let's scroll down and come to stretch mode and make sure that we are on canvas item. Let's close this. As you can see, I've imported already my assets. What I'm going to do here is just change the color of the folders. I got a node assets and textures, which are a little bit combination of few things that I'm going to use in the game. Let's right click on RS, create a new folder, and let's rename that folder as Autoloads. And we can click on OK. Now on Autoload, we right click and create a new script. Let's rename that script as global. And we can now click on create again. Let's open the folder. As you can see, my script was created. Right click, create a new script. This new one, we're going to name it as global player. Perfect. Right click again, create another script. This one, we're going to name it as target manager. Click on create again. Right click, create now script. This one, we're going to name it as tutorial manager. I want to create a complete game where there's a tutorial or a full through where the tutorial can update again. Let's create another script. This one we're gonna name it as pound registry. The system of pound has been a little bit expanded, like in a manner where each pound now is working on automatic jobs. So all these are my upload. As you can see, the name is spelled. Now let's go to projects. We're gonna come to global, and in global we're gonna come here and open folder. Now we need to set the script as Autoload. Now all you need to do is select the script and double click on it for each of the created script in that Autoload folder. I can put this up. Now all I need to do now is just code all this up real quick, and we'll catch up right after that. Right. So I've coded each one of them. We can come here and let's clean this up first. So as you can see, the tutorial seems to be very long, so I can be coding each one of them one by one. Coming to go to the first setting, I'm just going to make sure that all the scripts are here. Now let's come to the input map section. I'm going to come to action and create a few actions. First action is pause. Just click on pause and click enter. We can come and click on the small cursor attached to the button required. So for pause, I'm going to press the physical P on my keyboard. For resume, we're going to press on R. That add another action. We're going to call it attack. And for attack, we're going to press A on the keyboard. We're just going to take the first letter of each action as the key. What other action we might need? Tools. Yeah, open the toolbox for my player. So I'm going to go T. An action we might actually need is the guard, namely. Do I need the guard action? Yeah, just in case. So for the guard action, I'm going to add J. And so for guard, we have J. What else do we need here? Yes, confirm building. So confirm build. I want to create a system of building and the cancel building. So for confirm building, I'm going to use the right mouse click, but that one you can just press directly like that. Just to come to mouse button and select it a little bit manually and click on OK. Same goes for cancel building, which is the right click on my keyboard, on my mouse, sorry. So we just do it manually as well. Do you need an action? Yeah. I didn't find an automatic way to change scenes or change world or stages in my game, so I'm just gonna do it manually. Forget N, I'm gonna press E. Let's close that setting. Now we're back at it. So let's come first to the groups. We need a couple of groups here. Before that, let's go back to D. So we're gonna right click, create a new folder. Let's call them effects. So I'll be creating most of things per section. So we're going to start with a group of effects. After that, we must have objects or materials or whatsoever. So after creating my effects, I'm going to create a material. So for effect, I made an improvement this time. So for effect this time, I'll be using, some of them will be using lighting, you see, to make them quite interesting. So the first effect is an animated sprite to the tab node. We're going to create it and rename it as attack effect. We're going to save it in the effects folder we have created earlier. Let's add the child node to that attack effect. We need an area. The area 2D for the detection, the area is the one detecting other areas or a body entering that area. So that area actually needs a collision shape 2D. Let's save it first. Go back to the inspector. We need now to add a sprite frame. So for attack effect, I'm just going to randomly use an asset pack that I got from Breckies. We'll leave the links in the description. Don't worry about it. So there are couples of these effects, but I won't be using most of them. I will be using the inbuilt by Pixelfrog. So for this attack effect, the one I'm selecting right now won't even be visible on the screen. I just need it for for referencing or for the animated effects to work properly. You can just follow me through just like I did. I pick 6 frames of them of the circle shape. I disable the animation loop. We just keep the auto start on, and we disable the auto loop. So when it comes to the attack effect area, just gonna enable the grid first, and we're gonna scale it to fit that that image that we have, and that's it for the attack effect. So we got attack effect right here. Let's click on this small cross. We're gonna create another one. Now the next effect we need to create, we're gonna come on other nodes, and it's also an animated sprite to the type. So this one is dust. Let's save it inside the same folder. So for dust, let's attach this frame. Most of these animations are usually for same pattern. No need of lighting here. So for dust, attack effects and whatsoever, don't need light. Maybe for something like that, we can light like fire or an explosion. I'll show you how to do. So I got this dust ENG here. I can just come and cancel. So there's this icon we're supposed to click, Now press on auto slice, but auto slice doesn't slice it perfectly. I don't want it to slice. So I have to do it manually. Now I'm gonna go with a 9x8x1, I guess. Then click on select all, and that's it. I'll get our animation dust. That's it. So this animation, you can use it when one of a character is appearing or something is being spawned, like wood or meat or whatsoever, like type of resources. We're gonna duplicate the dust by pressing Ctrl D, and we're gonna name it dust out, that duplicated one, and rename this other one to be dust in. Those are two different types of animations. There's the dust in animation, and the other one is dust out. So let's open dust in, and that's it. Visual dust in. Let's go to dust out. Now we're gonna select the other PNG of dust out. I have also to come and select them manually, like to set the presets manually. I think it's a 12, maybe 11. Yeah, something like. Yeah, it's way more complicated for this one, so I'm just gonna skip it for now. Let's move on to particles. I'm in my texture folder right now. I'm looking for the specific image of dust. So dust is the dimension doesn't show, which is pretty stupid when you think about it. Right. I don't know all my assets were imported, but they don't show the size of the picture that I want to use. So now I have to go with it again manually and try to resize it. It's pretty annoying to do it manually, actually. So as you can see, you have to move the horizontal value until you find the perfect fit. That's way too much. So maybe I think it should be something like this. Yeah, got it. Right. Right now you just go to, begging. That's how you see those pixelated. It's kind of like purple. I don't know how my asset were imported, but just to fix it, we can just close and reset Godot, and I think it should disappear. That dust in and dust out. Make sure that Autoload is not on, and that'll be simple. Let's come here and close the textures. We're going to come to Effect, open it. That's almost perfect, I guess. Let's come on this small cross, click again. We're going to go for another effect. So for this one, we're going to come click on Other, and same type, animated by 2D. So this one is an explosion. So for explosion, let's right click, add another child node. We're going to add an area 2D, just so we can find them here in recent. Let's rename that area 2D is explode. That area need a collision shape under it. Let's add to the root node another node. We're going to add a node stream, which is the node we use to play sound, like music, sound effect, and whatever you want. So I'm going to name that as explosion. Let's add another child node to the root node, and we are looking for point light 2D, which is the node which is really important for my new tutorial. I'll be using that point light 2D to show more of light and shadow in the game. So to my explosion, I'm going to create an animation. You already know that this is a beginner level tutorial, so I won't be really telling you exactly everything that you need to know about the nodes, but I will just be covering everything you need to recreate this wonderful game. So picking the assets, the image that you need for this one. I just realized for most of these effects, the auto slice doesn't really work because there are small particles in the image, which kind of makes it difficult for it to get auto sliced. Right, after getting this explosion animation, which is perfect for me, 10 FPS, no auto loop, that's it. Let go with the collision shape, same pattern. Yeah, process something like this. This is basically arbitrary shape or size of the circle for the collision shape. So we don't need something specific. We're gonna save it into the effect as well. So let's keep moving. And that's it. So we come to explosion and press Ctrl D to duplicate. We're gonna create explosion 2. And let's duplicate that again. We're gonna create also explosion 1. I don't know why I skipped explosion 1 and start explosion 2. So let's come to the node, then rename it as explosion 1. So it doesn't need the area 2D, neither the sound. Let's keep the lights. We delete also the area explode and the audio explosion. That's it. So we just keep those two. And we also need to change the animation for both of them. After renaming the root node, let's come back to explode one. Then in explode one, we're gonna rename it. We're gonna change it. The sprite sheet. We're gonna go to new, and in particle effects, then we pick the new explosion animations. As I told you, it's very hard to auto slice this effects animations due to small particles and how they are drawn. So you can count them down on the horizontal scale actually. This is perfect, I guess. Same for explosion 2, we just come inside here, select all of them, delete, and add the new frames. 1 and maybe 6. No, it's 8. 8 is way too much, I guess. No, it was 10 back, actually 10 on the original scale. Seems to, yeah, that's perfect for the explosion and all of them. So that's it. Now we need another effect. Let me just check real quick in my notes. Right, the next one we're going for is also an animated sprite to the type, which basically most of the animations so far have been. And that one is fire, so we're gonna save it in the same effects folder. Add a child node to the fire. We're gonna add an area to the same pattern as we did for the explosion, and rename that area as fire. We add a collision shape to that area. We add a child node. We're gonna add a point light to the audio stream first. It's quite, yeah, it takes a lot of time to just create. So for the fire audio, we're gonna name fire SFX, and let's add a point light 2D. So the point light 2D don't need to modify anything or don't touch, just leave it like that. Let's come to the fire. We're gonna add the animation by animation, same pattern as we have been doing so far. We're gonna look for the animation image itself. So when I've combined so many assets packed in one, it's kind of hard for me to remember where exactly everything is. That's why it takes me so much time to locate exactly where I set everything. If you're more organization, you can just set everything in the same folder for you. Just all the assets for effects or explosion or whatsoever, you put them in the same. All the units and building whatsoever, you put them also in the same folder. But for me, I kinda do remember where everything is supposed to be, and that's it. So for fire, I also set a collision shape, and we set a circle to match up that size, and that's pretty much it. So just for fire, I think there are also mini fires like fire 1, fire 2. Yes, that's pretty much it. Let's come to smoke cross. We're gonna click on that one. Click on other nodes, animated sprite 2D again. That's it. I told you we need fire 1, and most probably we need also fire 2. So the fire just need the fire itself, the root node, which is an animated sprite 2D, and the child node will be the point light 2D. Let's add an animation to that. Disable the node. Increase FPS to 10, which is the small, yes. So as you can see now we have fire 1, fire 2, and fire 3. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So you can see we have 3 small level fire as well, but they look more of an explosion to me than fire actually. But what can I say? Just gonna name them like that. Then most of these animations or these effects, I won't be using all of them. I'm just expecting to create everything for you. So once you get the project or you are following me through, you can also be able to recreate exactly what I'm making right now. We're gonna duplicate that file 1 we have made in the folder. So now we get file 1, file 2, and file 3. We can open them, change the animations, change the root node name, and whatsoever. This quite takes some time, with a cup of coffee on the side or whatsoever you probably drink, spend a lot of hours just working on this project. Took me 3 days to finish and complete the game. And that's because the game was already made. This is just a remake with more of effects and more of, improvement. It's kind of like an upgrade. So the idea behind was already made. That's pretty much it. Yeah, as I told you, it's getting harder and harder to slice it. As you can see, you're looking at it right now, it is easy when you count the first 4 frames, and when you reach the ends, the particles are too small, so you don't know which is which. Pretty much done with that. Um, yeah, that's it. Let's set up. We're gonna come here on that small cross again, add a node, and an animated sprite 2D again. So this one is gonna be a firebomb. Let's save it in some folder. Add a child node to the firebomb. We're gonna add an animated sprite 2D. So let's change the type of the. Just right click on firebomb root node and change the type also, because like it's not supposed to be if in animated sprite 2D. So as I said, let's add a child node. So for this firebomb, what we need in animated sprite 2D, we'll rename it anim. Let's come to firebomb, change type. Firebomb is not an animated sprite 2D, but it's just node 2D type. So let's click on it. Let's come to anim. We're gonna add an animation. This point light node 2D is quite awesome to use, especially with my new system of day and night. It's pretty awesome to see that lighting. You can change the color of the lights and whatever. But I won't be doing it manually from the inspector, so I'll be doing it in the codes. I will just show you how you can modify that thing. It's pretty much easy to do. Once we get the animation looping, that's pretty much it. Let's create another one. We're gonna come to other nodes, and this time we are going for a area 2D. Let's rename that root node as ill effects. So ill effect needed a child node. We're gonna add a child node. We need a collision shape 2D, and beside that collision shape 2D, we also need to add an animated sprite 2D, a point light node 2D. Let's rename the animated sprite 2D as anim. And when it comes to the collision shape, we're just gonna reshape it to kind of fit the size of the animated sprite 2D. For the animated sprite 2D, for the ill effect, we have to locate the folder where the monk is, because the ill effect is coming from the monk folder. So when you open this, you have to go to your units and find the unit. Once you find the unit, you have to look for the monk. So we're gonna come to new unit and let's try to look at it. Unit, that's it. Is it in effect? Not pretty much sure about it. It's quite hard to locate, as I told you earlier. I've combined so many things that so many times I forget where exactly sort of things are. I'm sure they're in Monk. They should be in Monk. Yeah, ill effect, as I said, in a Monk. And again, unfortunately, for each effect, it's a really a wrestling moments just be able to slice or find the perfect fit for each frame. You have to do it manually, check an eye, and make sure that you don't, get the wrong frames. Otherwise, the animation is going to be awkward for you. Pretty much good for now. Yeah, that's it. So let's duplicate that ill effects. For duplication, we just press Ctrl D, and the duplicated one, I'm gonna name it as a Reaper effect. We're just gonna keep the same pattern, the same node structure. What we need to change, maybe the animation, maybe I'm not sure about it. I think the animation should stay the same actually. Yeah, I don't know if I should make it invisible for the repair effects, but I needed to find something, to show visually that okay, this spawn is kind of like spawning that repair effect or build effects, because repair effects works for both. As it for both when I'm building and when I'm repairing buildings. Pretty awesome. And that's it. Now we need just to add the collision shape and change the size, the effect. It's pretty much that. Seems like we need an animation, and we also need an animated sprite 2D skull. So the pattern doesn't really change much. Just go in and out, in and out, in and out. As you can see, the tutorial is almost it's 12 hour. So what I can actually do for you guys is just show you the node structure when it comes to the code and whatsoever. I will make a PDF or whatever you need, so you can basically follow my tutorial on YouTube. And when you read the code, you just open your PDF, copy and paste it, and try to understand basic. I will try to explain every section of the code and the node structure by making a kind of like a book. Yeah, I'll try to make a book about this to make it easier for you to follow through. And if you are a little bit on a hurry, you can just you can find my project file on itch.io.com and download it, and you can freely change anything you want. You can change the story of the game, you can change the structure, as long as you have everything that you need. You have the goblin, you have the town, and everything that you need. So for this one, we have created a skull. Now this one is the water splash. We go on the same principle. We need an animated sprite 2D, the sounds, which I just renamed as effects, made by audio player notes. Right? So for the water splash, I'm not sure where to use it, to be frank with you guys. But I'm just gonna create it. Maybe some of you are more creative than I am, and find an excellent place where you can use it. So for this water splash, basically what I want to do is every time that the player enters in contact with water, it should, drown and spawn this water splash to kind of like you fell from a height into the water. But in my game logic, especially in this tiny sword Goblin Slayer, I don't really open the borders or the limits of the grounds to my not there. Now I'm done with all these effects. What I'm gonna do is come to my effects root node and create new folders. It might seem pretty annoying right now, but basically I wanted everything to be in each folder. So instead of just stocking all this attack effect in one folder as effect, so I needed inside that effect to create subfolders with each uh, effect or each section in its own folder. Like the dust, if there are two dust, they go in one folder. It's just for more organization purpose. It makes it easy also, to locate when coding. So this might take a little bit of my time just to create all of this. I found it pretty annoying, you know. Um, that's pretty much it. Creating games is fine, and it's good passion, but all the time it sucks when your game crashes, especially in this beta version of Godot. As you can see down here, I'm using a Godot 4.7. It's a beta 3, or I'll be maybe switching to beta 4 very soon. I'm just experimenting on this new version. I just found it, smooth in some ways, and you know, I just like working on the on the last version of Godot, whether it's a beta version or a stable version. I just don't care. And so far, since I've been using it, I didn't really find any difficulty with it. I love how the UI, that's said, and I didn't really even read the changelog, but everything seems to be. So that's it. Now, as you could see, here on the side, I've created so many groups. You can take a screenshot of it. Now, what I need to do right now is just to attribute each element to its group. So when it comes to the attack effect, the one going to group for attack effect, make sure you're selecting the area and setting the group attack effect. That's pretty much it. For other, you just need to pick the root node. Let's say for explosion. For explosion, we pick also the area and we set it in the group explode. I don't think explode 1 and explode 2 do actually need those setups because they don't have an area to do. So I'm pretty much sure that that's it. So next one on the list is the ill effect. We have to set the root node, which is the area in the group here, right here. Let's set that up. I think what the next one? Repair effects. Select the root node, and same here. We come and select the repair effect. Make sure that you're on repair and not resource. I think that's it. For skull, and now we need to attach script. You already know the process to attach the script. Just make sure that the root node is selected, and you attach your script. For most of these guys, I don't think there is very much to do. Besides the explosion, fire, and those who require like a complex scripting for the point lights to the nodes, I don't think what does it's that much complicated. For most of the basics, the basic effects like attack effect, all I need is just a a a pretty small setup to show that when the animation finished, the attack effect is supposed to disappear. When it comes to fire, so for fire, they'll be sharing the same scripts. Fire will be sharing. Fire will be having its own scripts, but when it comes to fire 1, 2, and 3, I'm gonna create that small fires script. Then now we can come into the search run types fires, and what we do is for fire 1, 2, and 3, they will use the script, which is pretty much good. And this one has its own script, which is fire script, because the node structure isn't the same. Again, let's go back to there, and for the explosion, so explosion is gonna have a single script for the working principle, and when it comes to explore 1, 2, and 3, we're just gonna share some script for all these explodes. It's pretty much easy way to set it up. Now let's go back to Dust. And for Dust, I'm gonna keep the same principle also. I'm gonna share this same script, Dust in and Dust out. That's I feel like this way is a little bit, longer. What you can actually do is open your file system and just drag and drop the script onto the node that you want to attach your script to, which can work also in a fast way. Just as you can see here, each script is what it requires. Now, I'm just gonna code this in the background and we'll catch up right after that. Script done. Yeah, attack effects. Now, in attack effect, you need to attach few things like the signals, like on animation finished. Make sure that this green small arrow appears here. Same goes with the area attack effect. We need to attack effect on body entrance. Operation 8. Put that in. Same goes as I told you earlier. For this, most of these basic animations and effects, all they just need is to know when the animation is finishing for it to be deleted. Simple stuff. But when it comes to things like explosion, you can see there is a fire scene and there is the whole setup for the point light node 2D. So here also we need to attach the signals on animation finished and on body entered. That seems to be right. Let's move on to explode. For explode is on animation finished. I could have speed this up real quick and save a lot of time, but I wanted just to show you that you have to attach a signal. But there is another also method which is pretty easy, is to attach signals via codes in ready function or process function or wherever you want, which I would like to do, but some of the time I just kind of think, it's good for me just to attach them manually as I can see, like that green arrow appearing on the signal that we test connect. So most of these scripts also just recycled script that I use in my previous project on the same game actually. So I didn't really need to to remake everything, but I just need to copy past most of the old scripts. And when it comes to the characters and when you will come to the characters and all of that, most of them are modified. So I had to remake them from scratch. So for fire 1, 2, 3, the same principle, just attach the animation finish signal. Yeah, that's pretty much easy. You just like the puzzle. Just make sure that everything is connected perfectly to the truth. On Firebomb, no need to attach any signal. When it comes to ill effects, I do not think there is also a signal to attach. So let's move on to the next one, which is the Reaper effects. Reaper effects does not require any signal connection. Same goes with the skull. The skull is a bit just, I think it's maybe 20 or 25 lines of code. Are pretty easy to replicate, and it's even shorter for the water. But need to attach a signal. And once the signal is attached, that pretty much it. Yeah. Now I can even come here and run the current scene and let's see what it is. Like as you can see, it disappeared after playing. So what we can do to see it better is I can come to the root node and I can move the root node in the center of the screen. Now if I run it like this, as you can see, it disappeared. And now after doing that, it's just an experiment. So just press Ctrl Z to reset it to the initial position 0 for X and 0 for Y. Pretty much that. Awesome. Something I forgot to do is I told you that I do not need this animation to be playing in the game. So we're going to come to visibility in stealth mode. We need to gonna change the alpha value to 0. That's it. Right. Close effects. Right click on the root folder, sorry, and we're going to create a new folder. Let me name it as material. As I said in the very first section of this, we're gonna start with effects. Then after that, we're gonna go with materials. So for materials, we need wood, meat, and gold. So for those materials, mostly I'll be using root nodes as area to the nodes. So we start with gold, and that gold need to be saved in material folder. Make sure that first is saved into materials, and after that, create another folder, and that folder name is gold. After that, right click, add a child node. We're gonna add a collision shape 2D. After adding the collision shape 2D, add another child node. We're gonna add an animated sprite 2D for the visual. Now let's come to this animated sprite 2D and rename it anim. Let's save that, and now we need to go to the root node again and make sure that our gold is set into the group resource. Back to inspector, select on anim. We're gonna create the animation for anim. So let's come to this small icon, click on it. We need now to, okay, so we are looking for this. Let's go to my folders. It's a real mess in my folders. So I wouldn't really know exactly where my things are actually. So I need to guess, or I need to look everywhere. So this is the folder that I'm looking for. Let's see if we get a new type of resource. So goldstone. Right. So this is exactly what I'm looking for. But I selected the wrong option, because if I double click on this one, as you can see, this is not the sprite sheet mode. So click on the sprite sheet icon that opened the previous folder, and now I can come and do auto slice. As you can see, for most of the resources, the auto slice is perfect because it's actually selecting the exact thing that we actually need. Let's press J on the keyboard to move this and centralize it a little bit. Now, if I play my animation, as you see, this is good, but I can even increase the FPS. Then and I can also press on auto start. Let's rename the animation is SP, which can be starting point, spawning point, whatever you want. That's why I love the SP animation thing. Let's add a collision shape, then the collision shape, yeah, and move the animated spread node to the top so that I can see the collision shape better. Now, the collision shape selected, I'm gonna just come here and show that, look, it's Control L and what's that. Once that's done, now we need to create another resource. The next resource on the list, same procedure. The root node is in area 2D, rename it as meat, create a new folder, rename it as meat, and click on save. You should be careful on how you're naming things. If you do it exactly as I'm doing capital letters for the first letter or whatever, just make sure the name are matching, or otherwise you have to modify your code letter. Because the path that we are saving it is going to be called in the code. Same procedure again. You set the root node into the group resource. I will try to make my PDF as clear as possible to guide you onto this journey or onto this project, so it can be easy for you also to replicate this exact same game. I'll just make sure that most of the screenshots and arrows will be pointing exactly where I'm touching and what I'm modifying, what exactly I'm doing, and how everything should be named perfectly. That's it. Right. Wrong choice. That's it. Could use also, could use the old animation for these resources, but I'm gonna focus just on the new, mostly on the new type of resources. Could have used the old resources, but I want just to show that anything is fine. Even though I prefer the other resource type because they kind of like spawn. They have that spawning animation, which makes it cooler. But it can be just ungrateful. I can come to the gold folder and press Ctrl D. Instead of recreating everything from scratch, just duplicate one of these things, and we're gonna create wood from that. Let's come here and right-click, rename it. We're gonna rename it as wood, and double-click on wood. Now wood is open. Rename it. Rename the root node as wood, and change the animation. So I'm a little bit skeptical. You see, this new type of animations, they are pretty nice. I appreciate the job done by Pixel Frog, but as you can see, they kind of lack that, that sense of aesthetic, that spawning animation that the very first free asset pack had. But everything is fine, I guess. Don't really need anything complicated. If you want, you can change it. It won't really affect much projects. I'm even planning on my final game to modify a few things here, like logic behind the game and whatsoever. You're gonna see that later. So now here I have already added the scripts. I just skip ahead and attach a script to each of these resources. So what I need to do right now is just attach a signals. That's it. The scripts aren't that much complicated. You get all of these in the PDF, or you can just copy paste and just follow through. Then I think the best way to learn how to actually create games in Godot is by actually trying to replicate what others have done, or trying to work through something concrete. You see, get it. Again, come to the root folder, create a new folder. We're gonna call it object. Now, after effects and material, we're moving on to object. Our first object is a type of area 2D, and it's an arrow. Let's go back, save it into our project, our folder objects, create a new folder called object arrow, and after that, you save it inside. So the arrow will be used by the archer in my game. The arrow needs the visual representation of it, so we're gonna add an animated sprite 2D, the collision 2D. I'm pretty much screwed. The scripts. Sorry, no new script, new animation. I'm kind of playing that hard right now, so it's okay. For the arrow, we're gonna have two animations. idle for the arrow just being added motion, and the down when you hit something or when it falls down or something. So I prefer the old type of arrow to be playing because there is so much animation on that one as compared to the new type of programs, the new type of asset pack. As you can see here, I have two animations that I'm gonna pick one of them. Now let's zoom in. As you can see, I can also come and pick a frame for the down animation. Now I can come here to offset and change something. It's change the x value, not the x value, the y value, to kind of put it in the center. As you can see now, it's perfectly aligned with the y axis. I can also come to collision and add a collision shape. So I would advise you to have a collision shape which fits the arrow, but not in a big, you know, in a big way. Just something that fits perfectly the arrow. So the rectangular shape is the best shape we can get from that. Selecting the root node arrow, we're gonna come in and add it into the group arrow, save, back to the inspector, and let's create the next object. So the next object on the list, it's gonna be an animated sprite with the type, and our object is gonna be a campfire. I had an idea to create a campfire because of the night in the system. When my game was studying in the night system, I didn't have any source of light beside the explosion and all other effects. So I needed to create this campfire. You can create a campfire, a torch, or you can even add directly lights to the buildings. I might show you in my final project game, but I don't think I'll all focus my teaching on those, those small features that you can add here and there. So for the campfire, you need a point light node 2D and rename it as light. You need the fire sound. And after that, you need a static body 2D and a collision shape. So when it comes to the woods, it's a node type 2D. Now add a sprite 2D as a child node. We're going to pick woods. A campfire needs wood logs. This woods. We're looking for the old type, but, let's stick with this one. It's not perfect, but, it's okay for me. Back to the very root node, we're gonna create this animation for the campfire. So for the fire camp, we set the FPS 10 and rename the animation to start point or SP. I come and select the fire animation here. Select all, and that's it. Now if I play it, you can see this is perfect. I can come and place around the logs. I can come here and change the ordering to -1 so that the wood pass beyond fire. So let's come and rename that sprite to the edge wood one. Now I can move it here and I can press Ctrl D, duplicate and move the other one to the other side. Let's come to this. I'm gonna come to offset and flip horizontally. As you can see, this is much better than just moving it. So I'm just gonna duplicate. You can create as much as you want. You can place as much wood as you want and rotate them around the fire to make it more interesting. But for me, I'm just going to go with something that can actually suit me and fit for my game, which basically might actually require maybe 4 or 5 good loads, maybe. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I think like this, this is excellent. I can now come, press Ctrl Shift, select all of them, Ctrl Alt to lock them. Come to the static body 2D, we're gonna add a collision schedule. So the static body 2D is just for the collision so that my characters don't pass through the fire. That's it. Pretty awesome. Let's open the objects, duplicate that campfire folder. Now we have created torch. So let's come and rename that scene as torch. Double click on it to open it. Um, fine, I guess. Right, right, great, great. So for the torch, I couldn't find anything that I can actually say like was perfect to create a torch. So I just want to know on a random guess, I can say. So just pick a piece of wood and it looks like a torch actually. If you find this idea to be stupid, you can just skip the torch and just skip the campfire, or you can even create more than that. I can come looking for the old type of was it? Yeah. I think it was in yeah, exactly. This is the wood log that I was looking for, but I'm not gonna lie, this is atrocious looking. So just few small settings here to make it a little bit better. I can play around with the rotation so that the log appears to be, you know, yeah, that's it. Seems to be a perfect wood log. And I realized that I actually made a mistake. As you can see, I kind of modified the campfire that I actually made before the gold show. No need to just, no need to stress yourself. All you need to do is just replace the two scene, change their name and interchange their folders as well. No need to stress too much about it. So this one, the old campfire I made becomes torch, and the torch that I duplicate from the campfire becomes fire. Errors like this can actually happen, so don't stress about this too much. Pretty much it, and seems to be perfect. Can move the login a little bit inside there. Well, you can do also change the side of the flame, change the color of the flame, play around with it. That's the beauty of having a free will while creating a game like this. Let's move on to the next one. So now let's come to here, and we're gonna select an area 2D. So this one's gonna be the gates. Remember what I told you, my main idea was to actually press a button to move from scene to scene or level to level. So you need to get actually, enter a certain area. When you press a key on the keyboard, now you can move to the next stage. I didn't want it to be automatic because someone can pass through the unwillingly, then, change the scene or, quit a mission or something like that. We aren't doing something really too complicated here. So what we actually need is just we actually need an area 2D, a label which displays text. So the text basically will only appear when a character passes through the area, and the text will display, press the key to enter, press the key to change the scene. You see something like that. I think typical like that. Much obvious that one. I love how simple ideas actually accumulate in my brain when I'm actually working on a free project like this. So after that, we're going to come to setting up a little bit the label. So we're going to go to font, and on font, I have this downloaded font in my assets actually. In fonts here, I have capture there. I'm going to use ring me here. I've also capture. You can try which one suits you the best. So in my game, I'm just going to, stick the one that I find more interesting. I think I had other version also, like Blur, but Blur is a little bit distorted, so I don't think that's actually good for the visual. Now, let's click on that label, and we can now add text. So the text says press enter, something like that, as you can see. Press enter to pass. And now we can come to font size and change the font size, set it to the center. Well, pretty much it. That's it. That's the gate. Now you can place it anywhere in your level after destroying all the goblins or after all the waves are complete. You can now move on. Let's move on to the next object, which is going to be a static body to the type. And the static body to the type is going to be the mine stone. So we start with mine stone 1. Create a new folder where to save it. We're going to create a new folder. It's going to be mines and save it there. Let's close this up. Let's open this object folder, mine. Let's rename it as mine stone without the underscore. Now, the milestone are the child nodes. We're going to add an animated sprite 2D to it. So it's, the pattern is almost similar to my previous tutorial. Even though the sound quality on the tutorial wasn't really great, I will try my best to actually, export this with a better sound quality. So it's still the same principle where one of the character, whether it's the player or the pawn, is basically going to the mine stone and start mining it, and the mine's gonna spawn gold, and it also has the cooldown period, also as a progress bar, so that you can see the visual representation every time you kind of like hit the stone or the rock. It plays the sounds, then it shows visually on the progress bar that it's being depleted for the animations. So why I have the name like Mindstone One is because there are six different variations of Mindstone. There is the Mindstone One, Mindstone Two, Mindstone Three, and Mindstone Five. I could actually create different animation of it and kind of like make it as this leveling up, but that will be troublesome in what case? In the case where the collision chip will have to change the size according to which animation is playing, which will become also difficult to set up. So I prefer to duplicate just the same. It's kind of like different type of milestones. Yeah, this is kind of the milestone one. And for the milestone two, all I just need to do, I will just come and change the size of it. And that'll be pretty much it. I love working on this kind of project. I'm thinking that you already know what you're setting for and what exactly you want to achieve with this kind of project. So the mining zone is basically the zone which detects the input from the pawn or the player when they're mining. So to set up the health bar is simple. Is as simple as can be. Actually, I don't know how to create a progress bar on my own, while experimenting a little bit with the theme override, box flat, and all that thing. The thing that I haven't really grasped in Godot is actually the practical effects and like the GPU and whatever. Is it GPU and CPU? I think it's that thing, GPU and GP particles and CPU particle. I've tried so many times. I've actually watched so many tutorials about it, how to use it, but I haven't found a good way to use it, I guess. So I think I'll focus more about it when I'll be learning how to create 3D games. Because on my 2D games, I don't think are really those particles too complicated and too frustrating to set up actually. So this principle here behind the progress bar is we have two things. We have a background and a fader. So you select box flat for both of them. Now you can play around with them. As you can see, I'm changing the value right now. As you can see, now this is how the field looks like. After doing that, few settings. I think I'm talking more than I'm explaining, but I bet you can just follow through what I'm doing on the screen. Actually, you can see what I'm changing, and you can also try to play around with it. So like anything is going to bug from here. Like if you play around with the progress bar, change the shape, change how it looks, it's going to crash your game. I don't think I'll affect anything. And for the raw audio, that's pretty much awesome also. And I can say that's pretty much it. We're gonna set our milestone root node to mines and mm, and milestone also to the area milestone mines also. Now I can come to the milestone and click on duplicate. I'm gonna create milestone 2, milestone 3, milestone 4, milestone 5, and milestone 6. That goes up. Now we have to open them in order. So milestone 2, milestone 3, milestone 4, milestone 5, and finally milestone 6. I move back to milestone 2. As you can see, we don't really need to change much beside the animation and the root node name. animation change. And while I'm still at it, I would like really to thank you guys for the support, actually, the financial support, and all those who continue to subscribe and share and continue to watch till the very end of my tutorial. I actually could make few couple of bucks. I was quite satisfied by it, and that motivated me, to give you something that you actually like. Because I kind of analyze everything that I've been doing on the channel, that I realized that you guys always focus more when I'm creating tutorial about this, type of RPG games. And I would invite you also, for those who are still on the beginner level, to actually follow my beginner type of tutorial. I already uploaded one of them on a 2D beginner platformer. Very soon I'll be creating a RTS beginner tutorial also after this one. So I really invite you to kind of share my content and try to support me. When I put my project on sale, is not because I'm too greedy or something. It's just I spend a lot of time working on this project. So I kind of think it's kind of motivating me to know that my work is kind of valued, financially, so that I can buy better equipment like microphones and whatsoever for more and more tutorials. So after setting up most of these animations, changing the animation, all you need to do is change the root node name, the animation name, and the collision shape size, maybe also the mind tone size also, which is pretty easy to do. Um, so also something that I didn't really do during this tutorial is to show you how the voiceover is made. I will leave the link in the description to 11th Lab website, which is a pretty awesome website I usually use for my tutorial, for my games, where I can create AI voices for my game. So there are voices for instruction that I used in my previous tutorial, but this one I haven't made voice overs yet. I'm gonna do it later on. So those voices clearly gives instruction to the character, like to the player, the user, telling you what to do, go north, or kill goblins, collect resources, and whatsoever that comes into the game. I kind of like where this is going. Um, I could have skipped ahead and save a lot of time also, but I like. I think you guys here seeing everything in detail. As I said, the tutorial should be, a little bit detailed, even though it's not focusing on the codes. Because if I had to include the coding part, I don't think we'll ever finish this tutorial. Coding line to line also takes a lot of time. If I have to explain to you why this line of code is here and what does it do, why this signal was attached here, what did I use this kind of looping and whatsoever, yeah, we're gonna spend a lot of time on this kind of project. So I mostly prefer to focus on what you can see than what you can't. Because the codes, you can get them anyways in my PDF, which should be free actually. That's a good promotion for my tutorial right now. The PDF will be free, so you can get a video tutorial and a PDF tutorial where you can follow through whatever I've done. And if you're too lazy to try to replicate the game, you can directly just purchase the project on cherry.com. That's it. We have reached the last mining stone, which is milestone 6, which is also the biggest. What we can do also here is the fact that each milestone is gonna have different amounts of gold spawned in terms of resource. You remember the gold that we created in the resource. So it's gonna spawn, like, let's say for milestone 6, it's gonna spawn maybe 8 to 16 of them, and the milestone 1 is gonna spend like one to 3 of them, something like that. It's kind of like the bigger the rock or the bigger the milestone, the more it spawns. Now on to the next one. The next object we are creating is ship. The ship is basically the one that's spawning the meat. So ship 7 to the ship holder and not save. Ship is kind of an AI smart made entity that I create from a game. the ship as an animated sprite 2D, a navigation agent 2D, also kind of like collision avoidance type of system. It's also few features like the size. You can change the size of it, the fertility, maturity age, the courage, the speed, and those kind of things. Also, some of them can spawn, like kind of like giving birth. So just follow me through. I told you we have an animated sprite 2D. I rename it name. We have the navigation 2D, the marker for the spawning points. We need audio as well. So for audio, we have ship audio and eat audio or die audio, whatever you want. And beside that, we have a detector zone, which is the area which detects whatever enters. Same principle is for all the others. So root node of the ship is in the group ship. Now we can play around with the animation of the ship. I've created a couple of them. It's always a satisfaction, to work on this kind of small things like a ship. It seems so easy. You think that, let me just create an entity that actually, not doing anything. Then you think, what if the ship is the one spawning the meat as a resource? Or even in the future, I can actually make it even smarter. Instead of just, chasing the ship and killing it, we can actually create an type of farm system. And all that depend on our dear creator of the asset pack, which is Pixel Frog. Because Pixel Frog has created a huge variety of characters, but he hasn't made a farm system like crops where we can actually farm crops. A mean wheel. How do you call it again? A windmill. I think it's a windmill. Yeah. And also a system of defense. You see, creating a wall around your kingdom or something like that. I would love to have something like that, and I would be very pleased, spiritual about something like that. And beside that, I think I'll be focusing on this other creator, which is an impressive amount of free asset pack, which I'll be creating on very soon. I'll be making maybe 10 to 20 tutorials on beginner's level, and some of them will be intermediates. I'll be trying to variate my content to reach as many people as I can, and I'll be trying also to explain it on you know, in a simple ways, in the simplest way I can. The new object now we're gonna create is a node to the type, and that's gonna be a TNT. Yeah, the TNT, which is the object called by Goblin TNT, or I could call it the dynamite. But I'm so focused on the TNT, the name that just named it TNT. But the TNT is a node type 2D, and it has a child node, an animated sprite 2D. Play around the animation, look for the specific animation needed for the game. I love this small, just simple animation with the mesh. As you can see, the mesh is just moving around. Change the FPS to 10, zoom in, come to it, and play it. As you can see, that's perfect. Next objects. Our next object is gonna be, we're gonna go to other nodes, and in other node, we're gonna select our next object, which is a static code 2D. So we're gonna start with the tree, like save first, create new folder, the call it is just trees, and save. Now the tree actually need a animated sprite 2D, need a collision shape 2D. If you already are like you already seen my previous tutorial, then you already have the hang or you already have clear idea of why I'm going with this. You can skip ahead to the part where you think uh, are more important to you. So I'm gonna leave those chapter keys where you can actually select which part interests you the most or which part you're focusing on the most. Because I feel like by now, those who have downloaded my previous project file, could already see where this is going bit by bit. It might take a little bit while to reach the most interesting part, which is playing around with those effects and creating the DNet systems. So for the tree, as you can see, there are 4 types here, but I might create 5 of them using, including the very first type of tree in the first asset pack. Uh, I, you know, I feel like how this is actually going. Simple creation. So here we are using 2 type of collision shape. We are using collision shape for the body when the tree is unchopped yet, and when the tree is chopped, the chopped collision shape is going only to cover the parts or where the trunk stays, or it's stump. Sorry, where the stump stays. That's where it's gonna stay. So for the chop, 3-1, stump 1. Is it stump or stump? English is so way complicated for me. Select that one. That's pretty much it. Just make sure that the chopped section is the chopped section there is the one in the circle. And that's pretty much awesome. Covers all of this, and now if I unlock all of them, they look actually good to me. Back to idle. Right. Um, Now, after creating all those three, we need the new object, which is an area type. We're gonna come to the root node and rename it as water. Save it into a new folder, and the folder name should be also water. Click on save. Add a child node to that water. We're gonna add a sprite. Add another child node. We're gonna add a collision shape to the. Go back to the inspector mode. Now, when it comes to the sprite, make sure that we're gonna pick maybe one of these gradient 2D. Now, let me change the color of the gradient. So instead of picking black to white, I'm just gonna go white to white. And somehow this doesn't really, all right, let's just remove this gradient thing. We're gonna go with a single gradient also. Right. Let's go to the collision shape first. So we're gonna go to collision shape, and I click on quick for all. So is collision shape, and we pick the rectangular shape that enable the grids. And you know what? Let's remove this gradient. What we're gonna do is just select the water background that you have in our asset, and that's it. Somehow I don't know why it's so long like this. You can modify it, let come to transform and change the size to 1 by 1. Same for the position. And let's fit the rectangle. Let's increase the size. We're gonna go with something like 2 by 2. Perfect. So now the collision shape has to fit on the rectangle. Lock it by Ctrl L to avoid moving it. And that's it. They disable the grid, and that's our water object. Move to the next one. Again, click on Autoload. This time it's an animated sprite 2D, and this one's going to be named as Water Splash. And save. So Water Splash need an audio. That's pretty much easy to actually implement in the game. And here's the water splash. Auto slice doesn't work. So you have to manually kind of making sure that you pick the right amount of horizontal split. And here's the water splash. Disable the looping and increase the FPS to something like 10. And rename this one as SP. Now, if I run it, and see the wonderful water splash effect. That is for the water splash. Now I'm gonna come to water splash and attach a script. Do the same for water. Root node attach a script. Save. So for the tree is different. Since the three are sharing a similar script, what I do is I go to the first tree, and the name of the script should be only tree. I come to the tree again, and click on the root nodes, come to the inspector, and we go to the last section of it, and we're gonna manually attach the script. So to do so, just click on this and do a quick load, type in the search bar 3, and we do the same for number 3. Just pick the GD script. The extension finish with .jd, so it's easy to recognize. Same goes with that one. And I can say that pretty much it. Same go to TNT, attach a script, go back again, do the same for the ship. So I guess I'm just gonna code this behind the scene as I did for all the others. I'm just gonna code them behind the scene, whether it's the mine or the ship. I'm just gonna quickly make them behind the scene. They will catch up right after that. Just ensure that all these milestones have the similar script from the first milestone to the milestone 1 to milestone 6. All of them should have and share the same script. This method of implementing the script is kind of like the most secure. Like you know exactly which one you are adding there. You can also just do the drag and drop from the file system, which if you mistakenly move this the the scene or you know the, the file extension where the code is saved, you can move it into another folder. That's why I prefer this method. It's more secure. And that's it. We got all the milestones. We can go back. Milestone 1. Now when it comes to gate as well, that's the script. Torch, M5, M5 and Torch. We could share the same script, but I just think it's better for them to have different scripts. And that's pretty much it. So let me code this real quick behind the scene. And that's it. That's the script for water splash. What I need to do right now is just make sure that all the signals are attached for each of my script. I think, yeah, on body entered for the water area, body entered, body entered, and that's pretty much it, I guess. So let's come to 3.1, all of the machinery and script of the obviously. So here we got on tree trunk area entered, connect on the trunk, body entered. Let's move down again. Let's see if there is another signal we need to attach. I think that it's only. Let's come to TNT. TNT does not require any signal to be attached. Now, let's come to the ship. As you can see, the ship is a more complex script, which is complex behavior as well. It has so many step machine like grassing, running, you know, and also the fact that it has those features like it can spawn a baby sheep or something like that. You see, it can also run away, courage. You know, those features like courage, fertility, size, and whatsoever make the script even bigger. You have to work on a bigger scale like that. So these signals just need to be attached perfectly, like in a proper way. So this script is just a copy paste from my previous tutorial where I already made the ship. Now, few of the root or the name of the node have changed, so the signal kind of also changed politically. Just making sure that everything is named perfectly and properly. I think that's it for the milestones. Let's go to milestone one, and check if any signal that the attached is here as well. I realized something. So you see, for 3 Since I only attach the scripts script rank one, this one since attached, as you can see, the signals are not attached. So area entered and body entered are not attached for the second scene, which is the to make sure that every script is attached perfectly. One thing that actually that pisses me off the most is the fact that every time you kind of like forget to attach a signal via the inspector, like you see, to the manual mode, you'll be trying to figure out what's not working in the script instead of checking if the signals are correctly attached. So the um, same structure we went with for three, we have to do the same for you know for the mine zone. So on mine zone, area entrance, and on mine zone, body entrance. I could have, speed this up, but I just want to show also the struggle that I went through. I went through English because you might think you just need to connect one of the duplicated one, like the first, and you just need to connect milestone signals only, milestone one. But apparently, you need to connect all of them, and you have to do that manually, each one of them, like to make sure that the green, you see that green and that arrow or door appears next to the function perfectly attached. It's all worth it in the end. See, when everything that you've made individually, then all put together starts working, like the whole universe, the shape, the goblins, the Lobster, the Archer, and all of them, like working all of them together. Yeah, body entered. Perfect. And I guess that's pretty much it for these ones. For the gates, on body entrance needs to be attached as well, and on body exited. Just make sure if I've forgotten to attach any signal that you can check yourself manually to see what exactly was attached or not. Make sure that everything is attached properly in all other scripts that you have made so far. Um, yeah, there is no signals here to be attached, so I guess this is alright. You can also change, via the code, the energy of your light and how you want it to behave, like if it's the torch and whatever. The energy, the radius, the scale. Just play around with it to see what suits you the best. This arrow is just, yeah, it's just a copy paste from my previous project as well. So I didn't really do too much to it. Basically, I didn't even modify it. I didn't even try to change anything. That's just the same principle that was there already. Um, if I run one of these, as you can see, there is an error here that needs to be fixed. Saying background object on null instance. Let now see light. All just came from the name actually. You see, once the first letter started with a capital L and like a capital letter, then you don't put a capital letter, it's going to create a distortion in the code. Run it again. Now you can see the kind of like it kind of light, but you can't properly see it here. You'll see it once the game is kind of like a little bit in shape and more completed. Um, let's come here, right click and create a new folder. We're gonna start now with the units. So the first unit is unit players. In unit players, come and right click, create a new folder, and we're gonna start with the R shape. Now open that, and in our shades, we now gonna come here, click on the small cross, and we are looking for a character body to the type, which is gonna be our root node, and let's name it as R shape. R shape army, because I'm gonna create two types of R shape actually. Make sure that you're saving it in the unit player folder inside the R shades, and click on let's just remove the underscore and keep the space open like that. Right. Add a child node to our array. Gonna add an animated sprite to the. Let's rename the animated sprite to the as anime. Add another child node. We're gonna add an area to the. That rename it as detector zone or detector area, whatever you want to pick. Fine. Detector zone. Add collision shape to it. Collision shape to it. Add another child node to my array army. What we're gonna add is an area to the. Or what you can actually do is just come and duplicate this one. Press Ctrl D. We can come here and rename the full thing. Let's rename the whole thing as 8box. After that, come again to the root node, add another child node. We're gonna add a progress bar. I'm gonna come and duplicate a progress bar and rename the second one as a shield bar. And that's it for the shield bar. Add another child node. We're gonna add a marker to it, which is gonna be renamed as the shooting point. Add another child node. We're going to add a button. Add another child node. Let's add a label. Let's rename that label as selector or select indicator. Add another child node. Add a camera to the. Now after that, I can come down here and add another child node. What I actually need again is a navigation agent 2D for those pathfinding movements. Let's add also a collision shape to the which I forgot actually to add. Let's rename that collision shape to the its shape, and anim should always be on top of the shape. Add another child node. What I actually need is I will, the name of the node is something like uh raycast 2D, something like that. Yes, shapecast 2D exactly. So the shapecast 2D is gonna help me for detecting obstacles and helping in avoiding the obstacles that like predicting the obstacles once those detection detect a collision in front, then they can just go around it. Add another child node. I'm gonna add a audio stream player. Let's rename it as shoots or shooting arrow. Add another child node. We're gonna add another a type of node 2D. Let's rename that node 2D as sound effects. I can come drag and drop my shooting arrow down there and duplicate it. That now add a few couple of audio. Audio is key. Audio. Another audio that for me is depth audio. I didn't put a space there. You put space or underscore doesn't matter. Next one is the audio. Then I can come and rename this one as shield audio. Get rid of the last one. You don't need it. Now all of these are the nodes that we actually need here. What we're gonna do is attribute the Archie army to the group player and also make it to the group block building. They're not in group explore and all of this are okay. Here it's already alright. And that's pretty much it what we need to do about it. I come to anim, back to inspector mode, and we're gonna create a few animations for my Archie. Let's drag it a little bit down like this so you can perfectly see the node structure. You can take a screenshot if you want, or a better view. Right. Now let's start the animation. Click on sprite frames. First animation we are creating is most naturally is idle animation. So idle animation, let's click here. Now let's locate our units. Instead of just pressing all the arrows back and forth, you can just change the name in the path there and find whatever you need. So our first our shade type we're creating is the black R shade, and we can pick the idle animation. Pretty much awesome. I can set it to 7 and enable the autoplay. Add 2 more animations. We're gonna name this other one run, and this one's gonna be shoot. For run, we're gonna increase the FPS to 10 and select the run and click on auto size. With this, yeah, pretty much awesome answer. Same goes with shooting animation. Let's put those slice and select all and add the 8 frames. That's awesome. The animation is smooth. We got the one for animations. Now we can come to the credit cast and we can set up a few things. So for the shape, I'm going to go with the circular shape and the target position. We're going to go with the x-axis 20 and the y-axis we're going to go with 0. And for the maximum result, we just need 1 result. The collision mask, you can enable up to 5 of them. I don't need them then. It's the predict cost. Let's come to the detector zone now. For the detector zone, my R shape, I'm gonna pick, a whitish color. Let's pick a circular shape, enable the grids. Let's lock that and come to collision shape. Now, I can't even see my collision shape. What I can do is come here and double click on circle shape. I can change the radius a little bit more so that I can actually see it. Now that my radius has changed, I can increase it. I can increase it to something like this. You can even push even further. The bigger the collision shape for the detector zone, no, 520, actually, good. So the bigger the collision shape for the detector zone, the wider the range where the archer can shoot or detect the enemy. Let go with the hitbox. The hitbox doesn't at bit which will be so same process a circular shape, and for the radius I'm gonna go 30, but 30 is big. See, it's a little big, but let's keep it like that. Onto the shape now. For the shape, we'll go with darkish color. Make sure that just doesn't go beyond the anime size, That's perfect. Lock it and hide it. This actually, okay. Let now hide it. And I can make different ways. Pretty much easy how to code and how to create this R shape. You can take a screenshot of this and try to catch up with me at this moment. Another screenshot you can take. Now let's come to navigations and camera. So for the camera, we're gonna come to camera and we're gonna come to position smoothing, and we can change the speed to, let's say, 2.5. Also, and no need to change any limits. Which one is already all right. What we can change actually is the zoom. We can change it to 0.7. Perfect. Animation is done. Now let's go with progress bar. You remember how we designed the progress bar in the monk, and what's in the monk? No, not in the monk. In the mind stone, actually. The mind stone goes with the same principle. Just disable the show presentation thing, and now we can actually design using this tilebox flat system. This goes with us much experimenting. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is just good with experimenting. The I think there are tutorials on YouTube where you can find how to make them. But for me, I just learned how to make them through experimenting. I was just trying to, create my own design and what actually fit my game. Don't forget new style box flats and new style box flats again. So for the background style box flat, go full dark and change the alpha value to 100 so that it becomes semi-transparent. And we're gonna go with the border width and set them to 3 for left, top, right, and at the bottom also. And set the color to dark. And let's increase the corner details to 20. Now we're gonna go with the corner radius, which create a wonderful, that curve around each corner. You see how wonderful it is? Yeah, perfect. So now I can change the size a little bit. What we can also do to avoid repeating this thing is come to style box flat and come to save as. Now I'm gonna click on save as, and let's go back to our file system. Yeah, exactly. Create a new folder. We're gonna call it as setups. I could call it presets or whatever. Let's call it setups. Now, every time you are designing a progress bar, a button, or whatsoever you want, you can actually come and reuse this one. Just make sure that you have disabled the link between those, because if you modify the other one, it's going to affect this one. Now I can click on loads, or better again, click on quick load. Now, if I click on double click on that one, I can disable this one, and I can come and modify the one affect the one we have saved. I can come here and change back the alpha value to 255, change the color as well. So for the color, I need to pick the color of the pound, the active pound right now. Come to fill, pick the color right here. We're gonna pick the color in the neck, see? And that's it. You see how wonderful this looks? I love it. So for the border now, we're gonna keep it like that, but for border color, we're gonna set the alpha value to 0. And that's it. That's how wonderful actually it's supposed to look. Now, every time you'll be working also, you have to save also the field. So now we have the background and now we have the field. So background and field, disable the link up between the save file and the use file right now. If you play around with the value here, you can see now it's feeding up and down and down. Yeah, just gonna leave it like that. Doesn't really affect much right now. So let's now move the shield bar a little bit up here. I'm gonna come here and play around with the design. No need to redesign everything from scratch. You can just click on quick load and preset and preload our background preset. Same goes with the field. We just come here, quick load it, quick load, click on field, and now I can come and change the color. It won't really affect what we already saved. Wonderful. I can move it down a little bit here. And that's it. Now let's come to a name. Detectors are perfectly made. Let's lock those. I'm pressing Control L on my keyboard to lock them, so I won't really have to play around with them too much. Now let's design the button. So the button is when I click on one of my pawns to make them active. So I should actually make sure that the button covers the whole image or the whole pawn that we usually see on screen. So if I click on this button now, what it's going to do is activate my pawn, deactivate my pawn, according to what was the last state. So for the button, always make sure that in modes, process mode is always on always. Let's come to the style. We're gonna come here on normal and kind of design this. So there are so many states. You can actually, design something that looks cooler when you click on it. I don't know, something looks fun or something like that. But for my game, I don't really need that thing. For my game, I just need all the buttons, especially the button that activate the players, to be transparent. So as you can see for this one, the button is transparent by changing the alpha value to 0. No need to play fancy with the corner radius or the border width as well. Just preset them to 0. What we're going to do is also save as, I'm going to save it also as a preset and save it. Save as, sorry, I forgot to save it. And the name of that save is going to be transparent. As you can realize that the implementation is dot trace. Don't change that, that dot trace. Otherwise, you won't be able to save it. Now I got my button. That comes to selector or the select indicator. So the select indicator is the visual representation of the pawn when it's active or not. So I'm just going to go with a dot inside the, that label. And I'm going to play around with the font of that dot, make it big. Every time you click on the pawn, it's active. The dots is going to be visible. When the archer is not active, the dots is going to be invisible. This is awesome. Now we can come to things like color. So the font color should be the color of the font color should be the color of the character, which is also the color of my progress bar. I can change this outline size, which makes it a little bit cooler. I don't know what exactly happened to the texture filter, but you see it's kind of pixeling and cutting off some of the things, which is awful to look at. But it doesn't really bother me since in the game it's gonna run smoothly. I can lock that, and I can be triggering it through my code to make it visible, invisible, depending on if the character is active or not. That's awesome. And pretty much it. For the sounds, no need to change it right now. This sound thing is pretty easy. You just preload whatever sound you have in your asset. I don't really have fancy audio. I just use those free audio sound that I got from a Pixabay. Is an app you can easily download on Android, on Play Store. You can find it easily. You can find music for your games and sound effects. Another thing that I can also recommend you is a website which is called Open Art Game, where you can find free audio sound for your game. You can use MP3 quality sound and also OGG depending on what you're looking for. But I recommend you MP3 because the quality is a little bit better than the other ones. Let's come to the. I'm gonna come to the Archer folder and rename the Archer as Archer Army Black. We press Ctrl D to duplicate Archer Army Blue, Archer Army Red, duplicate again, Archer Army Purple, duplicate again. This is the last one. Is the Archer Army supposed to be the Archer Army Yellow, and that's it. So from now on, most of the characters we'll be working with is gonna be black, blue, purple, red, and yellow. So what you need to do right now is for each one of them, you have to change the animations like this. I will show you for the blue one. You don't need to be, going too much backward. You can just come and change the name of that thing above there, the name of the color, and it will basically change the folder for you directly. Now get the blue one. Same goes with shooting and run. Click the run, auto slice, select all, and we can add them. Get rid of the shoot also, and auto slice, select all, and we get it. Back to idle. What you actually need to change here also is the color of the progress bar according to the color of the character. For opening my field, I can come to field, click on the color, select the color picker, and I can select that color that I want. Don't forget also to change the select indicator since the color is also depending on the color of the character we're using. So come to label and change the color, select the color picker, and that's it. That's how it's made. Yellow is completely done. Back red, perfectly done as well. I can go back to purple, as you can see, perfectly done as well. Just make sure that the select indicator is always invisible by default. So just click on that small icon to hide it. For the blue one, we already made it. I showed you earlier how to make a blue one. Let's now just come here and we're gonna move this up a little bit. After creating the R shape, we're gonna right click and create a new folder. We're gonna call it Tower Archers. As you can see, I will have two different types of archer. This archer army are archers that I can control, send here and there, but this archer tower will be a bit different. They won't be moving around, they'll be just for defensive type. Now, same pattern again. We are looking for a character body 2D. We're gonna rename it as archer. We're gonna save it. Make sure we save it into what is it? Unit player or archer, and click on save. So add a child node to the archer. And instead of remaking everything from scratch, what I can actually do is come and copy a few things here. I can come and copy a name and shape, click on those two and copy. Go back to my archer. I can do pass as a child, and that's it. Now that this fun already made animation, I can just get rid of the run animation and keep idle and shoot. So for shooting, I'm going to increase the speed. Yeah, shooting speed was on 5. I don't know why I didn't increase the FPS there. So now I've manually come back to increase the speed of the shooting for each one of them. Shooting speed was way too slow because for 5 FPS, 5 FPS is a little bit slow. It looks like it's lagging or something. So make sure that it's 10 FPS. You can even go faster depending on how fast is your cooldown and how fast your share react to the detection of the enemies. For me, I think like 10 FPS is, you know, it's perfect for my visual representation on how my arrow or my archer is gonna shoot and how the arrow is gonna get off of the archer. And after getting the shape and the anim, add another child node. We're gonna add an area to the type. Let's rename the area as attack zone. So that attack zone are the child node you already know will add to an area 2D. We add a collision shape. Add another child node to the R shape. We're gonna add the marker. Now having that marker move it up on top of the character. Add another child node. We're gonna add the timer. And let's rename our timer as cooldown, which is cooldown timer. Every time character actually shoots at someone. Add another child node. We're gonna add the node 2D and let's rename the node 2D as sound effects. And inside that node, we're gonna add a node stream player and rename it. Rename it as shooting arrow. We can attach already the arrow sound here, shooting arrow. Now for the detector zone, we go for a collision shape like this. White color there. Level the grid. Zoom out a little bit, and I can increase the size, or I can manually come in, double click on that circle and change the radius back to 400. Yeah, 400 is perfect. Like lock the collision shape and I did. And that's it. I got my archer. Make sure that the archer is in the group, not arrow, is in the group, should be in the group player. Yeah, the group player, I guess. But do I need to make it in the group block building since it's gonna stand on top of the if it's standing on top of a building, we want it kind of stop the other buildings to be spawned next to it. We just keep it to the group in the group layer only. So as we did for the previous one, we now need also to rename first. Let's come and rename this archer as archer block. Now same principle as we use for the archer army, we have to duplicate it. Duplicates, Control D with the shoulder. So now archer blue, archer red, archer purple, archer yellow. Goes on the same principle. Archer red and archer yellow. Perfect. Now all of them are open. Now I need just to change, modify just the color of the animation, only an animation alone. Um, Instead of, just coming here and doing one by one, I can just come to the Archer Army blue, copy the animation there, run back to my Archer blue, delete that Archer and pass the new anim. It's kind of time saving than, redesigning everything on my own. Get rid of the run animation. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with this technique. I'll shape purple, come and copy it anim, copy, Go back to our shape purple, delete the previous anim, and paste the new one. Get rid of the run animation. Wonderful. Share red, copy paste, copy paste. The easiest way also to, work fast is to work on the principle where you can just duplicate one of the scenes and modify a few things instead of remaking everything from scratch every time. That takes a lot of time. And lastly, Archie yellow also, we just come and copy it, a name node, and get rid of the run animation here. Okay. And we get it. Let's save it. Back. Purple also. Blue. And finally the black one. Now let's attach script. So for the Arche towers, the name of the script is just going to be named as Arche. Now I just need to load for each of the Arche scripts. I wish there was a faster way to do this, but we can have shortcuts in life, uh, especially in this kind of work. Actually, they're shortcut, but not for everything. Just then that's it. I think I press Control A or something to open, the documentation. Now each of the Arche have their scripts. So for Arche Army, also we need to attach a script. So this one, we're gonna name it as Arche Army and remove the underscore. So just give the space Arche Army for the script name. I love to leave the animation always in idle, make it easier. We go again as we did for the Arche Army towers. We just load for each Arche Army is script, Arche Army script dot JD. Nothing easier to actually repeat it. As in, of course, like the coding, I'm gonna do it in the background. There is a lot of code when it comes to this unit, so I can be doing them on screen. It's gonna take me forever. And let's just go back to D. And everything seems to be all right. Uh, Now the script is done. Now I need just to find a way to attach the signals to each of the Archie armies. So first of all, what I need to do is press Control F to use the find. It's kind of like a filter to find whatever you're looking like. It's going to match the word that you're looking for. So here I know that I have a detector zone and it box. So signals should be kind of like area entered, body entered, or something like that. So what we do is now go to on hitbox area entered, and here it says on detector body entered. Now we need to move on the detector body entered and we connect those things. So the name was slightly different from what I was expecting. So what you need to do is just copy that signal that appear at the bottom of the script and come and paste it here. That's it. Now the signal is connected. I think, is there anything else that I need to connect here? Not the progress bar, the button. I guess button, I need to connect it on button press. Also need to be connected. Do I need anything else? I think that's pretty much it. Seems to take a lot of things and a lot of time, but it's just to replicate. So on it box area entered and the button press. I have to do this for every archer army, and also for the towers. I think that there will be a few signals that we need to attach. Archer army purple. Quite frankly, I hate this part where I have to connect the signals for each one of them. An easy way to kind of avoid this is if you code everything before you duplicate, in a manner that you create the black R shape first, all the signal already attached, then you duplicate only the R shape. The signal will be attached directly. Same for the script. But since I was going in this kind of duplicating first the R shape and attaching the signal and the script later on, it actually create more work for me to do. And again, as I said earlier in the tutorial, I said you can connect the signal via the codes, but I prefer to attach them manually because via the code, some of the time I kind of forget to write exactly the match of the signal to attach, which can cause also some troubles. Then now you don't know how to troubleshoot it. That's pretty much it. Now, when it comes to R-shape towers, which is R-shape black, the script is here also, but this script isn't bigger than the other one. Here we attach on body entered and on body exited. And we do it for every single one of them. Yeah, only on body entered and on body exit. So we do the same for R-shape blue, body entered, connect, body exited, connect as well. So I'm just gonna speed this up a little bit so that we can save a little bit of time and let's catch up once that's done. I'm done attaching all those signals. I can come back to Arche Army, go back to the script, and let's see. Is there anything that I forgot to connect here? Let's come to unit player, right click on it, all the new folder. We're gonna work on now the Lancer. So Lancers folder and add another folder again, right click, create new folder and warriors. So Lancers and warriors. Let's start with we're gonna come by click on add a node, and for most of the units, the root node is always a character body 2D type. So that character body 2D, we're gonna rename it as Lancer. And let's have our Lancer inside of the Lancers folder. And that's it. Now let's set it up real quick. When it comes to Lancer, that add a child node, we're gonna add an anim, which is an animated sprite 2D. Let's rename it control as anim. Right click, add a child node. We're going to add a collision shape 2D. That's collision shape 2D. Let's rename it as shape. Let's save up. Now, let's come to our shape black. We're going to copy all this. So we copy detector zone, hitbox, shield bar, shooting point, the button, the select indicator, the camera, the navigation agents, the predict cast, and the sound. So right click and copy. So now after copying them, let's go back to Lance and we're gonna pass them as child. Right. This saves a lot of time instead of redesigning everything from scratch. And that's it. Shooting point should be renamed as what can I call it? Mark marker. For the button, nothing to change. Let's scroll down. Now let's drag this a little bit down. So here we don't have shooting arrow. We're gonna rename it the spear. All right. Shield audio and everything remain the same. Now let's come first adding the animation. So when it comes to animating the Lancer, we start with idle as we should for most of the characters in the game. Using G on the keyboard to enable the move mode. Now back to select mode by pressing Q. I come to the animations and second animation is gonna be run. Let's increase the FPS to 10. Back to run, I'm gonna add another animation. That one we're gonna name it as attack. Let's increase the FPS. Let's copy that and paste it like maybe 5 times like this. So the first attack we're gonna attack down. Second attack is gonna be attack down on the side, which attack down side, and attack side, which attack on left and right side. That attack is attack up, and for this one we're gonna rename it as attack upside, side up, upside, whatever you want to name it. So this one is upside. But I would advise you to always keep the same name as I'm using for this animation. Don't because this will help you not messing up your codes. Because if the animations are not named similar to what is in the script, it's gonna get some errors in the script. It's gonna call onto the errors. So for the Lancer, I'm gonna go with the same technique again, duplicating these ones according to the color that I have. So we need a Lancer black, a Lancer blue. Let's just duplicate everything. Lancer blue. Double click to open after duplicating. Lancer purple. Lancer red. And Lancer yellow. Blue is open. Double click on purple to open it. Red to open it. And finally yellow. As you can see, I didn't add the animations to make it easy for me in a way that I do not need to come and delete the previous frames every time. All I just need to do now is just, come and add what I actually need to add here. So here we do black and we change also the name here is not our shape, but we're looking for something called Lancer. Lancer is, the complex set of animations. So we just need to pinpoint idle and whatsoever. Kind of love this Lancer, animation. But fun to look at. Right. Now, I copy the shape of the other one because it fits more onto the size of the animation. Should have actually duplicate after assessing the size of the character, but now I'm I'm kind of forced to modify everything that I've done so far. So there's this new option called pass as a replacement. It's not perfect yet. That's why I wouldn't really recommend you to use it on every type of node. It doesn't work for multiple selection and only works for one at a time, and only for a simple node, not a complex node. Right. Now I have to go all the way again. Launch a run. I wish I had a graphic designer, okay, not like a graphic designer, but a sidekick who would be doing all of these things, which consume my time, so that I can think on, more of the system behind the game than just designing everything every time. And right, this is perfect, guys. I would love to organize kind of like a camp competition to see which one of you actually tried to replicate this game better, and who actually, you can actually make it rather than I did with this project. I've done something that's quite kind of experimental. So I would like you guys to share with me the link on my email. You'll find my email address down in the description as well. I would like you to share with me all your projects. You can share video or whatever. Then I will publish it on the channel, and I will rank which one has the best game, or which one has made it better, or which one of you have made the best improvement to the game. And you can share the mechanic of the game, the idea behind the game, just by using the same ideas of characters that I use in my game. So I'll be very pleased to see that you have replicated this. Don't forget to share with me your game, the replica that you tried to create of the game. Then I'll make a whole video to share all your content on my channel. So as you can see, this is a little bit time consuming to pick each animation, and some of the time I kind of confuse which animation goes where, like attack up, attack upside. One of the time I just wrote them, but it's happened. There's nothing really I can do about that. Human mistakes. Now you can see all the animations are perfectly aligned, back to run and idle. Let's add a new animation that I forgot to add, was the guard animation. Uh, each of my units have like a guard setting, like a guard system, where when the life goes below 40%, it kind of randomly activate the shield protection, to protect itself against attacks on a random activation. Perfect. Now we can move few things here. Make sure that these two are not interpolating with the spear, as you can see here. So let's move them ahead here. Let's lock that. Come on, select indicator. I forgot it's locked. The select indicator should go a little bit on top of the, of these guys. And for more precision, when it comes to the progress bar and shield bar, I want to make sure that, same goes with the select indicator. Everything should be perfectly aligned. I prefer that. Perfect. Now I have to do this for all of these remaining ones. Let's catch up after that. Drop down with the Lancer. And now I can come to the Lancer. Make sure that in their respective groups, block building and player. I should have done it before duplicating. You see, this kind of errors that you should be avoiding as well. These are kind of mistakes you should be avoiding. I've been doing them quite a lot. I should have, after creating the first ever Lancer, add first the root node to the group. Because now I have more work to do. I have to go manually and add each one of them to its respective group. This is perfect and perfectly slow as well. Let it So, guys, for those of you who are asking me to cut in small chapters, I would have loved to do it, but every time I publish something on YouTube, which goes below something like 7 hours, it doesn't really get too much views. So my idea was just keep it to keep it above like at least 7 hours, so that I can get views according to the work I've done. I can be publishing videos of 1 hour, 2 hours. That's basically kind of wasting my time for just 400 views. And I don't know if something's wrong with the YouTube algorithm, but I'm not getting too much views these days. So I decided to stick with the long videos only. Now, after doing all that, you now need to attach a script. So I'm gonna go with Lance. Same technique as we did for all our share. We need to just kind of come to the inspector section and attach the script manually, manual scripting, which is good. You can also use the drag and drop technique, which I wouldn't really recommend much. And that's it. Back here. So before I even code, let me first attach few of this audio. This is a pain in the ass, as you can see. Now I have to go all the way around, and each one of them have to add that sound. So this one, I would just advise you guys to do it on your own. It's quite a little bit hard for me to kind of be playing around with the sound, adjusting it. There's really not much difficulty to actually set up this audio stream player. All you need to do is attach the audio that you require. Right, scripting done. And again, we go back to the old system where we have to attach every signal manually. So we got on hitbox array entrance. This is my hitbox. I need to attach a signal to back signal section on array entrance. Make sure first to copy this name, close this, because this script for Lance or Share are coming from my old script, so I'm not sure how the signal name might be different. For the button, I don't think anything has changed. So for button, just press button. And for the data zone on body entrance, it's perfect. Now I can double click on body entrance and connect it. And that's it. Now we need to replicate it for all of these remaining ones. So what I can do is let me speed this up real quick. I will catch up once all the signals are attached to its respective script. Done attaching those signals. Now we can focus on our lance and how they actually look. Back to inspector. When picking the root node, as you can see, you can change this manually, but I don't really think that affects too much. Let's press on Control D on the lance block and duplicate it, and we're gonna rename it as night. Oh my god, I forgot how to spell night. Now let's move our night into the warrior folder. They're gonna ask, okay, just okay. I can close the Lancer section. I can open now my knights. And we can now start designing the knights. Should be a warrior, knight, whatever. Doesn't really matter how you call it. So the knight, and let's start changing the name here. Is not spear sound, is now sword. And the animations here. We get rid of the animations. All of the animations. You can just get rid of the root node, not the root node, the anim node, and create a new one from scratch. But I want just to show you also how to delete those animations that you not need no more. So for my knight does not really have complicated animations. Unlike the Lancet doesn't have attack based on the direction, but it only has like attack 1 and attack 2, which are perfectly easy to implement in the game. For the attacks, I'm gonna put these two attacks. I'm gonna put the FPS to 12, and finally my last animation is run and set the FPS to 10. Maybe 12, make it a little bit faster. That come here and we do knights. We just write warrior, sorry, not knight, and that's perfect. But my warrior is not yellow first. The first one is the black here, the black warrior. Select the animation respectively, and now I'm not gonna lie to you. This is one of the best designs I've seen of this knight. It looks so clean, perfect. Now move on to the next one. Auto slice, select all of them. Animation is perfect. And for adapt 2, as you can see, auto slice is failing here. You can just manually count how many frames you have there. And like every time I keep on forgetting to add the guard animation. As you can see, there is this squad animation where he uses the shields to protect himself. The Lance uses the spear as a shield, but yeah, him is different. He has the shield to protect himself. Perfect. Collision shape fits perfectly. Same goes with the hitbox. Back in my knight. What can I change on my knight again? I think not much change. So let's come to my knight, and we're gonna rename it as Knight Black. And same, we went on the same principle last time. You just need to duplicate it according to the colors that we actually need in the game. Ash, we need Knight Black, Knight Blue, Knight Purple, Knight Red, and finally Knight Yellow. Open each one of them and go back to the design again. Remember, when you're changing the colors, things that you need to change is the progress bar, which shows the life, the color of the progress bar. You change the color of the progress bar. You also change the select indicator color and the animations. Here, I'm just showing you how to do this a little bit quick. As you can see, now I have to do this for all of them real quick, designing them. As you can see, for the warriors or the knights, they have a different group. They have an extra group where they need to be added, which is the warrior group. Make sure you're always on the root node, which is the correct ability to this, that the root node name is 9. Otherwise, you'll be attributing correct other nodes to group where they do not belong, and that's gonna mess up a lot of things. And inspector should go off. This select indicator should go off as well. All the setting like in off mode. And talking back to that competition that I gave you guys to recreate all of this, what I can actually advise you is also you can create a system where these are shared and actually have an upgrade where they can upgrade in terms of speed and power, range, or whatsoever. I'll be very pleased to see some of you just trying to replicate and send me your final result of the game. I would just ask for a video, maybe 5 to 10 minutes of your gameplay. And, my email address is always open to the public every time, anytime. And I'll be, I'll be waiting. I'll be very pleased to see every work that uh, you'll be doing. So right now, I was just attaching a few of my scripts for the night script. You already know how to do that with the Archer, the Lance, and all those other characters. It's pretty easy to implement. Lance, and here they are. Let me code this real quick. Here they are. And fortunately for me, you see the fact that I have duplicated this knight from I've duplicated the knife from the Lance. The signal were already attached. Now I do not need to come and do it manually. All I just need to check is, are they really clearly and specifically well attached? I think they are, which is pretty awesome. And you can see also here, you can modify the things, but I don't really think it would be relevant to modify anything from here. Let's close this. That done. Let's come here, right click, create a new folder. We're gonna name it monks. Now, let's design the monk. The root node is a character body 2D that we're gonna name as monk. Let's go back and we're gonna save it in the folder name as monks. Add a child node. We're gonna come here and add an animated sprite 2D. So the pattern says similar to the one that you have created the one we've created for the Lance and others. Just need a character body 2D, a shape cast 2D, collision shape 2D, serious kind of things. And I think also a navigation agent 2D for AI movement, you see, for pathfinding and all of those kind of things. So for the monk, the animations are pretty easy. Also, we have the idle animation, the run, and heal animation. So if I go back here, instead of warrior, type like monk, all these implementation are pretty easy to add in the game. And that's pretty much it. Let's add two other animations. So we're gonna come here and rename this one as heal, and this one's gonna be run. That comes to heal, and we're gonna add the animation here, heal. I'll select that one. But I just realized, like, even for heal, like, it doesn't really perfectly slice it. I really hope that it's gonna make an improvement about this, if possible. Yep, that's it. That ingredient is to 10, maybe 12. Yeah, 12 is better. We're gonna disable the looping. So, let me be run animation. Auto slides down, and now we got reanimation and increase to 10. Because what do I do? We can save that. Um, now we rename the collision shape as shape, and we can change the shape to match the size of the image that we are seeing on the screen. Nothing to go. You don't really need to go precisely on the shape of the image, just something that can really show the shape of the animated sprite. Really. Let's come to Nightblood. I'm gonna copy the detector zone. I'm gonna copy um, the predicasts. Let's see, from here also I can copy from there. Now I can come here and paste it. So we copy from detector zone up to the camera. We can check the collision shape. Questions would be quite big too much for me. So I'm gonna treat it to 400. Let's say 300. 300 seems to be all right. When it comes to the hitbox seems to be perfect. I think for the progress bar and the shield bar, just need to move them a little bit lower to match it. I can also change the size of it to make it a little bit longer, like 100. Right now I have to modify it manually because I couldn't like selecting both of them. I couldn't change them through the inspector. So now I have to modify them like this. Uh, I'll be very pleased to create a game, a game about, an arcade game, a 2D arcade game or something very fun for me. But I never really found an asset pack where I can create kind of animations or games. I'll be very pleased if I can find any creator or graphic designer who can actually make those kind of asset pack, a full asset pack, not only like a single character. Yeah, and just playing around with the design of the progress bar to make it thinner and too much, Monk doesn't really have anything special about it, besides the fact that it can actually be summoned to heal the unit that I have on the game. Let's add a child node, and the child node we're adding is the sprite 2D that we're adding directly to the select indicator, and that sprite we're gonna rename it as cursor, right? Usually that's good. Now let's get rid of the dots inside the select indicator label, and now we can look for, yeah, this is this is okay, I guess. Yeah. Now I just need to make it big, kind of fits this rectangular shape. Something is really off about this now. Let's send the Z index behind, and I can send the progress bar a little bit above here. But still, I just think the design is not right. So the one I'm thinking about is another design, which a little bit, a little bit wider than this one. This one is too thick, so let's go to the cursor. Yeah, this one exactly. You see how wide it is. This fits perfectly. And if I come to the cursor, what I can also do is reduce it a little bit so that it can match character size. This is perfect. I'll come to cursor. We're gonna come to visibility. In self-modulate, I'm gonna set the alpha value to 100 and pick the color to the progress bar color now. For each character of monk, red, blue, yellow, purple, gonna be different colors also respectively. Add a child node to the monk. We're gonna add a timer. Let's rename the timer as user timer. After that, I will come to just the progress bar. We got the marker, the button, and select and detect on the cursor. You just need to move the timer about here. So it's select and detect on the camera. Let's add another child node. We're gonna add a node 2D and let's rename it as sound effects. Add a child node to that sound effects. We're gonna add that audio stream player in my region here. Let's duplicate it. The first one, I'm gonna rename it as Hit Audio. Second one as Deaf Audio. Third one, Hits Audio. And finally, I can duplicate again the last one and create Okay, let's get rid of these two. I don't think I need them. So we got click, left, and now attribute the sound that they require, things like mouse, left audio, symbols, man that screaming, and the audio, hurt, and man being hurt. And that is. Seems all right now. For the monk, we're gonna go on the same principle as we did for most guys. Just need to make sure that when duplicating, we change the color of the cursor, the color of progress bar, changing those respectively. Let's scroll down. Let's come to the monk folder. Let's rename it. So we're gonna rename it monk blood, and now I can duplicate monk blue, red, purple, and yellow. If you want your game to feel even more alive, what you can do is actually reuse also the old units on the very first pack. Kind of create like a larger population in the game. They didn't do it. You can also use the bridges that used to have in the very first asset pack. I didn't use it here neither. Uh, mission. The designing is done. Let's go to the monk, and we gotta switch to the respective groups. So the first group is block building, and the second one is the player. I should have done that while creating the first monk to avoid all this side work. As you can see, the colors are actually big. We got a yellow, red, and no, yellow is just everything that is, and that's pretty much it. Now we gotta go to the script, touch the script to each of the monk. Look on here, click on that small icon. Now we type monk inside the filter. The monk behavior isn't really that much complicated. It's just basically, um, you know, a simple principle working. You can control it, you can move it around. What you actually do is just every time one of your units of goes below 40%, just got someone, the monk got someone on move around. Yeah, I was just checking the set of the button if it was actually, really cool. So something that I forgot also to add here is the cursor. The cursor as a script. It's nothing really much. It's just I wanted this small effect where the cursor is kind of pulsing, changing the size, scaling in and out, in and out, in and out to make it, to make the game a little bit more dynamic. Now all I'm doing is just loading the same script for each of the cursor across each unit color. Now I can go back here. I'm gonna code this real quick. Same goes with the cursor also. Now, something I forgot to add to most of my monks is a navigation agent coding. I actually mentioned it when I had a bit, but I forgot to actually add it in the final design. So now in my code, it's require, and also it he'll cool, he'll cooldown timer. All I just do is duplicate it from the use timer, and that will be pretty much that. Um, use timer is perfectly there. So I'm gonna come and copy heal, cooldown, and other ones, and just pass them everywhere across each of the monk. It doesn't depend on what order they are, whether they are last on the on the node structure. As long as they are there, monk will still work properly. And now after that, you need to attach your signals. Yeah, here we are. Equals area entered. So I need to attach also the signals here. On Xbox, on Hitbox area entered. Do we got anything else beside that? No, nothing yet. I think so far that's the only signal we got from here. And maybe the button press signal also. No. So we don't actually need that detector zone that I just added. So now we can get rid of this everywhere. And same goes with the marker. Do you actually need the marker? We don't. Same goes with the button. It is not body but area entered. Yeah, that was just a small designing issue. So no need of the button. Yeah, this is okay. So get rid of the detector zone. Attach the signal to the hitbox. Get rid of the marker. Get rid of the button also. The design is a little bit. So get rid of the button. Which I forgot. Now we got a monk. The purple monk is okay. Signal attached. Detector zone off. Button and marker off. And attach the signal. Move on to the next one. Push the monk yellow. And we use the same principle as well. Get rid of the marker button. And that's it. Connect the signal. I can scroll back to the top of the script. Now, if I come to the cursor, as you can see, I told you my cursor is just that pulse, the pulse thing, so nothing affected so much. You can see the designs, the design of the monk is. Click into the folders, right click on unit player, create a new folder, and we're gonna name that one as pounds. Perfect. Now let's come to pounds, right click, create a new folder. We're gonna name that one as AI. Open it, right click again, add another folder. We're gonna name that one as player. So my main idea is to create a pound and a player, which most are almost alike, but the player will be controlled manually and the pound will be controlled by an AI system. So as for most of the units, the root node we are using here is a character body 2D. I'm gonna save it inside the pound AI folder. Click on save, and let me go quick on the setup of this thing. So first thing we add as a child node is an animated sprite 2D for the visual. Let's rename that animated sprite 2D as anim. Add another child node, which is a collision shape 2D. Rename it shape. and save that. Let's go to the animation first before adding any further. So I'm gonna scale this up. Let's go and add more animations here. As you can see, click on the small icon. First animation, we are creating is called idle. Make sure the auto play is on and the FPS at 10. Now I can come here and write here pound and change here the yellow to black. Now selecting idle seems to be perfect, but wait. So idle without anything, without any tool, without any object. And that's pretty much it. Now, here, something that's actually become a little bit redundant is the fact that I'm going to use idle underscore the thing that is holding. So idle axe, idle pickaxe, idle knife, idle hammer, idle meat, idle gold. You see, according to what is actually holding. So animation might be a little bit repetitive, but this is the easiest way I found to animate and kind of find the best thing between changing the tools. So it's via the animations instead of recreating each of the pawn with a specific tool. So now we got idle, normal idle, idle axe, gold, hammer, knife, meat, pickaxe, and idle wood. So we go on and we just locate where it's written and we just select and pass everything that we need. So as you can see, the work on the pound will actually be other than other units, because the pound has so many animations and it's a little bit complicated as compared to the others. Luckily for you guys, I'm not showing you the script or the code itself, because the code is also way more complicated than anything I've ever done so far. System of changing jobs and all of that it was quite a challenge to achieve, especially when we are creating the job system here. Based on, I based myself on the old model where I was commanding the pound via the inputs map. Now using the agent navigation 2D was a little bit challenging. Right, these animations are pretty awesome. Yeah, that it. And one of my biggest dreams was actually to learn how to do this in high school, so that I could create a group, you see, with some of my friends, and we could do this in a group instead of me just working alone on this kind of big projects, which is time consuming and really exhausting at a time. Now, start creating the animation. We go on the same principle for the run animation. So make sure that the run animation is on 12 FPS, or we can set it at 10, whatever you want. Again, we go on the same principle. This thing is a little bit time consuming. Right. We go run axe. You see those tools and objects are used for idle animation. It goes actually, like, it goes the same for run animation. So we go with run axe, run gold, run armor, run knife, run meat, run pickaxe, and run wood. Now we need also to add few of those animations, but let's first focus on this one. So after run meat, now we need run pickaxe, and finally run wood. Let's add the animations now. Yeah, that's perfect. So now coming to this round one, we just need to increase the FPS to 12 and start picking the actual animation that we need. As you can already see it, when you're doing this for the Pound Blake, it's consuming a lot of time and energy. Just picture it's doing it for all those four colors, those four remaining colors, the blue, red, purple, and yellow. That's why I prefer to do it behind the scene. Otherwise, like YouTube have a limit of 12 hours, so I couldn't extend my tutorial to something way bigger than that. I could have also, speed this up, but I want you to see on the screen by yourself how everything's supposed to be set up and how you're gonna spend a lot of time on these things. You can just magically wake up and create a game like this from scratch. So you might take like 1, 2, 3, or 4 days to actually grasp how this project can be big. Work on only the design and the coding part. I've already done it for you, so you won't really have to troubleshoot many things. Even though you might have to correct some code, if you're working on a different project using my project as a template. Now all those run animations are done. Yeah, and this is perfect. I love how smooth these animations are. And now let's add animation there. We're gonna come here and rename this one as use. Now for use animation, the use animation is just the tool because we do not need to use, let's say, use meats. What am I going to use the meat for? So in the animation here we have use X, use hammer, use pickaxe, and use X. Basically, this use underscore the name of the tool. I want also on the same principle to code this. So basically, I'll be checking the prefix plus the name of the tool to run the animation. Actually, no, you don't really need to know that since I'm not showing you all that coding thing. So the name of the animation inside the folder is called Interact, but I just found that Interact was too long for an animation name. That's why I prefer to use something like use, which was easier to use also while coding. So while splitting this on auto slice, some of them are not perfect. You might actually need to count how many frames on the picture for you to slice it manually on Interact. Now, as you can see, I come on auto slice, then it doesn't slice perfectly. So you have to go manually right for there. Let's go on to increasing the FPS to 12. For all the use animation, you need the FPS to 12. And auto slice, this one auto slice perfectly. Now I've got all these animations, set them to 12. Now we are done with all of them. I can go back to my idle animation. Let's come to the shape. Let's zoom in so that we can see better the shape. I mistakenly press Ctrl A instead of Ctrl S. So let's come here. We're gonna attach a shape. We're gonna use a capsule shape, and let's try to fit the size of the character. As you can see, this is perfect. Let now Ctrl L and hide that part. And now this is perfect, as you can see here. I do not need to recreate everything from scratch. I can just come to night black, and I'm gonna come and copy a few things here. We're gonna copy from the detector zone up to the sound effects. Copy there, Control C. Let's go back to my pawn. We're gonna come here and pass as a child. Now we got all of this. Here the detector zone where I can change the size. Oh my god, this detector zone is a little bit too large as compared to what we actually need. Let's come here. We're gonna change the radius to 250. 250 seems to be alright. And when come to the hitbox is okay. Let's go to the progress bar and the shield bar. You just need to lower it a little bit down here. Yeah, that's pretty much awesome. So for the marker, nothing to change. When it comes to the button, nothing else to change. But the select indicator, yeah, the select indicator, I'm gonna get rid of this, and then I'm gonna copy the select indicator that I use for the monk with the cursor, as you can see there. I don't need the dot system, I just need the cursor system. So pass to the child now, but to the mode instead of the script. mode. You will see how this actually looks like. Let's move down here and at the child node, we're gonna add something called a timer. The timer, let's rename the timer as use timer. I could have just actually copied it from the monk. I don't even know why I didn't do that. Use timer just on top of the navigation agent. So let's reduce the size of that first. Now, add another child node. What we're gonna add here is a control node type. So my control node type, I'm gonna come add a child node to it. We're gonna add a button. Add one button first. Let's press on that button and press Ctrl D to duplicate at least 5 of them. And I'm gonna move sound effects. I need to move sound effects on top and get rid of this. Let now add a child node to sound effects. I'm gonna add a audio stream player node and duplicate it. Now we're gonna start. This audio actually need this hammer underscore. I can get just straight underscore and just hammer audio knife audio. Sorry. Next one on the list is pickaxe audio. All these sounds are actually for the tools that the pound will be using. Axe audio. Now done with the tools, we're gonna go with the equip sound because I'm planning on creating a tool menu where when you pick one of the tools, you kinda does that equip audio like you equipped it in item or something. We got the click audio for the button. We got the death audio when the character dies. We got the hit audio when you get hit by something, whether you got caught into the fire or something like that. So we're gonna go again on the same principle, just click on the quick load and attribute the sound that's actually required. As you can see, I'm not really going into customization of the audio stream. That I will leave it to you for you to change the volume according to what you actually prefer. For me, I prefer something a little bit quiet. You will hear it in my panel tutorial game, or you will find it directly in my project file. I always prefer something a little bit quieter. That's awesome. That's pretty awesome. Now let's go to X and the X editing flash. You can hear it, but I'm trying to set it up for myself. And since we're already doing this right now here, I won't really need to do it once my pawn has created alternative colors like yellow, purple, and whatsoever. I won't really need to redo everything from scratch when going there. For the equip item, I got this sound equip. Yeah, not bad. I go to the click audio is. You can even go and download other preferences that you prefer. I will leave the link in the description to where I got all these audios. There is Open Art Game, which is a website where you can find free sound effect and music for the game. But for this project, I use Pixabay, which is an Android app where you can download also free copyright songs and sound effects for your game. But this sound okay. I'm using the same variant for all the units, like just changing the pitch so that the sound kind of like different, but they are still the same. Now, when it comes to the button, we're just going to name them according to what actually their function. So for the first button, name hammer. The second one is pickaxe. The third one is a hand, since we can unselect, like we can set our pawn to go jobless, like when you select the hand tool. So we got a knife, and lastly, we got the axe. Yeah. Now all of them are here. I'm gonna come here, and now I need to locate and add the icons, so I can actually pinpoint the location of the hammer tools. I can find the folder, exact folder where I can actually find them. So now I have to just look around and try to find them. And they're not, yeah, they could be, but these are not the tools actually I need. These are icons. Yeah. Looking for not in buttons, either. Not in sword. I do not remember exactly where I saw them. UI icon. No, these are the old ones, which are pretty, I can say, pixelated. Maybe in new, but not icon. I'm pretty sure they're not these ones that I'm looking for. So let's just come here and say pickaxe. Can't can't still cannot find it. Just remember that we're in a folder called tool. What's the folder called? Yeah, we're in a folder called tool, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go to let's try to find a folder named tool. No, not in table, wood table neither. Right, make maybe a little bit sense if I found them in maybe one of these units. Or yeah, exactly. So tool folder, yeah, this is the one I was looking for. So now, as you can see, these are more of the icons for picking up the tools that you require for the game. Now I'll go one by one and just go back and select the tool, the appropriate tool. You can recognize them by just the shape, unless if you don't know the difference between the pickaxe and the axe. You just load it one by one. Knife, axe. What am I doing? And the axe. So when it comes to the hand I'm just gonna use quick load and pick this animation of the cursor, like we kind of like a pointing end somewhere there. Let enable the grid. Now I'm gonna come and select all of them, come to theme override, and go on the same principle as we did for most of the guys. You just make them transparent, and we select our preset, which is transparent preset. So from there, we also go to press transparent. Again, here you can experiment. Always go experiment. What you can do here is break the link. You can see that small icon like kind of link. Break the link, and you can design a new preset for when the mouse is over the tool, when it's pressed, when it's focused. But you see, I'm breaking the link between them. After breaking the link, you can actually modify that preset. It won't really affect the change one. So lock the anim also node. Now I can move around the tools. I'm just gonna set them around the player. If you've seen in my previous tutorial, what I did is create a kind of like was it like, it was like kind of a panel. I didn't really like that design. I didn't really like it much. That's why I go on this principle, like the tool are going around. In my final project game, I even like it to kind of rotate the tool to shuffle them or something like that. That would be pretty awesome to see. I will try to make that. Not sure yet, but I will try to make it in my final project. So in my final uploaded project file, I will upload this current file, which is a project I'm making right now. The advanced one, which will be my final game. The game itself exported on Windows, and also the PDF tutorial, which will be helpful to you guys, I guess. So now it depends on where you want to set the tools. I don't want them to be too close to the character, neither too far from them. And also something that that I didn't take in account is the fact that you see that a rectangle, that square shape that's the size of the button. So if they are interpolating, it's going to affect the character too much. So the size of the tool is too small. You can actually scale them up, but I won't do it right now. So we can actually scale them up to fit what you actually want. Now let's move this a little bit down here. Select the pound. We're gonna go to the groups. The pound goes to the group block building, pound, and player. Let's save that. Now selecting all these tools using shift, as you can see, they are not interpolating, which is already great to me. What actually I'm missing here? What else can I add? So manually and visually, this is good. I can control this pound manually and visually, which is already pretty easy to do. So right now, all you need to do now is just duplicate the AI character here, create the variants, the color variants, the black first by renaming the first scene you already saved. Come to Control D to duplicate and create blue, purple, red, and yellow. Now, after duplicating all of them, what we actually need to do would be to change the color of the select indicator, the cursor, I mean, and change the animations, change the progress bar color. But something that I actually find useful before duplicating up to the very last one of them is I came to the blue one and clear all the animations to make it easy before duplicating the purple, red, and yellow. Just from the blue one, I get rid of all these frames, so it will be easy for me when I'm working on the next stage. As you can see, I'm mistakenly pressing both keys that watch it end up looking at that menu. Don't really pay attention to that thing. So getting rid of these all these animations also kind of take time because these animations are quite yeah, what am I actually pressing here? Get rid of it. Could have done this behind the scene, but I just wanted to show we can save a lot of time by getting rid of the animation before duplicating to up to 4 or 5 of these variants. I'm still on run, as you can see. I don't know if I'm gonna make in the future another update to this game, but I'll be very pleased to make an update. But that time won't be a tutorial update; it will just be a show off. I'll be showing you what exactly I updates to the game, then upload the updates on the same link as the current one, so that for all those who already paid for this asset or the project, all those who will be paying for the project, we just have to go back inside the folder and re-download the new updates instead of paying again. You know, this this will actually be better. Right. Now I'm really expecting this to sell off really good because it's an upgrade. Then I spent a few weeks working on this project, upgrading the game and making the tutorial for YouTube. That take me a lot of time. Now after that, I can now come on the blue and duplicate him. So now we have a purple which is clear of any animation. Yeah, empty animations. And duplicate it again, get the red, duplicate it again, and finally we'll get a yellow. We get a yellow. And that's it. I'm done with the design. Now, as you can see, I can add a predicate cast. Then if I come to pound blue, I can come and add again the predicate cast here. The pound blue has changed the color. Pound purple, same principle. Predicate cast hidden. You can see for each one of them, I've changed the just a color according to the character. Same goes with the progress bar, which makes it actually better. Something that doesn't really change is the shield bar. I just kept it green for all of them to make it easy for me. Now that I'm done with all of that, we now need to attach a script. So I'm gonna come here and click on attach a script and rename the script as pound. Now let's come to pound red and we're gonna load the script. You already know how to load it. You just come to the filter setting and you just tap pound and now attach it to all of the pound. All these pounds now just are gonna share the same script, which is my pound.gd. I'll show you very shortly how the pound script can be very complicated, like it's really long. Here we are. This is the pound script. Now we need to attach a lot of signals here. So we're gonna start with on_on, like by pressing Ctrl F for the found tool. Now if I move down here, I need to find these signals for for the tools. So I come here, when I click on press, you attach the signal. Same goes if I click on press again here. So for each one of the tools, I need to attach a signal press. Pressed. The pound script makes it a way harder. As you can see, I have at least 844 lines code. If you remove the space, it might like fall to 600, but still, it's one of the largest as compared to the others. So after connecting the button script, the button signal as well, we're gonna come and connect the user time and the detector area. So we go detector zone, we come here on detector area for the entrance. So copy that and now we can connect because the name can differ a little bit. On detector zone area entered, on hitbox area entered. Let's see if there is there any other thing that I need to connect here? If I scroll up here, let's keep on moving. Let's keep moving. I don't think we actually do have anything else to connect up here. Because up here, all I just functions for most of the jobs, tools, animation, and state machine. See how long it is? It was quite easier when I just, started from pound, manually connect control. When I press my arrow key, then the pound just move around. Then now we went from that to this complicated, way complicated system here. I can decrease some of the tool cooldown here. Now we got my pound and all the signals are attached, perfectly attached. I have to do this again for all of these. Connect the buttons manually here. So let's go there and I will do it in the background. All the signals are attached. I can move down here. As you can see, all the signals are attached. I can even run my game. As you can see, I can pick the tools. But something that actually occurs is you can see the button here, which makes the pound tool section visible. It's not really transparent. It's giving me that gray looking box that I did not want for my game. So now it's time to kind of work on the strings. It's time to modify a few things here. As you can see, I didn't actually add that quick transparent preset for every button that I've created so far. We always skip one line and attach that transparent. Skip one setting and attach again. Now this is quite annoying to do. And finally here also we replace it by the para. Oh, I forgot to actually break the link between these guys. Just in case you guys in the future want to modify how the button reacts when the mouse is over when it's pressed, you can do that. I'm gonna copy the button from yellow, and what I'm gonna do is come here and pass as a replacement. Again, this new feature that they added in Godot 4.7 is this pass as a replacement does not work on complex nodes. Some of the time, for multiple selection, it doesn't really properly work. So I recommend you to be very careful when using it. But so far, it's working for simple nodes and especially for single node. Now, as you can see, I can click on my pawn and it activates the tools. I can select a tool, move around, and that's awesome. Let's go back to 2D, and I'm gonna come to this guys. As you can see, I told you you can scale them up if you want. And also let's center the icons, expand icon on. Let's come to click on layout, move down, come to transform, and in transform, if you want to kind of scale them up, you can do this. As you can see, this is good, but I won't do it here. I'll do it later. I will actually need to scale them up because they're too small right now, but I won't do it right now. I'll do it later. So run the game again. Let's click on it. You can see the tools are too small. That's why I will scale them up later in the background when I will just remember. Awesome. Back to the script. Let's move up here. What we can do. What can we do here? On the phone, so the shield bar. Is the shield bar properly? Okay. Let's delete the shield bar. Oh yeah, just remember that I copy all the section from the monk, but not from the monk, but the knight. As you can see, my pawn does not need a shield because I don't have a shield animation for the pawn. So I can get rid of the, the shield progress bar, which was named a shield bar. Now if I rerun my game, oh, this is awesome. Now the tools are a little bit more free and it's easy to pick each one of them. Today we're gonna come to monk. Let's come to monk do and run it. Let's see how it also behaves. So as you can see, the monk does not really have any manual command that he can receive or any instruction. So the monk is just there to be summoned to heal something. Let's run the knight. As you can see, the knight also has that same issue that I had with the button on the pawn AI, where the button had that weird behavior passed as a replacement. As I remember using the same button. Yeah, I remember keeping the button as copied, so I can just come and pass as a replacement on all these guys. My brain is getting fried right now. I'm not even clearly seeing what I'm doing right now. Right. So just pass as a replacement. I would advise you to take breaks and walk in the nature. Then don't get stuck onto the things too much. It actually kills eyes and rotten brains. And yeah, as you can see, now it activates, but I don't like the fact that the activation, you know, that small activation select indicator. I wanted to say, the select indicator button is appearing way up there because my progress bar has that preset where if it's not under attack, you cannot see the life until like it's getting attacked or it's getting healed. So the select indicator being on top of everything kind of ruins the fact, kind of ruins its looks. So actually, I'm just moving them down. I don't even know if I'm moving them accurately. I don't know if I'm moving them accurately. So actually, the placement of each select indicator might differ according to the color of the units. I don't mind that. And finally, the black one now. Running this test also actually ensure that you don't really have to fix everything once you have designed every piece of the game in a manner that once the game is completed, now you have so many bugs that you have to fix. You can also test each of the characters one by one to see what's going on with them, if they properly work or not. As you can see, I can activate and deactivate them by clicking on them. Let's go back now. After testing the knight, you can test the lancer. So run Godot. Again, you can see the same issue that I had with the button appears to be everywhere versus the replacement. Fixing them early in your projects will actually help you save a lot of time. But of course, like errors can always happen, so be ready for anything that can randomly pops up in your game and ruin your mood. That's the replacement now. I can test it. Can test each one of them. Each one of them, like you can singly test one by one. I'm not doing it on the screen, testing one by one because I already done that in the background. I already run that check in the background to see how each of the units actually behaves. And again, I found it phenomenal that it's better for me to test them here and place the select indicator down here. If you want to skip this part, you can just skip by it because right now I'm just correcting a few things. I could have done this in the background, but just trying to show you how, the look also a little bit matters when it comes to the placement of each node on the screen, especially the one that actually shows indication that one of the pawn is active, one is not, one of the lancer is active, and the other one is not. The thing I didn't think of is the multi-selection. The color, the out unit. In my current game project, you cannot select, you cannot actually spawn black knight and red lancer in the same game. The moment you choose the color at the beginning of the game, you won't really have a mix of color inside the game. Let's run the archer. As you can see, we already get an error, which is a script error thing. Trying to assign value of tab animated sprite 2D on a tab of area 2D, which was an error from my side, is use the correction that was needed. Now if I run it back, as you can see, the archer tower, they do not have a they don't have a camera. They don't have a camera. That's why you can actually see them centralized on the screen like that. I'll just come here and Control C the camera so that I can come and pass the camera everywhere. Don't worry, this camera won't really bother the main camera of the game because all of this will be deactivated by the main global script. You see that global autoload script deactivates any other camera and only use the main camera in my game, which focus mostly on the player, which we will create later after this. If I run my game, yeah, here it is. Here's my archer. Let's come to archer army yellow. If I run it, we still have that same bullshit that we got at the beginning. The button having that race thing. We can come and copy the button from the lancer. And all we need to do is just pass that button everywhere in archer. Pass it as a replacement. Classes replacement. So far, we have achieved something. We have worked on something already big, because the complexity of what we have achieved right now is already beyond what we have done so far in any of my tutorials. None of them actually comes to a level of complexity of this level. Once that's done, we can come up to here, and yeah, that's it. Like come to my folder section, I'm gonna come here and press Ctrl D to duplicate the folder and rename it as players. Click on OK. So let's get rid of the old folder which was named player, and now I can come to my players and I'm gonna open it. Let's first rename it. So this one we're gonna rename it as player. Let's do this for all of them. There is nothing much to change between the pound and player, because what actually changing between the pound and the player is the fact that the player is the main central unit in my game. The camera follows him around, is the one commanding most of the units, and is the one controlling most of the mechanic of the game. So I really hope there is no much change to do, because like you can see how complicated it is to be redesigning one by one each one of these varieties of pounds. I can come here and rename the script also. Let open pound black, player black, player blue, player purple, player red, and player yellow. Now I can come back to player black. Fade out supposed to load because I can come to my root node and change the name to player. Now I got player renamed perfectly as it should. Now I can come here and reduce this here. Let's close this up. We can come here and drag this down and see what we can change. So first of all, we gotta get rid of few nodes. So navigation agent and predict cast should go. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Get disconnect. We have to disconnect the script there. Same goes here. We disconnect this script there. We get rid of the navigation agent and the predict cast. Move on to the next one, which is not purple. We get rid of I didn't get rid of the scripts, navigation agent, and the predict casts. Gotta go. Let's set that up. Let's move again, and we repeat the same process for all of the units. Also, I forgot to change the name of each one of these root nodes. It just kept onto pound. Just need to rename it as player. It won't really affect much, but just for the sake of order, I just need everything to be named as it should. Now we got purple, the red one, and this one we have to rename it first. Player, disconnect the script, save there. We get rid of these two nodes, and that's pretty much it. When it comes to this, we'll go back to purple, blue, and black. Now let's attach a new script. Something is off about this player script. Where is the player script field already with the pound code actually? This is a normal. So let's open my unit player, open the AI. As you can see, this one, nothing has changed. But if I open the pound, the player script itself, it kind of copied something that it shouldn't have. So let's get rid of all of this. It doesn't really affect the player. Now all I need to do is make sure that each of the scripts has the player script attached. Each one of the players has the player script attached onto them, since that's the same procedure we've been using so far. And finally, we have to do it also for the yellow. The yellow now, layer purple and layer black. Let me code this real quick, then we'll catch up later. Yeah. I'm done scripting them. Now I can come back to 2D mode, and when it comes to animation, just keep it simple. Idle animation here. I can run my game, and let's see how it behaves. So here you can see I'm using my arrow key here to move my character. It doesn't really show because the background is gray, but the character is currently moving. I can perfectly also select the tools. Here is I'm working on when I'm pressing the hammering tool, and this is the X. Let's choose the knife. Yeah, this is all right. Just like okay. I kind of like it. I like the smoothness, how the tools shift, and how I can actually select between tools. Even if I come here and run the red one, just for the sake of showing you that it doesn't really affect anything, whether it's red, purple, blue, black. The animation's still the same, and that's it. Let's clear this. I can now come here and close this, and let's reduce this. Beautiful. They go back to player yellow, go back to inspector. Right. Let's come on the root node and create a new folder. The new folder is going to be unit goblin now. So name the folder unit goblins. Right click on the unit goblins, add another folder. We're going to name that one as barrel. Like come to barrel and add another folder. We're going to call that one as barrels. Open that folder, and inside again the barrel root folder. Create another folder. That one we're going to name it as bosses. Boss. Right. Now we have barrel here and the boss barrel folder right below that. There won't be very much difference between the design of the boss and the normal barrel, beside maybe the power ups and the size. So when it comes to this one, the design remains the same. We always go with the root node of character body 2D. And for the character body 2D, we're gonna come and rename it as Goblin Barrel. And now to that Goblin Barrel, we need to add a few nodes to complete this. So before even going further, just press Ctrl S, locate our folder where to save it, unit Goblin inside barrel, and we can remove the underscore to just keep it like unit space with maybe unit underscore barrel. That's all right also. So we're gonna keep it like that for now. So for for the Goblin barrel, actually, the Goblin barrel, what actually does is locates and fixes targets, goes to it, and explodes. When exploding, it's inflicting some damages to its target. So the design won't really be that much complicated. We need an animated sprite 2D, which actually displays the animation that we need. I'll come and set up a few animations here. The first animation we usually use on this kind of characters is idle animation. So come to idle. Now let's locate our goblin. The goblins are located in the old faction folder inside the goblins, inside the troop, and locate them. Because in the new versions, they're not goblin. They just use the old faction. They're still kind of match. So we start again. For these goblins, here we have four colors. It's blue, purple, red, and yellow only. There is no goblin black. So we're gonna have only to duplicate again, respectively, as we did for most of the units with a different color. So here I'm just adding animation randomly. Then we're gonna see which one to keep and which one to delete. This is animation. Some of them only contains one frame. So now I don't know if it's one frame or it was supposed to be the following frame, then the image get cut off. But I don't think that what it was meant to be. Add another frame, another animation, sorry. And the last animation, I think that one we are clearly keeping it. Yeah, this is kind of like the explosion animation, kind of like detonating. So we're gonna name it as explodes. Let's increase the FPS to 10 and disable the looping. So you just need to ignite once and boom, and it explodes. So let's reduce the FPS a little bit. It's nice to have it on high FPS, but I just want it to be visible easily on screen. So for idle, it seems to be alright, but I'm just gonna get rid of it. I don't want animation with one frame, so let's see this one. Yeah, this one seems to be like an idle animation. This one seems to be like more of an idle animation than the one frame. I said everything with one frame, I'm gonna get rid of it. So we keep only what there's 2 frames or more. This one seems like a it seems like a pretty animation. And this one is the running animation. I'm not gonna lie to you, the speed animation doesn't look much as the running animation, it just looks like it's jumping on the same spot. We can rename this animation as hide. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep that hide animation. I'm not even sure I'm gonna use it in my script, so you can just get rid of it. Adding a child node, we're gonna add a collision shape 2D. So remember, the collision shape 2D is just a shape that you're gonna use to kind of use for collision with any other interactable object in the game. It's gonna collide with the world in the game, with the building, and with other characters. So no need for it to be too much or too big. After adding that collision shape, I can come here and save and hide it. So add another child node to my animated sprite 2D node. I'm gonna add the light. I'm adding directly the lights, point lights node to the animation node. Add another child node. We're gonna add a marker. So you're gonna see why actually I'm adding these markers and lights. It's because when the unit gets spawned at night, the kind of seems to be invisible in the dark. But with that glowing light effect, is gonna show the goblin being visible. We're gonna come to my goblin purple and copy a few things. We're gonna come and I went there and copy the detector zone and the hitbox. So the detector zone, we're gonna rename it as Earth Hotbox. Or you know what? I already have a hitbox below. So let's try name the detector zone as detect area with the underscore. Don't forget the underscore. And this is good, but it's way too big. So let's reduce the size to something like 150. Yeah, that detector zone seems to be a little bit better. Like let's go with 100. Is that a good radius for this barrel? No need to change anything about the size of the collision chip in Outbox, just the name. Instead of hitbox, now it's Hurtbox. Let's go to the root node, add another child node. We're gonna add a timer. Let's duplicate that timer and rename the first timer as Hurt, and the second timer we're gonna rename it as Flash. And now we got these two wonderful timers, and now we got the areas already set up as well. Let's duplicate one of these areas, and we're gonna rename it as Targeter. target area. So the difference between this target area and the other one is you gotta break the link between those two, because if you don't, you're gonna modify uh, the collision check for both detector area and target area. So the target area, as I was saying, is the one that detects which target is the closest to the goblin and can chase it. It's just basically detecting and changing the script and sending it to the closest link near to it. We're gonna come on to here and we're gonna copy the predicast node, the predicast and the navigation. We're gonna copy those two. Copy, then move back to my goblin barrel. Come here, pass as a child. Yeah, no need to change anything about it. And for navigation agent is already okay. So add another child node. We're gonna add a node 2D, and that one we're gonna also name it as sound effects. Don't ask me why I didn't copy the sound effects from that monk or whatsoever. Just need to show you I'm recreating it. So go look for audio stream player, click on that one, let's duplicate it, and we're gonna rename the first one as explosion, explode audio, explosion audio, explode audio. Just make sure that the referencing in the script will match up these ones. And the second one is feed audio. Now I can attach, I can actually set a path to the sound asset. This is a good explosion sound. And for the it, let's see what we can get. We're gonna go hit for sword. You know, you can just play around until you find something that actually matches for you. And yep, something like arrow. Nah, I'm not finding the perfect sound for something that would be heard like colliding with a wooden barrel. You can go look on our website, but just make sure that the sound you're getting is a free copyright. Otherwise, you're gonna get some claims. You can just take someone else's work and monetize it just like that. So here I'm just scrolling down to see what I can get. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. Um, so for the Goblin barrel, it's pretty easy to use. It's the moment the Goblin owl spawns it, it's gonna go and attack. It's gonna go and attack. It's going to attack the target, which was preset, and let's change the name of this animation. Just let's rename it as attack. And as I said, we keep this one and we keep that one. As I was saying, when it's spawned by the owls, it just goes and attack the target inside, locate the target and attack. But when it comes to the goblin boss, it explodes and kind of like come back to life to explode again unless it was killed. So here we're gonna set up a few things for navigation agent. Here I'm setting them manually because I did not want to set them up in the script. I already got too much on my plate while coding, so I'm just gonna make all the adjustment here. Just a few settings that I played around to see what fitted with how the pathfinding system should be working. Avoidance and how smart and fast this barrel can avoid obstacles. Now the avoidance layers also should be set up maybe up to 5. I usually set them up to 5. Yeah, I think that's pretty much about the navigation agent today. Let's go back to the root node of the Goblin. So this Goblin barrel also has different variants, like in terms of colors. So I want just to make sure that everything is already okay before I duplicate it. Once that's done, I can now come here. First, rename the Goblin. It's gonna be Goblin Barrel Blue. Now I can duplicate it. Goblin Barrel Red. Duplicate that one. Goblin Barrel Purple. There's purple somewhere here. This should be purple, yeah. Goblin Barrel Purple. Now I can respectively open them in order. Um, Goblin Barrel Purple. Let's just come here. What you can actually also do is you can add a progress bar, kind of like a health bar to each one of these. But the Goblin Barrel, it should be pointless because the logic behind my Goblin Barrel is just the moment the goblins find its target and the target is close to it, it just explodes. So I just kind of think it's pointless to add a progress bar to it. What you can add a progress bar to is maybe the the TNT and the torch, because their collision is a little bit more complicated. Their logic behind it is a little bit complicated. They collide, bounce off, and they attack you. They get close to you for the goblin torch to get close to you and start throwing fire bombs at you. But the goblin TNT kind of stop at a distance and start attacking. So you can add a progress bar to them. And here also that the issue that I had with all that fact is the fact that each animation didn't have a name, so I had to guess. So a lot of mistakes can happen. You can actually invert the run animation and idle animation if you don't really pay attention. Because numbers of frame are a little bit like similar. Attack, hide. I haven't found any functionality where I can actually use that hide animation. Maybe in my future updates I'll find how to use it. Right. I'm done designing each one of them. Now, the mistake I kind of happen to do very often is forgetting to set the group before I duplicate them. So this one goes to group block building, blocks building, and it's in the group Goblin. So I have to go like a Damas set again in the same group again, like repeating over and over again, one by one. Once that's done, now we need to attach a script. So for the script, just rename it Goblin no underscore, Goblin Barrel with no space, no underscore, and click on create. Perfect. Now I can go back to my inspector. Now I can come, select the root node, load the script here, tap Goblin, and we only get the Goblin Barrel script there. Move to the next one, Goblin Barrel, and reload that one. Once you're used to this technique, it's easier for you to just attach a script when multiple scenes are sharing the same script. Now I can go back to my player and check the group. The group perfectly attached here. Yeah, I wanted just to make sure that in the group player. I've done coding the Goblin Barrel. Now I just need to check the things when it comes to the signals to be attached actually. So on attack finished, on a box area entered in on a head box. I come here. We need to attach area entered. Yeah, the green arrow appeared, so it's good. That attached third time come out. Also attached. Flash timeout. On flash timeout. Perfect as well. On detector area body entered on detector area, just click there. and on detect the body exceeded. Let come to body exceeded, and we do the same. Let's go to target the area and attach on target area body entered. On target area body entered and body exceeded. So both of these signals need to be attached. Body entered and body exceeded. I'm not gonna lie to you, for efficiency, I could have actually got all the signals via the script for efficiency in terms of time. Because attaching each one of them one by one is troublesome. Back to anime. Let's add the script to anime as well. I'm gonna code that real quick in the background. To for the lighting thing. Uh, so now, as you can see here, it do not say create, but it's saying load. So every time I try to create a new script which has the same name as anime here, if I click on this, instead of saying create, they say load. So it's just loading the same script we already created for all of them, since they share similar properties. Back to the blue one. I'm gonna code and attach a signal real quick and we'll catch up later. Here's the Goblin barrel script. Let's come to also the anime itself. The script which controls a character. Now I'm gonna go back to the inspector mode. As you can see, I can change the color to match up with the color of the goblin. Since I'm on goblin barrel yellow, so I'm gonna change its color to something yellow, which is perfect for him. Um, you know, something yellow like this. I want just a clear yellow. Yeah, perfect. Now let's move to Goblin Barrel. We're gonna do the same when it comes to light setting here, light color. So I'm able to modify this color light for my code because the code is the one controlling actually which color I'm setting up or not. Let's see. You can also change your parameters like light energy, the light radius, the scale of everything that you want. And here I won't really bother much. We're just gonna select the color picker and come onto the goblin and pick the purple color that's showing. And that's it. We got a wonderful purple color. Then move on to the barrel blue, click on anime, and you can set up the color there. All right. A bluish color like this is not really what I could have perfect. I'm just gonna pick the color picker here, which and the best, but you know, yeah, that's almost a third to this blue. Now I can go back to Goblin and go back to the root node, mode, and root node. We're gonna save. Let's move this up. I'm gonna come here, delete that boss, old folder, and duplicate the current barrel folder. So now we got this. What I can do here is come and rename it as Goblin Barrel Boss in one word like this, no space, no underscores. And let's come to Goblin Barrel Blue. We're gonna add underscore boss. Let's copy this section with it says underscore boss. Then we're gonna use it everywhere. We're gonna just pass it on every section. Now once that's done, I can open each one of this scene one by one. Um, yeah, all I need to do right now is just disconnect the script and also change the root node name. Yeah, you kind of see why. Remember when I told you that it's difficult to drag and drop without um, drag and drop assignment of the script is a little bit dangerous because it can move. You can also move the script onto the wrong on the wrong node or in the wrong folder. But luckily for me, in this new version of Godot, they ask you before they ask for a confirmation before moving any of the script in a random folder. Disconnect this one, drag and drop method. The drag and drop method is fast, but you cannot really guarantee if it works or not. You have always to put the cursor on top of that script, on the script logo, to just to be sure that you have assigned correctly the script. And so far, yeah, so far I've been accurate on what I've been doing. And that is, when it comes to this anime script, I think I could have kept the same for all the characters, but let's just keep them different just in case. I can now come close this, and I'm gonna script this real. So this is how it's supposed to look. This is the Goblin barrel bus. As you can see, some of the signals are not connected. As I say, this missing signal connected here. So all I need to do is just disconnect them because they're not using my script. The other one is on target area body exited, which I'm not also using, and on flash time timeouts, which I'm not also using. If I press Control F and pass on, as you can see, I'm not using that neither. So let's come here and right click, disconnect. Now I have to do this for all these boss one by one. For all these bodies, let go with the purple one. Luckily, I just memorized which one to disconnect. I mean, only three of the signals to disconnect. Let go of the red one, and we can disconnect as well. That's okay. And lastly, for the yellow one, now I can disconnect all of these unused signals. Can save. Now, if I come back to my script, save, and you see that there are, or the warning have disappeared. I go back to Goblin Barrel Boss. If I come to Goblin Barrel Boss, go back to inspector mode, you can see all these parameters which you can change. You can also see that we need to kind of add like a mini barrel packet scene. So yeah. So this was my bad while coding. There's the fact that I said it was a static var, but it's supposed to be exported. So now I can easily have, as you can see, I need this mini barrel thing to be exported. See. Now if I come to my inspector section, I'm just going to get rid of this and put it on top here, where it's supposed to be all these other variables, not the static variables. If the constant and the variables just need to be where it's be. Now my mini barrels in it here, all I can do is click on quick load and get rid of this. I'm gonna click on quick load and we're gonna look for mini barrels, so we just write barrel. So the Goblin boss spawns mini barrels. So I won't really attribute it here. Then uh you need to make sure that you're attributing the right color. It's the Goblin barrel boss is the blue one, and then that's you need the mini barrel, not really mini barrel, but the regular barrel blue, and respectively are expecting for each color. For the red, add the sync corresponding to Goblin barrel red, and same goes with the red one, Goblin barrel red, and then move Goblin barrel yellow. Click on yellow, and you're gonna write Goblin barrel, or just write yellow. No, Goblin barrel yellow. Actually, the less, or you can just confuse it a little bit. When it comes to the scaling, also it's all right. I just run the current scene. Let's see what it looks like. As you can see, this is my Goblin barrel blue. You can see that glowing effect due to the light of the Goblin itself. Go back to the what we can. Right. Let's come to the units. We're gonna right click, create a new folder, and let name that one as TNT. So for the TNT, we're going to same principle, come to the barrel folder. We're going to just duplicate it and rename that one as TNT. After duplicating that one, we're going to move it into the main folder, which is named TNT as well. So now let's open TNT. Let's open the subfolder TNTs. And we're going to rename this barrel as TNT. Now, all you need to do is Goblin underscore TNT blue. And we go, I just copied that, that section inside the Goblin barrel blue, the name, make it easier for me to rename the Goblin. All the Goblin barrel become Goblin templates. This is a quick way of actually redesigning the whole thing, making it faster, save some time here. And I can also rename the script from Goblin barrel to Goblin TNT. Now we need just to double click on each one of them to open them. And are pretty much easy to do. I forgot to rename here, so we're gonna come here and also rename the root node. Goblin TNT. Let's copy that name. I'm gonna move in each one of them and change the name. This actually seems like you're wasting a lot of time modifying the four of them at the same time, but it's kind of just saving me some time up to modify few things than redesigning the whole thing, duplicating the whole thing, and renaming it again. I detached the script. Now I'm gonna just reattach the new script that I duplicated to the respective scene, to the respective nodes. So anim goes to anim, and Goblin TNT root script should go to the root node. Yeah, that's it. As already said like a couple of minutes ago, if you already know how to design this unit, you can just keep ahead and go where where you actually need to learn something. I feel like for most of the viewers right now, what actually passionate you is to see how the day and night system are actually made. But if you focus again, you can see the difference between these guys is the fact that they are using the point light node 2D. So if you only focus on the day and night system, you're gonna wonder how the goblins are emitting a lot of light now. Okay, so for the goblin TNT, we're gonna come here and get rid of all these animations. Just need to redesign the animation of the goblin. I do really hate this part where you have to redesign everything from scratch like one by one. I'm just gonna get rid of all these animations and leave notes completely blank, so I can go easily on. I can go easily from scratch. Right, got that one. So idle animation, FPS to 10. Let's look now for the goblin TNT. So we come here inside the name of the thing, and I'm gonna just change the name here instead of goblin. I'm gonna type TNT and change the color here to blue. Now we can open it, double click on it, or slice, but also slice and perfect. So it's 7.8. Now the first the first animation here, the first frames on top here, for either animation. What in the world am I doing? Yeah, that was a bit weird. I think I pressed Control Z by mistake. Yeah, so got the eye animation. You can see that the color here isn't really pretty much visible. What actually you can realize is carrying those dynamite inside a blue barrel. That's what makes it look like a goblin TNT blue. So for each of the colors, it's just the TNT changing. Let's come to this new animation. We're gonna add the second one. I'm pretty sure this one is the run animation. Yeah, that's the run animation. Name it is run. And for run animation, let's increase the FPS to 10 as well. Let's get rid of animation, new animation 3. And this one's gonna be throw animation. So for the throw animation is the last one with 7 frames actually. Let's run it and let's increase the FPS. Yeah, the FPS to 12 is a little bit too much, so I'm gonna go FPS to 7. Good. I'm gonna go back to now my collision shape. Let's see what the collision shape looks like. It's perfect. Same goes with the detector area and all these guys. They pretty much look okay to me. Target area, detector area, and all that they look okay. So add a child node. What we're actually missing here is a timer for the attack sequences. So attack timer, which will be controlling the attack cooldown, attacking system, and the cooldown between each one of these attacks. Um, add another child node. We're gonna add a marker to the actually one marker, but I feel like we can put it on top here, and let's name this marker as up marker. So these markers I'm using is for directional throwing because I don't want the marker the TNT or the dynamite to be thrown from a random point. So the throwing is coming from these directional markers when the target is on top. So we use the up marker. When it's down marker. Left and right goes also in the same principle. So this one's gonna be marker right. So we move it to the right here. and duplicate that one. Some Control L the other one, and we can move now marker left on the other side. Now I kind of feel stupid for not actually just deleting the other Goblin TNT colors to only recreate this one, because you can see all these changes I've made so far. There are so many of them. Let other sound effects to my Goblin TNT. We actually need the throw audio, and I can get rid of the explode audio, and let keep those. I can come here again. Yeah, it audio. I didn't attribute any audio to it, but it doesn't matter right now. The add now child node. We're gonna add a registration player again, and I think this one I just need a death audio when you click. Unlike the Goblin barrel, which explodes, this one dies like a normal Goblin. So this is okay so far. I can come to some effects and or everything seems to be okay. I'm gonna come copy all of these changes I've made so far, and I'm gonna pass them onto the other. Before that, I need to delete those other ones. So pass here, and that's perfect. So let's close this up. Come here up to there, and we're gonna post it again. Perfect. Seems to be easy. Pass as a child. I don't know if I'm forgetting something about all these characters. Like, I'm not forgetting something. Not sure yet. The detector zone size also kind of change, because having a 100 as detector zone size is okay, but not big enough. Yeah, seems a little bit too big. But for this one, I can actually leave it up to you. The detector zone side, I leave it. I leave it up to you. Whatever you want to add, you can make. Because the detect area is the area which tells the goblin, okay, this is the closest target him instead of that one. You see, the more it's large, maybe the better it is. I never really experimented around that. So I'm gonna come to target area, and each of these different colors, I have to just change the detector, the collision chip radius to 200. And finally, also we need to change the collision shape radius 200. Uh, that's okay. Now, when it comes to animations, I need to change animation for each one of them. Not only that, I've changed the animations. I also actually added a script to each one of them. Now I'm just going to attach the signals before I show you what the results of the animations actually look like. Just keep hide, gain some time otherwise, because I'm kind of feeling like I'm repeating myself about those animation things and how to change the animations. I'm pretty sure you already know how to do most of those things. So yeah, I'm just gonna make sure that signals that I'm attaching actually, you know, perfectly attached. We attach the signal that we record, and we disconnect what we do not use. We're not using here. So these targets are. Do I even need the target node? Not pretty sure yet, but I just copied it from Goblin Barrel, so we're gonna see what actually can do about that. Let's just keep on connecting the signals one by one. And disconnecting this target area signals. Um, it's gonna leave it. Shit, and we disconnect the one. And last time I already that signals already at that chip. Now, all I need to check is actually if, yeah, this other one I'm using. Same goes here. The signals are properly attached. Just a quick checkup. Yeah, yeah, it disappeared as you can see that. Now, I got no warnings about my signals, which means everything's perfectly attached. And now, let's go back to Goblin Blue. This Goblin change in blue. We're gonna do, uh, some principle went on with the boss thing. If you just duplicate the small CNCs and rename the folder as bosses, now inside there, what we're gonna do is just modify the names of few nodes, the name of the script, and the name of the extensions of each are the same. Now, the script you can Goblin TNT boss, and this one's instead of Goblin TNT blue, it's gonna be Goblin TNT blue underscore boss. We copy this small boss section here, and we're gonna pass it on to all these other things. On my keyboard, like actually, there is the F2 that I use. If you press F2, that's a shortcut to rename something Godot. So instead of right clicking every time, I just press F2 and it's gonna open section for you to actually rename the object you've selected. Now I can lower this section and attributing signals. Actually, you do not need every time to disconnect first the first script that was there to attribute a new one. What you can just do is drag and drop the new script on top of the old one. The old one will get removed and the new one will be passed on. So we got the blue, just gonna rename it. Now becomes Goblin TNT boss blue. So goes to purple. Come in now. I'm gonna come in, drag and drop it there. Drag and drop it on an image. And if you leave your mouse on top of these small icons, they're gonna show which scripts attached to that current node, that selected node. I really hope some of you like are not solo developers like me. Like, I really hope you're like kind of friend like who are passionate about the same thing as well, and you can work in group. You can make a bigger project out of this one. You can even make more interesting games by combining all the ideas. So me, I had to go on my own ideas some of the time. Like I'll be contradicting myself, speaking to myself, which of the ideas I should leave out, which one to pick up. I would have been really happy to have friends around to create this kind of games. Now let's get rid of the scripts here. Now, on Goblin Boss, I scripted it. Also, the signal seems to be attached, but for Goblin Boss keeps the signals attached. So each one of the Goblin Bosses actually require the signal to be attached. Goblin body target and on attack timer timeout, then attached by a script as well. This is yeah, this often happens because like my code script and the name of the signal weren't similar. All you just need to do is just come and replace the function by a new one that appears on the bottom there. Now the signal is attached. Let's now move like that one by one. Target area, body entered, body exited, body entered, body exited, and the attack timer. So for the Goblin TNT also spawns more goblins, I think, around it when it gets spawned, like its final boss. So when the goblin house get destroyed, spawns the Goblin boss, and the Goblin boss comes out with minions accompanying him around. It's a special. It has special features. Like I can't really talk about it right now because I don't want to spoil the fun for you. Just gonna sit in the gameplay, find gameplay of the game. I find we're on the yellow one. We're gonna connect the signals on the targeted area, but it exited, and that's it. The reason why you might be wondering why I'm not running this scene is because if I run it right now, it won't really do much because you need a target for it to start moving and performing. Which means even if I move it right now, just gonna stand there and play the idle animation without doing much. Okay, so let's scroll down here. If I come and run it, let me just show you something. As you can see, I told you, just gonna stand there and play the idle animation. Let's clear this. Uh, clear also this. I don't know. Maybe is it OCD or PTSD? No, I don't think it's PTSD. I don't know what condition I have right now. Like it's kind of like I'm a perfectionist in a way. Like I like everything to be aligned in a certain manner. Otherwise, it's kind of like tick me in the brain. Right. When it comes to TNTs, we're gonna duplicate them and we're gonna create a new set of goblins, which are goblin torches. So goblin torches need the folder where to be saved as well. And that folder should be directly a subfolder of the unit goblin. So we're gonna move now the torches inside the push subfolder. That open that, and it's time for a new rebrand again. We got the same process over and over and over again. It's becoming a little bit redundant. I think I should have just speed this up a little bit or skip ahead, but it's just to ensure that everyone is a clear view of what I'm doing. I'm just showing almost everything. Oh, I miss having friends around to be frank. Got my friend right now around. I could maybe force some of them to redesign this kind of part for me while I'm working on more coding or the logic behind the game. Because I gave so much time in designing how the character should behave and to give a real thought to the gameplay or the game history. I remastered this with small improvements. But I didn't really change much when you think about it. All I just did is add small features, but I didn't really change the story behind the game or the gameplay. Uh, I didn't add anything intriguing. Maybe the boss system, the night system, yeah, they're kind of good, but the story behind the game is still the same. Still a shaky story in the end. And that's okay. Goblin Doge. Now, yeah, then I feel like this is a deja vu. Like I'm kind of repeating myself so much that's becoming annoying. And that's there. Temp a name and drag and drop it there as well. I wish I could create also tutorials which are more interactive. Like a live maybe, but I'm not really ready for a live. I'm not really equipped for a good live tutorial I can work on. I mean by a little bit interactive is the manner that I could explain things instead of showing everything that I'm explaining. Okay, this is my one making tutorial. It's a kind of lazy manner, but that's what I am, and that's what my channel is kind of like showing out a you can create a game on your own, but still better to create games in a group of friends. You know, still a Hindi game, still a Hindi game, even though it's developed in a small group of person. Being a solo game dev is fun at first, then start becoming a bit annoying. Now, when it comes to Goblin Torch animations, Goblin Torch got animation as most characters as it should, and the regular FPS for IO animation is always 10. And beside that, I can now come here, change the name here, from TNT to torch. Now, instead of purple, we're going to write blue. You can see we have the animation of flags also in on motion purple. You have to count manually, which makes them 7 also on horizontal. And that's it. So this is the idle animation. Right, so move to the next one. We got like those attack. So as you can remember in was it Goblin? No, not Goblin Torch, but one of my characters, like unit player, had those directional attacks. Which maybe might have been the pound, no, not the pound, the lancer actually. Yeah, the lancer. Attack down is when the goblin is kind of like swinging his, just swinging the torch downward. Okay, this is the run animation. Let's just run animation in 6 frames. Yeah, run animation is perfect. Can increase the FPS, but I'm gonna keep it on 10. Okay. Now, attack up, you can see is facing up, and the torch is kind of swinging upwards. Perfect. Raise the FPS to 10. Attack side will be swinging the torch facing the side. Now, using the method where you can flip the node and animated sprite 2D, and now make it face left and right. And attack down is clearly facing. It's kind of like facing, as you can see the face character here. And that's it. Create the FPS, whatever you wish. Anything go to 12, but don't make it way too fast. Because you gotta find a balance between the time where the firebomb is spawned and the string momentum. So I gotta redesign it for each one of them one by one, the animations. Done with the animations. And I'll also upload my script directly to save some time. So everything was directly uploaded. And a few things just I can change here, like few parameters that I can actually change, or I would want to change animations here, but one by one, as you can see. And I did the same with the boss. I didn't want just to be a little more repetitive. That thing of being repetitive was something like about it. So I didn't want to be repetitive here, so I just made everything at once. All the characters were made at once. Made Goblin TNTs and the Goblin Torch and the bosses. That's the same principle I use for the Barrel, Torch, and TNT, which make it easy because the Goblin bosses are just duplication of the smaller version of the other ones. We don't need to scale them up manually. They get scaled up directly from the script. And each one of these colors are perfectly okay. Goblin, Torch, boss. Factor 3. I'm done with them. Done with the unit Goblin. Done with the unit Goblin. It's time to move on. Ah, my bad, my bad. I actually thought I was done with the unit Goblin, but I just realized I forgot in another kind of Goblin. So that kind of Goblin is the Tower Goblins. What I mean by Tower Goblins is it's kind of like what we did with the Tower Archer for my unit. It's just a Goblin which stands on top of a tower. So unlike the other one, this one doesn't have arrow. So the system I'm using here is a Goblin throwing dynamite, like TNT Goblin. It's just basically a TNT Goblin who doesn't move around. We're gonna save it into Tower Goblins. We're gonna save that. Okay. Now, when it comes to its design, the child node, we're gonna add first a relationship 2D, add in our child nodes, they add in an area 2D. So let's rename the area 2D as attack zone, add relationship the attack zone for the detection, which is the detection radius, and a child node, and we need a marker 2D, which will be the throwing points. Let's now come to that marker 2D and duplicate it 4 times, and add in our child nodes. We're gonna add. What's my brain actually doing? A timer, a cooldown timer. Because I kind of need it to be to have cooldown. Otherwise, it's just gonna spawn a lot. It's just gonna spawn a lot of chances on the character. It will be killing it every time without the cooldown. Add another child node. We're gonna add another 2G, and we're gonna rename that one as sound effects. Add another child nodes. I'm gonna add a audio stream to that sound effects and duplicate. Rename the first one as throw, and just make sure that it's named audio, because there is confusion also with the animation name or something. We got throw audio and hit audio. Goblin Tower is a goblin. Go back here. Goblin Tower. I can come here and fast as a sibling and move it on top. Then now zoom in and wait a minute. All right. So my bad. I'm not supposed to duplicate and not copy the goblin torch, but the goblin TNT is explained to you earlier. It's throwing TNT, that. But if you think about it, you can also make a goblin torch and make a goblin torch as a goblin tower. All you need to do is just change the animation, throw with the animation, swing animations. And instead of throwing TNT, it will be throwing kind of like the fire bombs at the character. I'm going to add that one. That's a good idea. I'm going to add it to my final game, and I'll show it to you later. The collision shape does not really require to be perfect, and attack zone, you do whatever you want. Since the attack zone, what am I picking here? Rectangle. Need the circle shape. So since the radius, as you can see, this radius here, the circle is the range of attack. The larger the circle, the wider the range. Now, when it comes to these markers, we're gonna marker up. This one's gonna be marker down, marker right, and marker left, respectively as well. So from this experiment, like not even from this experiment, from here, I think you can basically recreate a Goblin Tower, because this we can name it Goblin Tower TNT, and name the other ones as Goblin Tower Torch. You see, you can go wild about it. The only one you cannot make him as the only one you can't replicate as a Goblin Tower is a Goblin Tower barrel. What is he gonna do? Jump from the tower and explode and come back again on top there? That'll be awkward. The idea isn't bad, but it's just not realistic. So you can stick with the Goblin TNT, Goblin Tower, Goblin Torch Tower TNT, Goblin. What am I saying? Goblin Tower TNT and Goblin Tower Torch. Which can be a good idea. And again, we go on the same principle as I did before. But these ones do not require a boss. These ones, they do not require to have a boss, which to be awkward. What are you gonna do? Like create a boss tower? Again, I'm giving myself ideas, but I won't really stick to those ideas because ideas just surging in my mind, but I won't really use them. So we just duplicate these again, according to the color that I do have. So we got the blue, the purple, red, and the yellow. Now all I need to do here is just change the animations. Yeah, just change the animations for each one of these guys, and we'll meet up after that. And that's it. I'm on Goblin Power Yellow here. And I forgot to add it to certain group, Goblin. Okay, block building and Goblin. Just make sure you're always on the root nodes because the ones supposed to be in the groups are not the animated or the sub nodes, but the root node itself, the character body itself, because we will be looking for a body inside a certain group, not for an area or an animated sprite within the certain group, which will be awkward to have. And in terms of scripts, I can just copy the script, save, and now I can disconnect this one and click on create. Now I can save. As you can see, my script just appeared in Power Goblin. I told you I need for each of my character to actually have their own respective anim scripts in case I need modifications in the future, like in terms of size, space, or how the light behaves. I might need a different type of behavior. Now, if I come here and click on, it's not saying create, but it's saying load because the name of the script is matching the script we have already created. Now back to inspector mode. I have to come here and change the color again. There have been a change in script, which means now we have to change the color of each light. The last of each character is supposed to match the color of the barrel that is carrying them. Most of them are carrying like the barrel, are carrying the corresponding color of the barrel because most of the goblins don't really have a different color. They just have a different barrel color. I believe I'm difficulty to speak actually. That's actually funny. That's really, really funny. Yeah. Now I'm done with that one. Let's come to the root node of each respective script. Am I just saying script here? I think I'm getting tired of each respective character or node. Now we're gonna come click on that one and attach a script. So this script is gonna be named as Goblin Tower, and see the name here, Goblin Tower, right below here. Now the Goblin Tower needs to be passed onto each one of my characters. Pass and open, save, pass, open, save. It's a repetitive move, but which actually makes sense bit by bit. Now I'm gonna code this real quick. Here was look like. Here's the result. Resulting results. Awkward. Now, as you can focus on my script, it says error seen, but I don't really have an error seen. What actually is requiring is a TNT, but not any type of TNT. The TNT that my game requires is a specific dynamite designed only for the Goblin towers. And it's an area type, unlike the one I'm using with my Goblin TNT, walking Goblin TNT. So this one is an area type. So TNT Goblin, we're gonna save it in the same folder. So that's Goblin TNT. Let right click add a child node to it. We actually need an animated sprite 2D for visual. I'm gonna rename that as anim. Add a child node. I'm gonna add. I need a collision shape. If I go back to inspector mode, we can now attribute a few of this attribute like animations. But nothing changed from the Goblin TNT Dynamite. Because repeating Goblin TNT. Yeah, it doesn't really change much. The animation, the TNT I'm using is still the same. It's just they behave in a different way. Because this one is supposed to be thrown and stopped, unlike the other one, which is kind of a different behavior. This one, it sticks to a certain body in a certain group. So if the Goblin Tower throws at one of the characters, it just stick onto him and explode, unlike the others. So I'm gonna come here and attach a script. Click on create, and let me code this real quick. And you can see here the result of that. Goblin TNT is perfectly made. So it just needs a signal to be attached, which is the body entered. As you can see, there is the function which called if stuck, which means it can stuck onto a character to explode, then it explodes and got stuck to body inside the group. Body inside the group, player and building. Now I can come here and drag and drop the path inside of these brackets. Let's clear the path. Now if I run my game, it won't throw anything. I'm a really I don't even know what I'm doing right now, but it's true. It ain't gonna throw what I'm doing at all. Even if I go back to let's say there. I'll go back to 2D. So if I come here and drag and drop my character here, okay, that's a little bit too far. Even if I drag and drop inside the side, same character. But the only issue is that when you're moving, it's moving away as well. Every time I'll be moving, it should be moving away. No matter how close I put it, it won't really attack. I don't know why, and I don't really care for now. It might actually make you panic, like, oh, what is happening? But you know what? It's still in range of an attack, but for now, it just doesn't really matter. I'm gonna delete that thing. Back to Goblin, TNT Goblin, and keep it simple stuff. Yeah, some of these warnings I don't really get at the time. You're telling me things that I don't really understand, and I do ignore a lot of errors that I get from my script. Okay, not major errors that stop my game, but some of them, even though I try to correct what exactly is supposedly going wrong, still get the same queries. So this one, I think, is linked due to the fact of anime and not the animation, but the path. Some of the path apparently are wrong, so I'm just gonna skip ahead and correct them until the very end. I come here and close losses. We're gonna go to the root node and create a new folder. We're gonna call it unit layer building. Now I'm gonna start creating and working on my building. So let's come to the unit their building folder and right click create new folder. We're gonna start house. So the folder name is houses. Now inside the folder houses, we're creating a folder for house one. Like now design the house itself. So here I just kind of speed up a little bit the video to make it quicker. So for the buildings, the main root node is a static code ability. Since the house not need to move on a motion, I want for a static body 2D. Let's save it into house one. Let's remove that underscore and keep just the name as house. Now I need to design this. So right click, add an animated sprite 2D to it. Let's rename that anime sprite 2D as a name. Now I can add animations to that. Let's add a few more animations. Let's rename the first one as for the buildings, I have animations like construct, idle, and destroyed. So let's add constructs. Let's go to textures. We're gonna go to new and units. Not in units. Let's go back. So we come to buildings. Should be faction. Okay, in faction you find the old buildings. I'm looking for the new buildings, which should be in bad vision. Resource? No. What am I looking for now? Yeah, you may excuse my bad vision. I'm unable to focus here, not in resource either. I just don't remember the folder. Oh yeah, buildings right here. My bad. So here are the buildings, as you can see here. So we start with house one, but I picked the sprite sheet thing instead of the. Again, did the same thing. So instead of picking the sprite thing, we have to pick the PNG selector. After idle, we're gonna come here and rename this animation as destroyed and this other one as construct. Let's set construct as auto starts. Now we gotta pick the construct. So to pick the construct animation, I gotta go to faction and go to night, building, and house. Now we're gonna just use this destroy and house construction animations, which we didn't get in the new set of assets. And for destroy, I'm gonna pick also the same type of animations. Now I get construct, destroy, and idle. So keep the animation on idle. Nothing to change here. Let's go back there. Now we need things like collision shape, areas for detection, and all those kind of things. So right click, add a child node. We're gonna add a collision shape to this. Let's centralize this a little bit. I'm gonna come here to the root node and change the size of this current image. And let's fit the collision shape to the building. No need for it to kind of overlap beyond the limit of the image that we are seeing. We can change it to the shape. We can go with a circular shape, which won't really bother me or won't really affect the game that much. Add another child node. We're gonna add a marker, which is gonna be the spawning point of the unit. So for the house, I'm using only one spawning point. That's why I'm gonna use only one marker. So let's keep it somewhere around here. I'm gonna Control L to lock it. Let's go again, add another child node. Now we're gonna add areas. So let's put an area 2D, add a child node to it, the collision chip 2D, duplicate the area like for 3 times. First area, we're gonna rename it as explode detector. Explode detector. And I can change the color to a reddish color, pick a capsule shape. Again, when it comes to the design of these things, nothing really changed much. So if you already watched my previous tutorial and the one that I actually create the first game using this type of buildings, you could see that you can see actually like nothing has changed so far from that design. So you can skip ahead and go to the next point, which actually might be Goblin houses, which have a little bit changed as compared to this ones. So I'm using here Explode Detector, detector to detect what kind of objects entering, Explode Detector to detect the explosion that entering. Of course, you can do all of this using only one area, but I want just to make to make it easier for you to understand. I got also this area called resource drop area, by which every time a pawn enters when carrying one of the resources, you can just collect it for them. So that one is going to be also a circle. For this last one, we're going to rename it as safe. Let's change the color to something darkish like this. Safe is the safe zone for the pawn. When they are running away, they can actually come and try to run toward the house. Yeah, that's okay. Add another area. I just copy one of these areas. So this one is gonna be placement, the placement checker. So basically, this area is when I'm creating a system where if you double click on one of the buildings, you can move it around. So the placement checker is basically there to check. Uh, Placement checker is there to check if the zone at which you're trying to place the building is valid or not. Break the link every time you copy one of the areas and you're modifying it onto the same node structure. Otherwise, you're going to modify one of them. So for the placement check, I'm going to go with something kind of purple and a rectangular shape. Let's go on to construction animation here. Just want to make sure that covering what right now is idle, but that's here, and cover those things. I can load it and hide it now. Let's come to out, add another child node, we're gonna add a node, and this is the sound folding. So the node out holding all the sound and the organized sound effects. So we're gonna go with sound like destroy audio. What else? Construct audio. It's actually pretty easy to recreate if you think about it. Because all needed now from now on is if I create house 2, you just duplicating house 1 and changing the animations and maybe the size of the areas and whatnot. So get all the audio that we need. You got destroy audio, contract audio, place audio, and drop audio. When you drop the building like that, mostly now and make a sound also. That reduce that. Now I got everything that I need. Let's go to the root node. I'm going to add a child node with the timer. Now we're going into the timing system. So the timer for the IDA is basically I'm creating also a system where we can update the house. So you can actually upgrade the level of the house, how many units can the house power, the construction duration, the health of the building, like can go from 3 to 6 to 4 to 6, whatever you want. You can modify that also via script. Kind of makes the building last longer when you're doing something like that. Now, let me just push the upgrade button on top here. So put the upgrade button, update, push the upgrade button there. I'm going to add another child node. I'm going to rename it as updater, add a child node. We're going to add a few things. I'm gonna start with adding a label and add a child node to the label, add a button, with a child node to the label, add a child node. Here we're gonna add the label, so we have the root node label, the child node button, and that button is also a child node label. Now I can come and duplicate like maybe 4 or 5 of them. First one, I'm gonna go the app. Second one, capacity. The capacity refers to how many units you can spawn on the house. We can go with the construction time underscore up. Then I can come and delete the last two. So we just need to show them. A label, root node, a child node, button, and that button also has a child node label. I can come to the button and start renaming them. So this one I'm gonna name it upgrade health. This one's gonna be upgrade capacity. And lastly, this one I'm gonna call it upgrade construction construction time. This is pretty easy to use. If you think I'm going too fast, you can just slow down or take pause the video, try to replicate with me. So add another channel to the updater. I'm gonna add a timer player and name it as tile. Now we're gonna go on a little bit of designing a tile set. Change the tile size to 64 by 64. Let's save that. Move ahead. We're gonna come to the textures. Now in my textures, I'm gonna come to new. Inside new, I'm gonna go to UI and go to peppers and grab that special pepper and drop it there. Now I can close this, include my texture there. Let's drop this. Now I can design my panel. So the emplacement of your panel depends on you. I just kind of find it easier for me to control everything from each individual node instead of creating a centralized UI on each level to control. Let's say I click on one of the buildings and that final give me the start of building. That could have been easy also, but I just found it a little bit more complicated to replicate. So here I'm just going on a gear size first. I'm just getting the size. I can modify it later. Let's lock that. And I forgot to change something. I can come to visibility and self-modulate and change the alpha value to something semi-transparent, like 100. 100 is way too transparent, so let's go with 150. Yeah. I like the fact that this paper kind of match with the black color, but it won't really match with everything on the set. So now I need to design my button. So first thing is to change the process to always, and we can select an icon. So for the icon, I'm gonna go with something. In terms of icon, let's go here. I'm gonna go. I wanted to go with, I don't know, a green arrow or something like that. So let's go to textures. You can see these buttons are not really great. So let's go to new UI and we're gonna go to icons. Right, I'm just gonna pick this icon 11 here, which looks like an info icon, but can be also reused as you wish. So now I can come to text behavior. What am I doing with text behavior? Icon behavior, sorry. We're gonna set it on center and expand icon also. So now if I come and resize the size of my button, the icon is gonna follow that size. So I don't want to resize it manually. So what I'm gonna do is just 50, do a 50 by 50 and follow this green line, which is the y-axis it's kind of like cutting the horizontal, which is the center line. After getting this, now I need to get rid of that behavior of of having a black transparent background. So just reload our transparent preset here. I'm gonna go on the sentence to all of them. And do it for all the remaining things like we have normal press, hover press, disable, focus, and whatsoever. Again, when you're breaking these links, it means every modification you're going to do to that preset that you've loaded won't really affect the one you have already saved. And that's it. I can lock the button now. Now I can come to these and modify them. Let's now move them. I'm moving them after selecting them. My arrow on the scene, I'm moving them with my arrow keys. So we do the same when it comes to these two. Let's just move them up after selecting both of them. That's great. Now after selecting all three of them, I'm gonna come and modify them. So let's come to theme overrides. Inside the theme overrides, I'm gonna come to font size and change it to 50, and we can load the font as well. Now I can come to color, and I'm gonna use my color picker to pick the color that we have here. Right. So now if I come on elf up, I'm gonna write elf, and for capacity, writing the text there as capacity. Construction time, construction. Let's select all of them and go back again to theme override. So this some of the times that's very repetitive, where you have to go design the thing over and over again. So I picked the wrong one. I was supposed to bring ring. I don't know how to run that thing. So just bring energy. We got all of them. I can change the ordering to +1 because they were behind the tile in terms of ordering. And I just realized that my sub level also will need to be redesigned. So don't focus too much on it. Right now, let's just try to place these things properly. So I can use perfect. Now I can use the grids and the snap to grids, which kind of shows the line. As you can see, the red line showing is kind of like a ruler showing me how everything should be set. Select all of them again, and I'm gonna come to theme and I'm changing the outline color. So we're gonna go for a darker brown version of it. Here's the darker brown version of the color of the font outline size. Now I can come to constants and change the outline size to +5. Okay, 5 seems to be too much, so I'm gonna change it to 2. Now, back again to theme. This is on theme override. So this font line size is a little bit white, so I just darken it a little bit and go down. And the constant again, I can set it to 5. Perfect. Now I got those. I can come and change the text to center instead of top, put it again on center, which is okay. Now the construction here not really aligned with the other ones. I can now come here and open everything up. Now it's time for design. So let's select each of the button. So the buttons are small. Let's come to layout. In layout, scroll down to transform. And inside there, we're gonna go to size and change it to 40, maybe 60. Even 60 seems to be too small, so yeah, 60 by maybe 10. 60 by 20 seems to be a decent. So now let's go with we gonna go with, I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Let's go with the icon. I'm gonna pick this icon here. Perfect. Perfect icon. What I can do is come to icon behavior and set the center and expand icon, which will set the size of the icon 60 by 20. Right. And now rotate the arrows to make it look like all right, I'm moving the wrong thing. I've selected all of these button one by one while using control. Seems perfect. And now when everything is selected on the same way, I'm gonna again do the same preset that I did for last time. So is to just set everything to be transparent. Actually breaking the link for you. For some of you who would actually like to uh, kind of download this project file and modify things around. I'm just putting the link so it won't really add much to after receiving this project and click it. So next up on the list now, it should be the label here. So select while I'm using control to select, I'm gonna come to the text and write upgrade. So when it comes to the text, also can rotate the text since it's the child mode of the button. I rotate the angle of the button 180. So I should go counter that rotation. So if I do 180 here also, 180, no, 270, yeah. 270 seems to be the right shift for it. Uh, okay. So this seems to be a little bit inconvenient. Let's also research this table. So what we do is we quick load, we load the font and nothing else. Okay. I don't really need 25 minutes for this font. Now, I can come on to tile. Now I can modify the text of the tile to feel, kind of give room to my. Here you can do whatever you want. You can even select a different type of background paper. You can go with the regular paper instead of the special paper. All that depends on you. And now after selecting all the root node of this, I can come onto here and move. Seems to be okay. So finishing all the presets for this update here will give you a chance to, when you're just duplicating after duplicating this house, then all the others won't really have much thing to do. And selecting all of them. I can come and Control L to look, and here Control L to look, and again Control L to look them. Now I can reduce the second tab data. And I think this is a good preset for a very first type of building. If I go to the root node, I'm gonna go to the groups now. It goes to block building, it goes to the building group, and anything else? Okay, so we got block building and also safe house. And safe house it's only attributed to the houses like house one, house two, and house three. That attaches script, already attaches script to it. So that script will be named as house one. Back to D, back to the inspector. I'm gonna also come and show you something here. So when you come to black house, you can see you got like archery, black house 1, 2, and 3, which are pretty much okay. Now to change the color, so when it comes to the color, if you come here and tap blue, the buildings still have the same design. So I just think if I have to redesign each one of the building house one black, blue, and whatever, it should be very complicated. So mid creation of this game, I just figured out that I can actually change the animation using my code via attaching the scripts directly to a name. So because to do all of that, I will just need to get, you know, now I'm done with my design. I can close these folders. Let me show how it looks like now. So click on script. As you can see here, I added everything that needed to be added here. Let's move up. And when it comes to the animations, as I told you, as you can see, I'm preloading the images to set only, because the only thing that we are changing here is only the idle animation according to the color. So we are preloading these colors to change the idle animation only according to the color we have picked in the global script. Really nothing much. It's not really complicated. I could have done that also for each of the buildings, which could have been a good idea. But for the buildings, it could have took a lot of time and script, because for those ones, what's actually changing is the fact that each animation has a different color. So if you have to change the animation according to each color, I could have a long and way complex scripts, but it doesn't really exclude the fact that I can actually do it. It can save a lot of space on the game and a lot of things. So right now, all I'm doing now is just attaching scripts. Attaching signals. I can even skip ahead and we will see after attaching all the scripts, because this is going to be a lot of work. I need to attach a script for house 1, and I'll do it for house 2 and house 3 as well. So let's skip ahead and let's catch up after attaching all the script signals. Once that's done, I can come here. We're gonna push this up. Let's close this thing I've used for my scripting. Open unit player buildings, and we're gonna open house. I'm just gonna duplicate one of the houses to create a new type of unit building. So the building that we are creating here is called archery. So duplicate archery, and we're gonna move archery outside of the house sub folder and move it onto player building and click on OK. Let's reduce this. So now let's go to archery. I'm gonna come here and rename everything according to archery name. So the script become archery. The house change to archery scene as well. So we got the scene, the script. Let's open it. We're gonna come drag and drop the script onto the root node. Come and drag and drop the anim script onto the anim node. Now it's just time to modify a few things to my archery. So here we can come close up all of this. I don't think there is much to modify about that. Besides maybe the markers and the name of this thing. So anim, let's start the animation. Let's get rid of this one. We're gonna open here. Go to black building. We are looking for archery. So we got all these varieties. They go with archery first. Destroy and archery is a little bit larger, so I'm not going to use this type of and change also the constructor. Let's get rid of construction. I go to house. You see, this is for houses, so I can come to castle and use this type of castle construction since it's the only one we got here. You won't really see much that, okay, this one looks like a castle and the building looks different. The animation aren't perfect, but this is the best I can do for now. I come to a name, and for destroy and idle, we're just going to keep it. Okay, destroy, I said that I should modify it as well. Yeah. Now we got something actually good. Name modify, animation modify. Now we can change also the marker position. Let's come to this marker. We're going to name it as marker 1, duplicate it. So now I can select marker 1, move it down around here. And marker 2 somewhere around here. Can select both of them and control lock them. Once that's done, so basically my archery, as you can see it in the name, archery will be spawning the archers, but the army archers, not those walking archers. I can modify the name of this one and become archery. Alright, now explode detector. You have to go down, modify things like explode detector, the collision shapes. You auto modify that, but let's start with the collision shape first. So as you can see, the collision shape isn't covering perfectly what I want to cover here. So if you put it big like this, it means like nothing is going to collide with a passing that's a blue shape. And the explode detector, we're going to go to a rectangular shape, but not something big. So I really need the explosion only to cover the image. And perfect. Can look and hide that thing. So exploit detector is okay. When it comes to archery seems to be alright also. So I can change the color here and change the side of it. We can go with a circular shape. Break that. We're gonna open the log and move it a little bit down here, modify the size so that we can match the size of which is on this type of collision shape. As you can see, for the design of the building, there is nothing really much complicated. The animations are not too much, and there is no difference between their structure. Well, I mean, by the node structure of each building does not really change much. The only different type of building here we got is the tower, which is a little bit a different type of, of scripts, but the node structures stay almost similar. And when it comes to resource, oh yeah, the resource drop area, that I don't need it in the archive, since the archive is not a depository building. So we just keep detector safe and let go remove safe. Also, it's not a safe for pound to come. Let's remove it from the safe house. Also, we keep it on block building and building. So yeah. So for the castle, when I will create the castle basically spawn two type of. I think it spawn the player, our player that we can control manually. It spawns also two goblin tower on top of it, and that's pretty much what it can do. Then if the enemy destroy your castle, it's a game over for you. That's the idea behind my game. Could have made also if they kill your player, it's game over for you, but that's quite easy to kill one character in this game. So that's complicated. Let me script this up, and here's the Archer script. Archer script. Now right now we are just on the animation. As you can see, the name matches archery, which basically will change according to the color we have picked at the beginning of the game. Now back to 2D. This is all right. I can even come here and run my game. Let's see what we got. We got our idle animation playing. So we can't really do much about that one until we create a level. That's where we can actually use these buildings. Now when it comes to archery, we're gonna duplicate the archery folder as well. We're gonna name it as Barak. Let's open my Barak folder. So after opening the Barak, we just need to do the same principle as we did last time. Just rename everything. Remember F2. If you have F2 on your keyboard, just have to put quick key on your keyboard to rename things in Godot. So now I rename the script Barak. I rename the scene Barak as well. That open that scene. Now come here on the root node and change it as Barak. I can reattach a new script for my character. Now we got here we can see it written Barak at the end there. Just to make sure, you can also disconnect or reattach a new script. The new made script is gonna be blank. And for anim, just gonna come here and attach anim. Now we need to go on animations that come to anim. Just gonna get rid of this idle animation. I'm gonna pick, let's go to black building, castle black building, right? So Barak. Now Barak, after selecting that Barak, we can move it a little bit up there. So Barak, I can change the construction size and I can get rid of also the constructions. We go with Barak, I can come to house and pick this, not big, but I just feel like the destroy, construct, I'm gonna just shuffle it like that, selecting random things. Now after that, you already know what to do is change few things like each collision, each area collision here. We ought start with the collision shape. So let's start with collision shape. Collision shape was almost perfect here. All right, let's go that up. Let's come to the detector. And the detector seems okay, so go to the Barak. Then go to the detector, the placement checker a little bit Placement checker isn't really what I expected it to be. Right. So something I forgot to tell you is the fact that if your collision shape of placement checker is too large, uh, it's oversized as compared to the building. You're gonna get an error linked to it. Every time you'll be trying to move your building around, it will always be showing you and gonna always tell you that the space that you're trying to place your building is unavailable since the area is too big fit onto small places like that. All right, I think I forgot in archery to attach your scripts there. I forgot to attach your things there. Maybe I'm gonna do something to get rid of that. We can reduce that thing and reduce here. Just gonna check that reduce one by one. Let's come to the script. We're gonna come here and get rid of all of this. Let's go to alright name. Now if I go back to root, here is the script related to the barrack. So all the signals that actually maybe required are already attached. I did it in the background to kind of reduce the time that I'm wasting on this tutorial. Go back to the inspector. We got all what we needed here. Close this up. Let's reduce this as well. Then come to archery. I'm gonna duplicate of archery folder as well. So now here we're going with monastery. Monastery basically is the spawning point of the lancers, since barrack was a spawning point of the warriors, whether it's the knights or warriors, whatever the name kept that type of unit. So again, we kind of do that repetitive thing where we are changing. By doing the repetitive thing where we are changing just the name of the root nodes, animation, and attaching a new script to on my monastery. Change the name here as well. Monastery. Root node, attach a new script, got a new script, save, back to 2D. Now we need to change the animations, the collision shape, and all those kind of annoying things. Get rid of this, back to 2D. I can now change first the eye animation. So monastery, here it is. Let's run it. We won't really run much, won't really see much either. There's nothing to change beside the eye animation. Back to root node. Let's run collision shape or just like the exploded texture. So exploded texture seems to be alright, but it looks misplaced, which is perfect. I can close it up and from here change nothing. It's okay as well. When it comes to placement checker, it's better for you to place it a little bit at the base of each building. So I'm gonna place it somewhere like this and lock this up. Nothing to change here below. So now you can see that my button is kind of overlaying on top of my button is over kind of on top of my building. So what I can do is just move it up or on the side. But moving it on the side looks weird. So I'm just gonna get the root nodes, update and move it up. Now I can move it again and move also this so that the top of the building is now okay. This is perfect. Now let me copy this real quick. The scripting part is done. Yeah, all signals are attached as well. And same principle again when it comes to the monastery, all the animations are perfectly attached as well. Back to 2D, I can zoom in and I can come here and close this up. Let's come to archery. Not actually archery. Let's go barrack. Duplicate barrack. We're gonna create now the tower. Click on there. Let's open tower. Get rid of this animation. I can press on delete and get rid of it. We're gonna rename this one as tower. Let's double click and open it. Click on open anyway. So let's come here to the root node. We're gonna first get rid of many things. Attach a signal. Sorry, attach the script to a name. Rename the root node as tower. Let's get rid of the second marker after renaming the first one as marker only. Barracks become tower, and we keep everything here. So let's save that up. Let's come to a name. I'm gonna change this. That the tower, as you can see, the black tower looks that. Here also, I can get a new type of. I'll get the new. I can go to tower here. It's more precise. So destroyed as already a small destroy animation for a tower. And here there is constructs. I really hope there was like many frames for each animation, like construct, destroyed, or something like that. So now here I'll have to play like that tricky thing of playing with scale when constructing things. Let's see what the collision shapes looks like. But for that, you need to make sure that, but we are on idle animation. Let's zoom in a little bit. We click on collision shape, change it from rectangular to a capsule shape. Yeah, that's it. Now I can even reduce it a little bit and push it down for a better look. Lock that and close that thing. Collision shape, the explode detector here. We're gonna use again a capsule shape and something like this. Lock that up and close and hide it. We did that. We go tower. Not really the best I can get, but tower and move it up a little bit. Close that. I don't like how repetitive this is. Like my brain is stuck repeating the same thing over and over again. And for the placement checker, we go for a circle. Placement checker here. Create the size. And that's perfect. So we just need the base to be covered, the base of each building to be perfectly covered. So I need now to modify for each of buildings one by one to kind of make it look better. So as I said, the placement checker is, if it's too big, you won't be able to be placing your building whatever you want, especially when you're moving it around. So the smaller the placement checker, the easier for you it is to find the open space on the game where to place it. Now I'm going from this insane replacing, modifying each one of them one by one, which couldn't have happened if I have done it earlier. But I didn't think of it, so the one to needs only me. Let me just skip this path a little bit forward, then we'll catch up once I'm done with that annoying little part. And that was the last one. Now I can go back to tower after saving. Go back to tower. Let's go close this. I can zoom in here. I can come to tower and create a new script now. So now I can come here, get rid of this, go back to tower, and let me code this real quick. Here it is. This is the code for the tower, and this is the anim code. I can even go back to 2D. Let's zoom in out. I go to marker and make sure that the marker, let's enable the grid and make sure that the marker is set where the pound, where the archer is going to be spawned from. So somewhere around here, you can modify it later for a better visual for you. So that's it. Let's save that. Disable the grid. We got the tower that we needed. And now we're gonna go to barrack, duplicate barrack. We're gonna create the castle. I guess this is the last unit building among the special ones, because the special ones only tower and castle, but the castle is a little bit different from others because you can't move the castle around. You can like for other buildings you can double click and move it around, which makes it a little bit different from others. Also, the castle is the main central unit in the game. Once the castle is destroyed, it's a game over for you. If you understand a little bit of coding, you can change the central unit in the game. You can make it so that when the main player or the main character in the game is killed, now the game will display the game over for you. But I prefer to choose the castle because it makes more sense to tell your units or to tell the player or the user to defend the castle than just defending one small character. After duplicating at least 3 markers, I got marker left and marker right. Now I'm just gonna change the animation there. Pick my castle animation. Now let's go to destroyed. Right, okay, we're gonna just come here, get rid of this, and pick the castle that we got here, construct castle here. Back to idle. I can come to collision shape. Now you need to play around the collision shape and things. Let's first get rid of the script thing out here. Actually, new script there, get rid of it. Save. Back to 2D now. Or attach another script first. I can now go to 2D and modify the things that I need. Let's zoom in. And what I need to get rid of here is I need to get rid of two things. Like I will need to remove the placement checker. Do I really need to remove the placement checker? It might be useful for the construction. So yeah, so it is detector and the previous one we're just gonna keep two of the areas. We're gonna keep explode detector and placement checker. Now let's go with the collision shape. We need to modify it to fit the size of my building. So remember, when it comes to this big one, you can do well with a rectangular shape, or you can just take a capsule and rotate it around so kind of fill that where those edges out, cut the edges out. For the markers, let me unlock all the markers. Let's first go with the first marker. So the marker itself, where my player will be spawned from, should be somewhere here. Let's save that. Now let's go with marker right and put it on the right side here, on top of the archer here, on top of the castle. Sorry. After opening the transform, I can now replicate them on the same thing. So minus 95 here. Get rid of that. That's okay. Again, these things you can modify them to suit exactly what you want. If you feel like they are shaded a little bit below and not fitting perfectly, just change those marker positions. So it comes to explode detector. Again, explode detector should be a little bit smaller than the collision shape that you use for the body or the static body here. And lock that as well. For the placement checker, I do not think that it's placement checker. I'm not using the placement checker only to move around a building. Also, when building it, the placement checker is used to detect the place where the building is being placed. So here I need also I can get rid of this or just can keep them just like that. So when it comes to the building, I do not use capacity. So let's get rid of this capacity here. The only thing I'm using here is I can increase the health of my castle to the maximum, and also the construction time I can change. And okay, now I got this wonderful looking script. Sorry, looking scene. I'm really exhausted, I think. Uh, let's select a name, lock it up, let's close the things, go to the root node. We're gonna go to, yeah, we gotta add the root node castle to the group castle. Let me code everything quickly, then we'll catch up later. I am done coding my castle. Go back to inspector and back to this anim script also. You can see anim script is one of the easiest ones, so nothing really changed much here. I can come here and close most of these things. I can close the unit building. Right, let's start with a new unit. So right click on the root folder and add a new folder. We're gonna name it as units, goblins, buildings. So for the goblin buildings, I'll be using the same type of building in a manner that each building can spawn 3 different type of goblins. We have a goblin torch, goblin TNT, and goblin barrel. So make sure that each of the building spawn a different type. Now the issue comes when we need to spawn different type of color of units. I will show you how to do it also easily. So just like for other units in my unit player building, the unit goblins building, the building that they're using also has a root node, which is a static body 2D. We're gonna rename it as goblin house. Now I'm gonna come to the goblin house root node, add a child node. We're gonna start with an animate sprite 2D. Let's rename the animated sprite 2D as anim. Now I can save. I'm gonna come here and add an animation. Now I'm gonna create the animation here. Click on new sprite frame. So for the goblin here is not built like for the player's building. For the goblin, the house start already built, and the only animation we can add on top of the idle animation is the destroyed animation. That time here, we're gonna go back a little bit here. Now if I come to goblins here, I can do building, and you can see there is wood tower and goblin house. Let's pick goblin house. And for destroy, let's come here and pick destroy. Now we got this one for animation. Each animation is 1 frame at least. Let's come to the root node of the goblin out at a collision shape 2D. Let's set up that collision shape 2D. I'm gonna press G on my keyboard and move this around, enable grid and snap to grid. And I'm gonna pick a capsule shape as well here. So I just need the shape to match the size of the image, but not on the dot or accurately. That's it. Now I can also come to the root node, add another child node. We're gonna add a area to this. I'm gonna come and rename my area as hitbox. This building is also getting damaged. Add a child node to that area to the, it's a collision shape to the, you should add. I'm gonna come here and look for a circular shape, and you can change the color of the collision shape to something reddish. Something like this. Yeah, something like this sufficient to close up. Add another child node. We're gonna add a marker since we need a spawning point for the goblins. I'm gonna move the marker below here. I can add the entrance there. I can come here and rename the marker as marker only, not marker 2D. Add a child node again. We're gonna add a node 2D and rename it as sound effects. Now into the sound effects, we're gonna add a child node. We need to add the audio player, audio stream player. Double click on that. We duplicate. We need at least maybe two or three of them. I rename the first one as its sword audio. This one's gonna be named as its hero audio. It arrow audio, right? And I need now the sound one. The building is destroyed, so destroyed audio, which is good already. Can disable the grids, save all of this. Come to the root node. Now we need to attach. We need to make sure that they're in the right group. So attach the right group that we've created. So we made it in group block building and goblin buildings. Let's see what else can we get here. So yeah, I think that's only what was needed here. Now this goblin house, we will need to duplicate at least 3 of them. So so that each of these houses will be spawning respectively a goblin. Go back to inspector mode. We're gonna come to houses and we got goblin house. We're gonna press F2 and rename this one. So get rid of the underscore and just click the space goblin house 1. And before even I duplicate it, just attach the script to that goblin house. Now we got this one of script. I can duplicate the goblin house. I got goblin house 2, goblin house 3. Now I can come here, duplicate the script as well, or just rename the script goblin house 1. Now I can duplicate it to get goblin house 2, because here what actually kind of blocked me from just using a shared script for each of the goblin is the fact that it's just the fact that I'm spawning different type of units and different type of units with different type of colors. So combining all of that will make my script way more complex. So I just went on a basic goblin barrel spawning. Then from there, I could find a solution for goblin torch and all those other remaining. So now for me, I feel like the challenge will be when I'll be coding this. Let me just code it and I'll catch up. This is the final script that we get after that. All we need to do now is attach just few signals. So we're attaching an area entered. We do the same on house 2, hitbox on area enter. This hitbox detects the damages coming from the arrow or one of the lance or the knights attacking the building. But the goblin house can be destroyed unless if all the waves have handed to avoid the player to destroy the building before even the wave have started. So now when it comes to this country, you got goblin sin barrel. Now if I come to my filter setting here, if I look for goblin barrel, I got different colors. So it's impossible for me to actually attach directly from here. When it comes to fire scene and boss scene, all of that will be I'll add it when I'll create my level. Since you can place so many of them, What you can also do here is come and duplicate this one, and we're gonna create a Goblin tower. So the Goblin tower here, let's open it. Let's first create a folder where to save it. So towers. We're gonna come here, drag my Goblin tower and move it here. Click on OK. My throat is kind of sore. I think it's dry. Yeah. So let's just go to the root node and rename it Goblin tower. Now I can drag this, zoom in a little, and let now change animations. First animation we're gonna play around is if I go back to Wood Tower, as you can see, the Wood Tower has a sprite sheet instead of a single image, which is good. I also have a construct animation, but I won't really use it in my game currently. So if I go to Wood House, go back, Wood Tower here. As you can see, we got blue and different colors now. This also means I'll have to duplicate this one. I've used the method that I use on Goblin buildings, but I just want to show the possibilities that you got. Is whether you can duplicate a building for different colors, or you can use the technique I used on my Goblin buildings, where you attach a script to the anim and you are loading the animation only on one thing. I think I use that technique later on my. I use it later on my final game project. As I said earlier, I'll upload two of my projects. I'll upload the current projects on this tutorial, and I'll upload a more refined version with more, more control over the audio, more control over the characters, and I might even change the story behind that game. And I'll also try to create an online. I'll try to upload an online or web version of the game. Not really online play, but a web version of the game. After duplicating according to the colors, now we need just to change the animation. And the only animation we need to change here is just, the hide animation. That's why I'm saying it's easy if you use the technique I used by creating a script onto anim of one of the Goblin tower. The only issue might arise is the fact that they will be spawning. They have to spawn the goblins according to the color they have. Since you have also 4 variation of Goblin towers: red, blue, purple, and yellow. But all that's just minor issues. I didn't really think that far when I was working on this project, because my mind was more focused on what should I add, what should I modify, what should I, instead of focusing on what's actually more efficient. And yeah, now we can come to the yellow version, and we can also lately and lastly add this animation. And wonderful. And I can even play this animation. I love the fact that the Goblin Tower is an animation. Let me code this quick. Yeah, that's my script for the Goblin Tower. Nothing special about it, just the destruction, the sound, and whatever that was needed. Then that's something I forgot when I was designing it on the marker. I forgot to move the marker on a certain position. So what I'm gonna do is make sure that the position of this marker is the same for all the Goblin towers. So I set it the X on 0 and the Y on -40. So I can come here and do the same. I can select the marker and open transform on the inspector to see I'm on -40. Open transform. I can manually also here come and tap -40, and that it will move it to -40 on top of the this Goblin tower looking structure. The structure is very nice. I think you can even use it for the characters. You know what? To make it fun, by the end of this tutorial that I'm making, I'm gonna also make a version where now the goblins are the one defending their camp against the humans or the warriors. Now the goblins will be defending themselves against the offenders or the invaders. In this case, it should be. In that case, it should be those lances and whatsoever. So we got Goblin Tower yellow. Here I can directly attribute what's actually needed here. I can come remove this and say Goblin. I'm looking for Goblin Tower here. So it's not this one. Yeah. So all right. Now I'm a bit confused. Is Goblin Archer yellow that I'm looking for? I will do the same for Goblin Tower red. I need to add something. The thing that I'm actually adding is the Goblin Tower red, which is the unit that the Goblin Tower spawn on the marker when the game starts. So Goblin Tower, this one is purple, the Goblin Tower purple. And I think this is the only building amongst the unit goblins where I can do this. Because if I have to do that for other units, I will be unable to change it. Because I have 3 houses, and each house is goblin. It's goblin house. Goblin house for the barrel, the TNT, and the torch. So I can't really, add those directly. After that, what I can come and do is see is attribute them also manually using the move and drag job, and also make it be very easy for you. Done with all those units. Let's come here, right click, create a new folder. We're gonna rename that folder as levels. Finally, we are reaching the points where things are getting more complicated and a little bit more interesting. Let's create a subfolder to our levels folder, and that level is gonna be level 1. Now, in my ideal game is the fact that I'm creating a game with levels, but what you can call them stages, you can create them as different worlds. But in the end, my idea was kind of, basic. I created a game where I have levels instead of worlds. Then what I do is they spawn, goblins spawn per wave, and when all the waves are done, we gotta move to the next level. You can change that by creating a more complex system or more interesting way, but my game does not really have a good idea behind it. So the root node here is a node 2D type. We're gonna add a child node to it. Let's go with another node 2D again. Let's rename that root node as audio, add a child node to audio, and the audio we're adding is audio stream player. Let's duplicate that, this 4 of them. Let's rename first one as music. Second one, I'm gonna name it as the C for the wave backgrounds. Just a wave sound, which I got. There is the fights, music, and finally the click sound when I'm clicking one of the buttons in my game. Here, I can come and click on music, and I'm going to add music. I just write music. There is this medieval epic music. I can click on that one. If I can play here, you can hear it, but I'm hearing it. I'll make sure that you get a version where you can actually hear it. And if you don't find the sound that are not loading properly, I have a folder here with Battlefield, medieval happy music. I also realize that my music is not looping, so if it doesn't loop, you can just re-import it. Let's go to C. I come here, and what I can type here is C. No. So the sound, ocean waves. That's the sound of that the name of the sound there. I can reduce the volume to -10 dB, and if it plays, that's the sort of wave sound that I actually love a lot. I think maybe -10 is a little bit too much. It's almost quiet. Yeah. Let's move to the next one, which is the fight music. This one I'm gonna call my power fight warrior drums. And let's disable this one, fight music. Let's hear it. Perfect. So when it comes to the sounds and volume, you can play around them to fit your game. You can increase it up to, I think, maybe 30 dB. 30 dB. Yeah, I think that's the maximum threshold when you're increasing. And for decreasing, you can go even below 30, like minus 80 for mutes. I think maybe below 30 or 60, sound getting more and more muted. Then add another child node to my level C, my level node. We're gonna add texture rect. The texture rect is gonna act as my C or my background or something like that. So I'm just gonna rename it to C, and that C is gonna just basically be a water background. This water background here is here. Now, what I'm going to do with that is I can scale it or move it around here to kind of like be as big as the design of the world will be. I don't know how good the line can be shown, but you can see there's a purple rectangle showing, the limit of the screen. And as you can see here, I'm sizing this very up that it's way bigger than the size of my screen. You can see this small rectangular shape here. I guess you can see it. Let's add another child node. We're going to add a child node, and we are adding another. Let's go first with a tilemap layer. But for that, I need to, to put them in a certain sequence. So add a node 2D. We're going to name that. We're going to name that as tiles. Let's come here. Add a child node to tiles, and the thing we're adding here is a tilemap layer. It's called tilemap player. I usually confuse it. I tend to confuse it as tilemap player instead of tilemap player. Just because it's written in one word. So the first tilemap player, I'm gonna name it as form, and now we need to add the tile sets. So from here also, I think I've made maybe 3 tutorials about how to add an animation using a tilemap layer. That first located, then I'll explain it to you again in a quick manner though. So here, once you add them, you need to know the size of your picture. So my picture, when it comes to the height, is 192 by 192. As you can see now, I get a perfect square. I have to go all the way back using my right mouse and moving. I need to select the first one. Once it's lightened up like that, I can come here and remove that. Otherwise, I'm going to receive a lot of warnings when I run my game. And after selecting that, I can come to select and click again on on the first image, and now I can add animations. So here, the speed is going to be 7 and choose starting mode random. Now, as you can see, you need to click on add frame until you reach the very end of the image, until all the frames have lightened up. So in this Godot 4.7 beta 3 that I'm using, I don't know what kind of mistake they've made there, but every time I click on add new frame, it's kind of closing the whole thing, which is annoying. But I just kind of show you the struggle I went through, so I won't split this up. Just look at it, and you can see how annoying this is. Every time I need to add, it's closing up and over again. This is a really pain in the ass, especially when you have you see, now I have I kind of have like 2 sections. I need to move to the next section. Clicking here now, if I click on add, it closes. I gotta go open the way again, come click again on the next until I feel that thing. So I don't know if any of the developers or someone can actually go on their website and try to tell them that there is something wrong with the tilemap layer while they're trying to fix it. I mean, this is my bad, but I'm working on a project using a beta version, which I shouldn't have done, but I just wanted to see how smooth that would have been. So yeah, it's a real pain since I'm already here, then I've gone so far. Then there's still so many things that we need to animate in the same way using this technique of tilemap layer animation. We need to animate the rocks on water. We need to animate things like plants that I can put on the ground. There are bushes, and maybe I don't know if there are other things that I need to animate in the same way, but we're just gonna figure it out later. Now, when all of them are selected like this, I can come here and reduce that. Let's come now down here next to tile set. There is tilemap option. Now tilemap has this options here. There is that select tool, the pencil tool, and all the things. So I'm going to use the pencil tool. Now I can place here, there, and there. I can place so many things. but that doesn't matter. You can right click to delete whatever you have drawn with the map. Now, right after creating that, we're going to create something called ground levels. Now, when it comes to ground level, let's get rid of this first. When it comes to the ground, it's a way different situation as well. So when it comes to the ground, the tile size should be 64 by 64. Now save that. We're gonna come here, duplicate it until you have like 5. I think it's 5. Yeah, 5 layers of ground level. I need to break the link between each one of them, because if I made any modification to one of the tile or one of the tile sets, it's going to affect the other one. So we need to break that link between them so that they can be different from one another. And that's it. Now they are pretty much different from each one of them. As you can see, I tap up color 1. The color 1 is a little bit the regular color, I guess. And tile map layer 2 is it's a darker version. It's a kind of darker version of the first one. The third one is a little bit even shadier. It is like the deep green grass. This one looks like a summer version of it. And lastly, ground level 5. That comes to ground level 5. I'll say now I can come here and drag and drop time up 5. Good. Now I got time up 1. I can duplicate time up 1. I think I forgot to create something here. Then all I forgot to create is a shadow. Sorry. I need the shadow in my game, but I think I just made a huge mistake creating it like this. What's not gonna happen is now the levels are gonna be the Z index is gonna be way complicated to use now. This is gonna be way too hard now. So if I come here after putting it background, you can see now the ordering has changed. Level of ordering has changed. So I need to bring it back here. I'll fix the thing later. Like the more we advance into this, I'll show you how to actually do that. But I don't think there is any way here to actually change the layering order. Maybe I don't know how to do it, or I haven't found out how to do it. But it's quite now a bit more difficult. I remember in Godot 4.2 or 4.1, we were able to manually change the ordering of each layer inside the tile sets settings. Now this is quite complicated. Yeah. So they should be aligned like this. What you can do, we can also just delete all of them and create them from scratch, which I can actually do in the background, but I won't do that. So with my mistake, I'll just keep pushing forward. I get rid of this. So what I'm going to do here is design a level. Let's zoom in using your mouse wheel. We can zoom in. Now I need to design I need to design a level of whatever I want. You can shape it whatever you want. So this is how you draw it. I'm just drawing something random. You can do also whatever you want. You can do a random level, but just make sure that there is a way where you can transition from one block to another block or things like that. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is the most satisfying part of this game design is when you're actually creating the level where you can just let everything that comes through your mind pass. Like you can shape it whatever you want. You can shape it in a name or. But what I can advise you is just to keep a large surface where goblins can clearly. You need to keep a clear surface where actually the player can attack one another easily. Because if you make them too tight now, the navigation agent or the navigation layer, the navigation zone is going to be too crowded. It will be very difficult for characters to be moving around. Designing this actually, I could have speed this up, but I'm pretty sure that beginners will just find out about my video, so I'll just let them see how this designing works. It can be a little bit confusing at first to just know how to use the time up. So yeah, yes, I kind of skip ahead actually. I just skip it and I want way forward. As you can see here, I'm gonna use my select tool. I come and select everything here. And what I'm gonna do after that is just copy everything. Copy Control C, and now I can Control V and move them around to make my game even bigger. Now, after doing that, what you can actually do is now come and clean the connections between them, make it look good. We do the same here. Come in the corner here. I'm not gonna lie, this part is satisfying and at the same time is a little bit irritating. Right now, when you're just designing the shape of your level, it's quite satisfying. But when it comes to adding every stone, every rock, and every decoration, it just seems like it's taking an eternity just to finish it. I can also come Control V again on top here. So you can just copy past whatever you want in Godot. I'm trying here to see something if I can flip them and rotate them, but apparently I can't. I really hope they can add a feature like that in the future where you can rotate, a selected or a copied version of what you have. Let's see if I can actually rotate it after selecting like that, but it doesn't work. Still doesn't work. So you know what? Let's just keep it like that. Designing this seems it's kind of taking too much time than I expected. I was expecting just to speed this up to the very end and never come back to it again. But seems like I need to repeat myself again and again and again. The most annoying part here is if you skip one of the tiles, now you're gonna realize it later, mid-game while playing, you realize one of the tiles is not placed where it should have been placed. So I would really advise you to go slowly here and clear your mind or take a break every time you're designing a level like this. So for me, I'm just gonna skip ahead until we move on to the next stage where I can explain something more useful. I'm done with the design of the level. Now I'm gonna show you how to design how to put the form on this wonderful level. So when it comes to the form, we just come and select it normally as you can do for others. So using this rectangular shape tool is not useful here. We're gonna use the pen tool. Let's zoom in. Here we're gonna work on a very zoomed uh, type of thing. We don't need to be big. We don't need to be overboard. Now I need to design it all around the ground for every single one of them. This is gonna take a lot of time. What you can do is Control C, copy that, and start passing one by one until you reach a certain level. This is how it should be going bit by bit. Don't push it too forward. A combination between Control V and Control C will actually help you speed the work. Now, as you can see, this is how it should be done. You see how it looks once you're done. Now, I'm going to speed up and finish it. And just how it should look like. Now, if I zoom in, you can see the details are pretty much good. Not everywhere, but I've tried my best. Now, I can come and look here as well. You might be wondering also why didn't he use other didn't use the other levels or something like that. So I was just waiting to show you how to use it. So since the layering are differently done, Now I can use the system of layering. What we can do here to create system layering is just pass it on top of the other. It won't really affect much. So if I zoom in here, I can use my tool. I can come and pass it and take this section out like this. Now it seems like there is a elevation. I copy that and move it around. So here I just speed up. I speed up everything. Let's catch up after doing that for most of them. You can do it for ground level 3, 4, 5, and whatever you want. So catch up after I'm done designing every shape I want. I'm done with the design of that thing. So now, when it comes to the shadow, I think I just forgot to change something. So let's get rid of this, and I can come past the shadow here. And this is my shadow. This is how I should. Oh my god. Okay, so now here we're gonna go with the shadow down here, but still, the level of the shadow is just atrocious how it actually looks like. Now, I do not really know what to actually do here. It's kind of tricky. Uh, Go back to the map and let's see what I can do here. Still not working. So as you can see, yes, I am unable actually to change the level of layering here, and no matter what I do, it does not really properly work. I've tried to open all these options one by one, but I couldn't find any solution. No solutions. Then I think I made a mistake somewhere here. I made a mistake. I kind of made a mistake. I didn't break the link between these two. Now you can see here. So now my level 1 have disappeared. So all you can do actually to save is just press Ctrl Z until the very last. As you can see, the link wasn't broken between the shadow and level 1. I can actually get rid of this and create a new shadow layer now. Now let's see how the shadow layering actually will work. So I can come here, select it, and as you can see, let's put it. I'll put the shadow like this. Then it does not show. Um, I'm just gonna get rid of the shadow system here. It's quite annoying to have that thing. So let's close that. Add a child node. We're gonna add a new node, and that new node is gonna be my navigation region. Add a child node to the navigation region, and the child node is gonna be navigation region itself. So the root node is just for referencing and copying. Let's add a navigation mesh to that. What we do here is also enable the grids. Now, it's very simple to add this. You just click and draw around the ground design that you have made. This actually might take quite some time, so I'm just gonna skip ahead. Then we'll catch up once I'm done designing this. I actually skipped ahead way too much. I even created a limiter. You can actually just try to understand, like, my time is kind of like I'm kind of reaching a certain level that I'm seeing that I can reach those 12 hours limited by YouTube. So I'll just be skipping some of the things. If you are actually wondering how I made the limiter, you'll find the solution, and you'll find how I made it via my uh you'll find it via my PDF that I'll create. Let's attach a script also to the limiter, and the script to the limiter, I'm going to save it to the new folder that I just created. And the new folder I created is just other script. It should be just a saving point for some random script I'll be creating across the level. After that, now in that script, what I'm doing basically is just hiding the limiter, because we do not need to see those red lines drawn on the screen. And when it comes to describing the limiter, what exactly the limiter does, the limiter is just another time-up layer which has a physics layer, added a physics layer. So now my characters will be bouncing against it. It's just there to kind of keep the characters inside the game. So when it comes to ground 1 up to ground 5, you select all of them. We're going to attribute them to certain groups. So they need to be into the group map, and that's it. And now here I can come and reduce this. I can also come to the tile and add a new tile, a child node 2D. We're going to rename that as decors, and after creating the course, I can just scroll this down a little bit, add another child node. What we can add here is a time-up layer. Let's duplicate that. Let's rename the first one. I'm going to rename the first one as, so we need water rocks, and duplicate again. This one's going to be rocks, basically rocks on the grounds, but I'm just going to call them rocks. And this one's going to be bed. Add another child node, or I can just come here and duplicate that one because I wanted to add another time-up layer. So as a plant, we're going to add objects, which can be random objects that I can add later on my game. So here, we're going to go on the same principle as we did for the form. You remember how I designed my form? So for the form, what I did actually is, what I did for the form is I create an animation. We're going to do the same for the water rocks and the rocks. So here we need first to locate them. You can find them here, rocks in water. So rocks in water, there are different varieties. There are at least 4 of them. So to animate them, you go on the same principle again. So just like we did for the form, I'm gonna do the same when it comes to these guys. See how I made the animation for that? That's how you made also the animation for water rocks. Now for water rocks, it's gonna be even more time consuming because we need to make that not only for Water Rocks 1, you have to make it for Water Rocks 2, Water Rocks 3, and all those other remainings. So let's select only the first one. Here I'm just showing you also how to do it a little bit quickly in case you have forgotten. And here comes the boring part with this version of Godot, where I have to close and open it every time at frame. You're gonna see that repeating itself too much. So I'll complete that later in the background. What we're gonna do here also is almost the same principle. Let's just drag and drop, drag and drop. So you also need to do the same thing here. You need to actually come on the dot menu and get rid of those things. Otherwise, you're gonna get a lot of warnings in your output section, which can be very disturbing and be very laggy for your game. So this is a little bit repetitive. Let me just move a little bit higher. Let's move to the new section of rocks. These rocks are they do not have an animation, so I'll go under some principle. No need to change it out as from. So we're just gonna come here, and in rocks we're gonna come drag and drop one by one each one of them. Rocks 3, 8, and final rock 4. Like come to rock 1, and rock 1, most of them are just 64 by 64 when it comes to the texture region size. The 64 by 64. Come here, remove the tile outside the texture. We do the same for each one of them. I'm not gonna lie, this part is pretty annoying. It's boring to do. 64 by 64 again. Save that, come here and remove it. Click on that one. 64 by 64 and remove tiles outside the texture. That's it. Got all of them. And as you can see, we got the physics. You can add the physics. If you want them to collide, you can add a physics layer to each one of the rocks on the ground. But for me, I won't add them because I got so many units that I don't want them to be stumbling upon when coming in contact with the rocks that I found pretty annoying. So let me skip ahead. What actually I've done here is I've completed animation frames for each one of them because it was pretty annoying to be adding one frame at a time, one frame at a time, one frame at a time. I actually suffered doing that. As you can see, all the green things are showing, which means every animation frame was added perfectly. So now you can see here, if I click on this one, open animation, you can see everything was perfectly done. Now let's go back and go back to tile map. And what we're gonna do here now is add the rocks directly to the game, which is another annoying part also. You can add the rocks as you want, depending on the amount you want to put in your game. So I won't really be forcing you to follow around what I'm doing here. You can place them whatever you want, but just make sure they're on water. Water rocks should be on the water, and the rocks on ground should be on the ground. So again, let me skip ahead. I can say I'm done with the rock thing. I'm done with all type of rocks. Now we can move on to something also a little bit more good, I can say, is the plants. Let's first run the game. I want to show you how the game actually looks like when you run it. As you can see, I got the animation with the rocks on the water and the foam, which are underneath ground level. That looks nice, but the level is looking a little bit bland. So now it's time to work. It's time to work on my plans. So let's come here at the tile set. Now it's time to move on to more dynamic animation objects. You don't need the collision for each one of for every single one of them. As you can see, again, we're gonna get this fascinating part here. In my game, I didn't include the dark. I didn't include the dark and the clouds. At least in the level, I didn't add the clouds and all that. Because if I had to add the cloud, I would have loved adding the cloud when they are moving, not just as animation or add them as just a random object. So here again, we go for the boring, annoying part. where you have to design it one by one again, do the same repetitive thing. I'm again gonna skip ahead and we'll catch up once I'm done doing that. You can just watch me doing it up to where you cannot understand. You can pause and try to visualize what I'm doing. Now that I perfectly added, every animation is clearly added. I can come back to thumb up. Now time to put them onto my game. Again, this time I'm just gonna speed this up. That will catch up once I put all the plants that needed to be added in the game. Yeah, here you can see me finished adding all the plants that was actually needed to my game. You can see now the level is coming, is getting more and more alive bit by bit. This looks more and more better. Now let's go to the objects. When it's come to object, the object I'm gonna add here are more of decorative object to show a few things. You can add clouds if you want. You can add things, but I'm not going with the clouds. I do not require to add clouds in the game. So what I'm gonna add here, I'm adding objects from the alt pack, which are in decoration. Now in decoration, as you can see here, I can add from 14 to 18 here. I'm gonna add this bone, as you can see. Get the bone here. After resizing it perfectly, I can come remove whatever was around. Click here. Come to this bone, drag and drop it as well. We go again on the same principle. we have to resize it to the height of the image only. Just the half image. Maybe it might be 200 by 192, but we just do that. Here again, we're going to add this score sign and the sign again. And now finally, this scarecrow. I love the scarecrow design. It's pretty awesome. Let's change the size to 64 by 64 by 128. Yeah, 64 by 128 was actually the right size to create your tie here. 128, 182 by. Just leave the mouse on top of the image inside on your file system side, then you get the size that you need to add onto your character inside here. I'm actually right clicking to add that enlightenment because apparently when I'm just clicking on it doesn't work. So right click, create new tile, get rid of all the remaining things now. Now after doing that, I can come here. I need to add a physics layer. Then click on add physics layer. Now I'm going to show you basically how to add physics layer. So you can even add rocks. You can add a physics layer also to your rocks, or you can see how to add them to your rocks. I wouldn't recommend you to add them to your rocks. It's just going to make it way harder for your characters to be moving around them. As you can see here, now you can come here and modify these points. So if you move your mouse in the middle of 2 points, you can create a new point. And to delete one of the points, just select one point and right click, it's going to delete it. You do not really need to match also the size or the way this object will be looking like. This is just an annoying little part where I'm working like this. Do the same when it comes to here. Seems to be okay, I guess. The design of these things are arbitrary. I'm not sure. Should I say arbitrary? Okay, I would say it depends on your modes, on how you want them to interact with your character. You can even remove the physics layer, but I wouldn't recommend that behavior, especially when it comes to big objects like this, because if they don't have any physics layer, you will see characters passing on top of them. So it doesn't really look natural to see one of the goblins walking past in front of a sign, creating that visual of no overlap or no behind, or like the object is just a paper in front of a goblin. So again, here, instead of kind of lazing around here, just talking about almost nothing, I'm just gonna again move ahead and we'll catch up once I'm done designing this. Again, you can watch me. You can watch me doing what I'm doing right now. Just watch till the end and watch very carefully what I'm actually designing. So after I was done designing the thing, I would be just placing them here. Again, here you can play with a few things here. If I zoom in, let me zoom in, and I kind of click on flip edge. You can see I flip it edge. If I come and rotate it, I can also rotate it. You can do so many things here while working on this. I can rotate this bone and that face that side, and that's a small piece of advice. You should be using this object that I'm creating right now to kind of show like, okay, this is a goblin zone where where the where the goblin houses should be located. So when designing your level, just make sure that you have that in mind. Like when you're adding, especially this sign that I'm adding here, this red sign with a skull on top, make sure that it's for where the character or the goblin's characters are being spawned from, where the house will be located. And again, I'm gonna skip ahead and we'll catch up once we get a new point to work on. Let right click on level, add a child node. What we're gonna add here is a new node 2D. Let me name that node 2D as gonna add here is buildings. Save. I can save that one. Let's go back to inspector and save again. Let me scroll this up, and what I'm gonna do is come to unit player buildings and come to castle, and I'm gonna come drag and drop castle somewhere here. You know what, somewhere here, maybe in the center of everything. I can drag and drop the castle inside the building nodes. It should be a child node of that buildings. So now here, once castle have been spawned, because since castle is the spawning point, my castle is the spawning point of the castle. My player, it will be easy for me to actually kind of see the game coming more and more to life. Let's add another child node. What I'm gonna add is a node 2D. Let's duplicate a couple of them. Let's name the first one as this one. I'm gonna name it as what happens with. So this one should be named as Ghost. You're gonna see why I've created Ghost. I forgot how to spell Ghost. It's a Ghosts. Okay, Ghost. Yeah, that's it. I really hope that the right spelling. Kind of feeling dizzy and losing my brain right now. So let's create another folder. That one, I'm gonna call it building parents. Let's come to this new node to the, we're gonna rename it at trees. Add another child node. We're gonna add a node 2D, duplicate it, at least 4 of them. So when it comes to this trees, we're gonna name first one type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4. Type 3, finally type 4. So these actually corresponds to the type of tree I'm probably using it again. So now we're gonna come here, open objects. Let's scroll down, come to tree. So tree one is a different type of tree. So tree one should go to type 1. Okay, I forgot to rename it as type 4. This now I need to actually add also for these ones and lock them. Okay, tree. Let me zoom in. I can move it and place it somewhere like around here. I double click on it by mistake. Okay, that thing is also pretty annoying. If you double click on it when selected, it's gonna open the one. I press Ctrl D to duplicate now. I got P2. I got 3 type of them. I'm gonna add a new type of 3, which is gonna be moved on. So 3, 4 should be moving on to type 2 and rename it 3. So what here I'm trying just to show you is that I'm trying to group them according to their type. You can add more. I'm just adding 3, at least 3 type of 3. I double click on it again, which is an unfortunate mistake. I think I should change my mouse maybe, or I should use my mouse pad. So 3 here is very sensible. If you double click on it, it's going to open the scene. Duplicate another one. Now you can even separate them. You don't really need to group them. You can even mix up group of 3. You do not really need to make them as I'm making them, grouping them, each them like on the same place, which looks a little bit more ridiculous. Let me come and put last type of 3 maybe here, somewhere around here. Actually 5 type of 3s, but I don't even know why I only create like 2 type of them. So let's come again here. We're gonna duplicate them. And things that I realized also is that the size of the tree is it's small. So what you can do is change the size in each of the scene. You just go open the root node and change the scale. You can also change the scale via the scripts, but you need a little understanding of coding, since this tutorial is for advanced. So I'm pretty sure all those who have knowledge of Godot will know how to scale this up, because the tree seems to be smaller than some of this building as the deco. It should be, the tree should be quite large as compared to what I wasn't expecting. Now there's a done. You can close that up. You can see how wonderful this looks like. Add another child node. We're gonna add another node. 2D duplicate again. Let's rename this one as mines. And since it's named as mines, now we gotta add milestone. You can add as many milestone as you want, but since this is a level tutorial, not really a tutorial for my game, but I'm showing you how to design it. I'm gonna add all the type of milestone in one level instead of adding them according to the difficulty of the game. Well, I think maybe with the mine, I should have created the system of upgrades where the mine upgrades as the player keeps on moving instead of creating different type of mines called like this. But at this point, we already made them, so it won't really matter much. So also what you can do to kind of make the game a little bit more difficult is to place a mine stone near the goblin towers or the goblin houses, so that when you're looking for gold, or one of your characters looking for gold, kind of have difficulty to find it. I can come here and lock them, add all the 6 mine stones. Now let's come and rename this new as ship, and we can now go and on creating ship. Also, let's zoom in. So the ship design, I'm gonna go to ship. We're gonna come here, drag and drop. Let's move ship inside the ship and rename it as ship. Just ship. Let's close that. Now we need to attribute things. So we need mid scene attributed to the ship, and it's also asking for build the ship scene. I'm gonna adjust it the ship. Now this shipping, I can duplicate it also up to 3, 4, and 5. Now duplicate again. I'm gonna come to the 5th one, duplicate it, and create the 6th one. Now the 6th one, I'm gonna change something. I'm gonna change the body size, maximize the ability, courage, fertility, growth rate, adult age, and adult exchange to 10. The pack radius to something like maybe, yeah. Now I can duplicate it. So you can add as many ships as you want in your level, but just make sure that they are not like close up to each other. But make sure also they're not crowding your level. If your level is big, like mine, you can do that. But if you have a small level, just add a few ships. So again, let me skip ahead and we'll catch up once I'm done placing all my ships and changing their varieties. So my game actually contains like 30 ships. Let's just select all of them and lock them. I've placed them across all my games so that the player can find them anywhere. Let's run that current scene, which is my level 1 scene. Now let's see what things actually look like. As you can see, my ship are properly moving, and once the character is spawned, I can move my character around. So I can pick one of the tools, come here, and I can chase around these guys, and I can even kill them. They're spawning mid, but my player wasn't meant to actually collect resources, so it won't really work no matter what I do. So when it comes to the mine stone, also the camera is not following my player, which I can correct later. I haven't really corrected it yet. I can use the repair option here. You can see it's kind of spawning that effect of repair or heal effect, which is good. Now I can also come here and try to cut down the tree. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, so I got few errors here on the output, but I'll just ignore that for now. Let's close these things up. Let's come now to this new node. We're gonna rename it as selection box. So you might be wondering what is selection box. Basically, my selection box actually handles the camera. Also, I use a selection box to kind of create a rectangle which can help me select many units at once. So that thing, I can change the camera settings. I can change the zoom to 0.7, the speed on position smoking with 2.5. And I think that's pretty much about the camera. Now, selection box scripting part also shall be saved into other scripts. Click on OK. Create. Now, let's clear this first and save. This is the script. So the script mainly attribute the camera to the player spawned by the castle. I can lock the camera, and the selection box also. Selection box works. I'm coming here and selecting this to lock them. So I was saying, selection box usually work with the right mouse. Click the right mouse down, and you can create a selection box. I'll show you. Let's see how the game runs. My girl, it's still quite a little bit slow. Now you can see the camera focus first on the castle, then the camera move onto the player. Now as you can see, the camera is following me around. Let's see how this works. I can move here. I can pick one of the tools and just one of these, and I cannot really truly collect resources from any of them. I can chop down these three, and it's spawn resources. I'm gonna change later on that like tree animation. No, sorry, not the tree, the wood animation. I don't like the animation of the woods. It just looks awful. And this is quite good. Collisions are working, and there is nothing actually lagging. There is no lag as well, so this is actually good design. I'm just moving my character around so you can see how my level came out. For those who love experimenting, you can actually try to add onto this game. You can add the bridge that we use in the first ever pack that we got. So here, after doing that, I can save that. After creating a selection box, now we can come and drag this down. Let's come here, right click, add a child node. I'm gonna add a node 2D, and let's rename the node 2D as Goblins. Building. Goblin underscore buildings. Add a child node to Goblin underscore building. I'm gonna add another node 2D, let's duplicate it. First one I'm gonna name it as towers, and the second one is houses. So just for the sake of tutorial, I'll show you how to set up all the colors in each building house. So for each color that you have, Since for the goblin we have blue, red, purple, and yellow, so you need these. You will need at least for each color an house, and I'll show you how to set it up. So for the goblin towers, there is really nothing much here. I got goblin tower blue, just duplicate it and move the other one next to it. Just for the sake of this YouTube tutorial, I'll show you how to place all of them. But when you're creating your game, depending on how you want to set your map, if your map is larger, you can separate this by uh, and also the more houses you put, the more goblins you can attract you. So when you're designing your game for other people, just make sure that there are not many houses inside one level. Otherwise, they are going to be overwhelmed by the attack. So here I'm just setting up all the colors that I got here. The goblin, so I should go somewhere around here. And then I want to shoot, let's say here, the other one maybe here. I'm gonna place other ones here. So the yellow ones, I'm gonna put one here, duplicate that one, and move it next here. And the third one, let's here, and the other one right there. Let's hit that. Now we got all the goblin powers. I can come here, Control L to lock them. Let's zoom out. Let's come here. Now we're gonna come to the houses. Let me show you quickly how to set them up also. So when you drag and drop one of the houses, you drag, drop it there. Let's push it somewhere here. Let's move it inside here. So I got another one that I should put somewhere around here. Goblin house 2. Uh, I can come in here as well. Goblin house 2. Move it down here. Move kinda down here. So the placement of where you're putting it, it should be reflected by the object that you added uh, the object that you added via the Dalmap object. So if your skull and signs are somewhere, that's where your house should be to indicate to the player that it's entering in enemy territory. So the first one is Goblin Barrel. So now I got different colors. So if I pick Goblin Barrel there and come here and pick a fire scene, I can come here and pick a fire scene, move down here, and we can pick now a Goblin Barrel boss according to the color we have. So Goblin Barrel boss blue. Now, okay, this one is the red one. So make sure that Goblin Barrel red. Now I have to change the boss also. So that's the only tricky part of this thing is to picture right. The first Goblin should be similar to the remaining one, right? Now, come to this house. This one is. You can also change your stat like minimum Goblin, maximum Goblin per wave. So minimum, I'm gonna put like 1 and maximum 3. Because if the numbers are the values are too high, you're gonna get something way bigger than I've expected. Now I have to duplicate that Goblin Barrel house to create many of them. So what I'm gonna do here, let me just speed ahead when I'm setting up these things. You can easily just repeat the same process that I've done here so far for the game. Since you have 4 colors, you have to create the Goblin House Barrel 4 times, Goblin Torch House 4 times as well, and for the last one also Goblin TNT 4 times, and pick the right scene to attach in the inspect. So let me just speed ahead and we'll catch up after I'm done doing that. I'm done setting up all these houses. Now let's zoom out a little bit. I can come here and run the current scene. It's loading really slowly. All right, invalid accessible property key global position on base of an object of type of null instance. So what am I saying? Goblin Tower marker position. I think it might be related to the fact that this object here, the path to this object is not correct. You have to open the Goblin Tower. Let's go to unit Goblin. This unit Goblin Tower. Yeah, exactly. Goblin Tower here. I have to come here and change the path to marker. Now I can save and reload it. Yeah, and that's what we get. You can already see the light system on these towers. Okay, they're coming from the goblins, but you see how the light system is working on them already. This is already awesome. And let's move up here, and that's it. Beautiful coloring. I love how the system of light is kind of lighting up this scene, which is makes it better. I forgot to add some towers to that house on the other side, but it doesn't really matter because I'm gonna get rid of it. Because you can have more than like six houses. The minimum you require per scene is just three of them. You do not need to do too much as I've done so far. This was just to show you how many houses you actually need to put in the game. And that's pretty much it. Let's come here. Let's see what we get here. So on each sword and whatsoever, the things that I need to correct behind the script, behind the sensor, the script, there's some failures loading some of the thing. And mostly they usually come from the name of whatever I'm trying to load in here. Let's move this one there, then for this one. Okay. And hitbox area also drag and drop and just got almost a perfect script, but all the signals are attached and everything seems to be okay. And let's just save that up. Let's run the game again. I ran it the wrong scene actually. I should have been running to level one. Right. Now I can move whatever I want. And okay, let's close that up. Let's go here. We're gonna reduce that and save. Go back to view. Let's clear this and reduce that thing. Then now zoom in and lock that. So now focus on to any. So now let's go again. Right click, add another child node. This time we're adding another node 2D. Just realize there's so many type of node 2D I'll be using for this game setup. So next one here is voice overs. Add a child node to that. We're gonna add a not just stream player. Let's rename the first one as level starting and this other one as level ending. So these voiceovers, I'm going to produce them using 11 labs. It's going to be an AI voice, so I won't really show it right here. You can just make it up yourself, depending on what phrase you want to add for your game on starting. For the water as well, I'm just going to leave it like that. Let's come to now the gate. And lastly here, we're going to also add the camp. We're going to add campfires. So let's come to the water. let's close effect and open object. So let's first scale this up. I'm gonna go to water. Now you see, I didn't really pay attention to creating this water thing, so let's just keep it there. We're gonna go to gate and place the gate. For the water thing, what I can actually advise you to do is you remove the collision around the water inside the ground. See, if you want your actual layer to collide with that. And for the gate, I'm just gonna place it up north here. Let's move gate inside here and let's rename it as gate instead of gate. It makes it look awkward. So if you put the gate up north there, I can put the gate somewhere around here. Yeah, kind of like if you cross inside here, this message is going to display whether you're able to pass or not. It's going to display what you're supposed to do also. And now comes to the campfires. Campfire, I'm just going to place them almost everywhere needed. So there is a small issue if the campfire is the woods. The kind of seems to be invisible. What is going on? So I don't even know what I've done. Here, let go of the. What am I doing? Let's just press Ctrl Z until we go back here. So the issue must probably come to the ordering issue. So if I push my ordering to 1 or maybe let's say 5, 5 is better. And this wood thing ordering should go, let's say, to 1. All right. Now we got an issue again. Let's go back all the way to fire camp. Now we can see my fire camp. Let's move campfire inside the campfires. Now the ordering as an issue also is the fact that the wood was on top of the fire, which was awkward. Yeah, now it looks better. We can see the wood as well. I can come copy this one and move it here. Now we're just gonna play around with duplicating Control D and moving next to an object. You can move it wherever you want. So I'm just moving the campfire to places where light is needed. Let's go to this one, duplicate it and move it here. Okay. Remember, the campfire is a static body collision. So if you put it in narrow spaces, it's just gonna block the way up there. Now we need to move campfires wherever, whenever, and okay, on strategic places where you need actually fight, like in front of the castle, next to the castle, things like that. Let's just go around and duplicate this. Uh, so you must be asking yourself, okay, whether the day and night system, hasn't been created. So the day and night system is being controlled by the root nodes. The root node, which is level, but the level doesn't have a scripted. So I'm gonna show it to you later. Just for now, let's relax and try to get this game. Again, remember in the inspector side, you can see that you can change the color of the fire. For me, I prefer to keep the campfire to the same color, orange, because the animation for that flame is kind of orange. So I don't want to change that. It makes it look awkward. So you can duplicate with many campfires one, but I wouldn't really advise you to also go overboard because this consumes a lot of GPU. So running this thing is kind of, you're gonna see what I mean when you run on your laptop. This project is kind of consuming a lot of CPU and GPU at the same time. So I don't know if that's related to the founding system or only due to the fact that I'm using a lot of AV objective scripts. This one and first one down here. Now I'm also correct. Just make sure for good decision. I'm gonna come select all of them, lock them up, and let go of that. Now I got campfire placed everywhere. And I can come here to do the things, voiceover as a play states, and you can add water inside here, but I prefer not to add those, especially here. I can run this. Let's see how it comes out. Wonderful. You can see how it looks actually. It kind of gives that lights vibe. Uh, yeah, this is awesome. Now you can also see that the Goblin powers are attacking me because I've corrected my script earlier. Now they can attack me as they should have been doing in the first part of the tutorial. So now I can be attacked by them. They can potentially hit me from the mail. You can increase their range as well so that they can attack us very fast. But as you can see here, the gates blocks, but you can't really properly the text because the text is kind of underneath one of the buildings. Let's close it up. And you come to gates and lock it first and move it down. Yeah, now we have an empty space there that we can see better. Let's come here and see what's going on here. Let's say the signal was already attached and attach it again to where the scripture. What you can do is just get rid of it. Because the signal is already attached manually, like through the inspector system thing. And let's close these things as well. Via this, put that here. Back to the let's scroll this down and set that up. I can come to tiles, select all of these guys, all of them one by one, and start locking them. Lock everything up. The Control L. Now got everything closed up. I cannot move anything. I go to the root node, add another child node. We're gonna add a node 3D again. I know I'm repeating myself some times. So here we add a UI. The node is renamed as UI. Let's rename UI like this. Add a child node to the UI. I'm clicking on add a child node. We add a canvas layer. Let's rename that canvas layer as well as UI. Add another child node, and I'm gonna add a panel. So here I'm just creating like a set of panels and system for which, all right, with all these things here, I'm unable to see the limitation of the screen size. So I'm just gonna come here and hide everything so that I just keep the rectangular shape that actually need everything on. Now here I am. As you can see, I can see the rectangular shape that I got. What I can also do is enable the grids, and now I need just to do some few setups. What I can come here and do is set the panel to fill the full screen and press Ctrl L to lock it. I can come to layout, not layout. I can come to theme override in style. Then I'm gonna preload my preset of transparent. Double click on transparent, and that's it. Now we got a transparent panel which fills the whole screen. This is already perfect. So add a child node to my panel. I'm gonna add a node today. So in my panel, I'm gonna create sections. I'm gonna create section which contain unit resource, which contain also a set of buttons, which contain a unit construction, and I'm gonna code all of those things behind the scene. So let's start with the set of buttons. So set buttons. We're gonna add the first button. Let's first resize it to kind of fit something big. As we've done so far, that it's I can also come to process and change it to always. Always remember that for these buttons, the process should always be on always. Now let's come here, add a child node to the button. I'm gonna add a sprite to the button. Let's come to the root node of that a sprite. We can duplicate the button now. Let's say first one I'm gonna rename it as info btn, info button, but I just shorten it like info btn. Second one is gonna be mute btn. The third one is gonna be quit btn, and finally last one I'm gonna rename it as setting btn. And for each of these sprite, I'm gonna rename it according to the pattern. So we got info sounds. This one's gonna be quit, and this one's gonna be setting. Now let's go to info here. I can reload or actually move here. Okay, so I can find it directly in Crypto. So I have to go to manual load, then move down here and try to find not find it here. So let's go inside textures. I'm gonna go to new and go to no here. Like that. Then come to UI. I'll come to icons. These icons. I'm looking for the tool. New UI. Okay. Icons. Yeah, exactly. So for the mute, sorry, for the info, I'm gonna select that one. Uh, okay. Now you can see this info should be in the middle of this. You can already see the middle point of each button. I can look it come to sound again. We're gonna load again. Let's click on icon here. So for mute, I'm gonna pick this one and set it in the middle as well. I come to quit, and for quit, we have a different type as well. Like come here, click here, and open. You can now move it also in the center, just like for others. Then come to settings. For settings, I got also an icon looking like the setting. This one. I'm gonna come here and put it where it's supposed to be. Right now, I can select all of them and Control L to lock them. So for the sound, I can move it a little up a little centralized. Let's remove these things. Now let's come and select all of these guys. Now I need to move them in the top corner. So I need them in the top right corner. I need the button to start from the top right corner. So if I zoom in, you can see the limits. Let's move them now. So I can separate them. I'm gonna put them in a certain order. So setting and following after that is quit button. Okay, I prefer to have quit at the very end. So we can move it like this, right? Now, setting will come somewhere around here. Mute come around here. Mind you, you can see this black transparent, uh, limit. That's the button itself. So if that transparent limit is overlapping with others, it's going to create like a difficulty for the game to kind of press the right button. Again, I think up to my style, I will show you something which I've been talking about so far. Is that thing that you can actually modify the presets without modifying what you've already said. So just, I'll show you. I'll show it to you very shortly. Let's first attach this in for each one of them. Quick load, transparent. You have to kind of double click. Let's come to Playable and transparent as well. See, these are pretty awesome preset that you can use. Focus, disable, mouse over press. You can actually modify them as you want. I will just show you to you later how to modify them. Not really later, but shortly. So I'll come to press, then I can now actually modify that I'm breaking that limit. What I can do is change the alpha value to 100, and now I can also change for over. So for over, I'm going to change the color. Then go something bluish like this, and change alpha value to 120. Let's save that. Now, if I run my game, let me just show you how the over and press works. Now, when the mouse is over, you can see that preset kind of come on top. And when I click, the color also does change. That's cool. But we can also again come and modify that thing. So I'm gonna use the color of the button itself. Let's zoom in. I'm gonna come click here, use the color picker and select the color of the button. Once selected that, you need to change the alpha value because if the alpha value is too high, it's not gonna look very well. So now also something I wanted to change is the corner radius. I put 3, right 3, left 3, top 3, right 3, and here also I can change it 3. Then come to the border and let's see that's the is come to corner radius and change it to the maximum, which is 20. Corner radius also I need to change it, so I'm gonna go with 5 by 5 by 5 by 5 for each of the sides. Now if I run the game with my mouse over, it should look something like this. You see, this is kinda even better. So I wanna change you know, I wanna change something again. This time is to change using just okay, other looks nice, but I can change the size of the board that you make it to make the curve look a little bit more, more a little bit shaped and curved. So here you're gonna go and try until you find the perfect for you. You'll be trying until you see what actually fits for the game. As you can see, this one looks a little better. You can even make it smaller so that it kind of fits the size of the button or the size of the icon actually. Now I'm gonna select quit and I'm gonna singly come to quit after selecting quit, break the link only on hover, and now every change I will be making onto hover won't really affect all the remaining parts. Now if I come run the game, let's see how it comes and see for all these R buttons is okay. Now for game is red. You can change the size of that square shape to make it smaller to fit more the icon. But so far this has been good. So select all the buttons, lock, and accommodate, and leverage this out. Perfect. Let's quickly shift to the next stage. So let's come to partner, right click, add a child node. We're going to add node 2D. Let's rename that one as, I'm going to rename it as player. So let's come add a child, not player node. We're going to add another panel. Let's rename the panel as unit construction. Perfect. Now, unit construction actually is responsible for having and hosting all the remaining things that you actually have for the game. Those icons to build and place the building where it's supposed to be. Add a child node to unit construction. The child node is a timer player. Rename it as you can rename it as UI construction or UI construct, whatever you want. Doesn't really affect much the name of that thing is doesn't really matter what name you give to that tile map. There. Let's change the tile size to 64 by 64. We can upload it. And also coming and change the visibility to an alpha value of 150. Let's set that up. Let's move in. Now we need to actually drag and drop the image we need for that come up. So here I'll be looking for special paper, but not the special paper again. In new UI, I can come to peppers and you're using the regular paper, not the special paper. But you can use the special paper if you want, but I prefer the regular paper, which actually looks better. The experience that I've done so far. So I bet this is good. Come here. That's it here. So as much as I'm working on this tutorial, which is pretty awesome. I'm thinking and I'm getting ideas like I can actually make this unit construction kind of high than, in height and appear what actually needed instead of just letting it to be on the screen all the time. Because the only thing actually can require on screen all the time is the unit resource, which display how many gold you have, how many meter you have, or how many resources that you collected so far. So this one actually might, be for the characters and block their view. Now, after designing it like this and put it in the bottom corner there, now I need to work on adding. So right click on use construction panel, add a child node. We now need to add set of buttons. Let's come here and I'm gonna rename this button as Build House Build Out One. Okay, so Build House One BTN. Perfect. I can add a child node to that button. Let's add an animated sprite 2D for the visual thing. We're gonna rename it with a name. Let's add another child node. We're gonna add a marker 2D. This seems to be okay. So let's come here, add a sprite frame to the anime. I can come here and okay, so we got unit construction. I can come to theme overrides. Don't change it. So we just come and preset, change the preset from transparent from the normal to transparent. Now we have that transparent little thing. I can come now to one of my character and I have to change the size of the icons. So I will go with something like this. And our name and all these guys should be in the center of it. So let's move it in the middle. Then go to this one. So anim and the mark above should be in the middle of the button. Now I can come to theme override. I can come to style. I will style it later. But if I actually use the preset right now, I won't be able to see the cell of the image. I change the process to always. And here, if I do this, now you can see I have no button. This actually, tricky. But let's just keep it like that. Let's just, finish all the styling here at once instead of duplicating and now start doing one by one. Actually take me one more time. After doing that, I can come here and close it. So now I need to come here and duplicate it. So next stage here now is to duplicate it and rename it according to the building that we have so far in the game. So in my game, I have house one, house two, I have barrack that I can build, I have monastery that I can also build, I have a tower and archery. So I'm gonna rename this button names like from build archery BTN, and that's how the name should be going. Build name of building and BTN. You see that the name of the building should be between build and BTN. Let's make sure that the name actually matches what I'm putting on the screen. Carry this here. Let's come here. I'm gonna rename this as well. So yeah, actually building this thing, designing this section is also a real pain in the ass because it takes a lot of precision and time to actually match the correct name that actually requiring the script as well. So here after barrack, I think last one should be archery. Perfect. Now let's have a let's select all of them. So let's just open them up also like this. Let's just select these animes. Sorry, anime here. What I'm trying to do here is trying to break the link between each of these animes because it's a duplicate of another one. No, I can't break the link when all of them are selected like that. So I have to come one by one and break the link. So I'm not sure how that actually works. The link is broken there. Yeah. Now, for building house one, what we need to do here is actually come here and we're gonna rename animations according to the color of type of building we have. So we got black, blue, purple, red, and now add another one, yellow. So nothing to really struggle with. Let's go down here. I'm gonna do that for all of them. I need to now come here. What we do is let's just go to no, that was wrong. Black house, no, so here, black building. Exactly. So I'm on house one. What I'm gonna do is pick that one. I come to blue, open here, change the color here, name the color blue. Blue house, pick again house one. Uh, without all the names. So here also I will advise you to break out because if you pick the wrong animation and the wrong building, every time you look for color going to get out, you have a wrong. We might have similar icons for one of the buildings you want to build. Look very nice. So be very cautious in what uh, these parts need to be fully concentrated. Uh, yeah. So you can enable all the problem. And now I need to do this for all these remaining ones. So here I'm just trying to make sure that the link got properly completely. Let me animate this real. I'm done adding all those animation that were required. As you can see here, I can come just get rid of this. I do not actually need to preset any one of the animation as the auto style one. So via this, you can see that I've added my animations one by one, get rid of that. And like come to archery also, like rid of this. Now I can come back to build out one. I can attach a script to it. Now I gotta remove the script as build btn, and the build btn script should be saved into other script, which is a useful folder as I told you earlier. Now after attributing that, I need to use this. I need to attribute the same script to each one of the buttons. So let's scroll this up. That close texture folder. Let's just up a little bit. Can come close my textures, open other script. Now I need to put this build btn onto each one of the buttons. And each path should be attached to this. So perfect. Yeah, like this as it. I'm gonna code it later. So after that, let's open again each one of them. Great. Now I can come onto a name, attach a new script as well, and save it into other scripts. We click on OK, click on create. Again, we go to the same process where we have open other script and start attributing that name onto each one of these anime here. There is no other easy way to actually do this. Just record you to be more precise on what you're doing. And that's okay. Perfect. Um, yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that all of them actually, what we actually required is animation. That comes to unit construction. Let's zoom out. So we got all these guys. Let's just reduce all of them so I can easily select all the buttons at once. Let's select all of them. Now we need to move them somewhere around here, which is the trickiest part now. I can here now come and play around with something. I can change their scale of my buttons to 0.5. 0 to be okay. Now I can come and select again all of them at once. and try to align them as in the middle of this. So far this looks actually good. I can now come and separate each one of them. I'm just trying to make sure that alignment is perfect. This can also be time consuming. We have to separate them like that. Monastery here. And again, I have to go down in size because even apparently even half the scale does not really do what's needed. So 0.4 actually seems to what I'm actually required for this. So I'll put it somewhere around here. Let's move this other one here. Let's just zoom in. All right. So this part actually takes. Okay, it kind of is starting to piss me off a little bit. So just hide that thing. Now we need to actually fill out a little bit. Don't forget to keep a space between each one of these because they're buttons. They're not just icons, so they need that that space to work properly. And finally, this one also I can move it up here, up to something like this. Now, after aligning them like that, I can move them a little bit to kind of match up a certain pattern here, like this, up to here. Perfect. And that really seems to be a little bit high and a little bit close to the border. Like unit construction, so unit construction will be visible. So I come to transform here. I'm gonna scale this down a little bit as well. I can come select this rectangular shape and get rid of this. We can redesign it again from scratch. So select one by one and gonna design it like that. So just flowing around this. This is more what I expected when I started working on this. Awesome. Big dots and come here. Just fill the inside now here. So here, that's okay. Let's change the transparency to something even lower, like 110. I come to unit building here now. Unit construction. Add a child node. We're gonna add a sprite 2D. So now we need something like a selector, kind of like a cursor thing, to show which building we have clicked on. So I can come here on loads, click loads. So we click on icons right here. Maybe in cursors. Okay, I'm gonna pick this one. Where's my cursor? So now I can come try. Okay, this is wonderful. Now you can see if I zoom in, you can see better quality. Now all I need to do is just change the scale. Let's here. I'm gonna go something 0.5. This is 0.7. Here 0.6 seems to be more fitted. You just the more you keep the distance between each of the these buttons constant, the more natural this thing's gonna look like. So the position is 64 by 64 of the marker. So the cursor should be aligned according to those markers. So I'll make sure that the position of this is also 64 by 64, or at least it's not 64 by 64. Try to align it manually on the visual digits. I can select all of them, Control Lock, and now I need to code this real quick. So let me code this real quick in the background, and we'll catch up after that. Right, scripting part is done. Now for the button, it looks like that, and for the anime, it should be looking something like that. Now you are going to the same old thing where you have to attach the signal. This part is a little bit tricky because you're not attaching the signal to the root node, but we're attaching the signal to the respective button script. So this is going to be a little bit pain in the ass. But see, instead of press, it's saying on press. So just come. We're going to copy that, cut that, and pass it here. And you can get rid of that function. Right. Now, one by one, I have to attach the signal for each of these guys. I just write build, copy that, and double click here. Signal is attached also. Do the same for every time. Just on the end, pass the name, and start attaching signal bit by bit, just like this. Luckily, it's showing from where it's being connected. So you see that blue text next to the script one attached signal from. You can see it and double click on that one. And we'll do the same for every single one of them. Perfect. Now that this dynamic looking game, a system which can kind of give this is basically just giving a signal, or it's giving a reference to the unit construction. It should be giving it into the unit construction thing is okay. Building the icon button you've selected is for house one, so build to the house one. It's basically just telling what exactly we need and required to build. Let's make visible all of these guys. I can run the current scene and see what it looks like. So let's just patiently wait until the game actually loads. Somehow it's always a little bit slow. Now you can see my button is right here, and my icons also are showing. Perfect. Let's move. Following me, you can see, yeah, how it's lighting up. And when it comes to these guys, it does not really work since I do not have really a unit construction script yet. But buttons are actually properly working. We just need few adjustments before that. They actually work perfectly. So let's reduce unit construction. We'll come back to it later. Let's add another child node to the player node. Add another panel, and this one's gonna be unit resources. Unit resources. Right. Back to inspector mode. And I need again to hide everything. Hide everything again. Because I need more precision. I need to see that limits of my screen size, otherwise these things that are getting into my view. And that's it. So for this units resource, I'm going to add a child node to it, and we're adding sprite, sprite 2D. I'm going to duplicate that sprite 2D. Then before that, let's first add a child node to that sprite 2D. I'm going to add something for a label to display the text of the whatever we actually need. So let's come first here. You can lock it, come to symbol override style, and make it transparent. So quick loads, and we load that preset of transparent. After adding the label to my sprite 2D, what I'm gonna do here is duplicate it 3 times for the 3 type of resources that I got. So let's come to this one. We're gonna rename it as goals called idle, and this one's gonna be named as, so just naming it G idle for go viral. This one's gonna be W idle, and this one is gonna be M idle, which kind of makes it looks like middle. Let's come to goals. I need to find uh I need to find those icons or you know okay, yeah, they're not really gold, but I kind of showing a coin, so it's okay. I go with the wood also in the same principle. Icon for the wood is this one, and for the meat, what am I doing? I need to load this. So let's have to load the icon now. That's how the icon actually looks like. Let me select only the Sprite 2D. I'll come to transform, and I'm gonna change the scale to 0.7, which is okay for this kind of you know let's just return it to this default, which is 1. So it's kind of looks small when I reduce it to 0.7. Now I can separate. Let's first select one by one like this. I can separate them, so meat goes here, wood goes a little bit up there, and the meat should go somewhere around like this. Okay, let's do this. So keeping it, a constant distance between these guys is also a little bit troublesome. But really require a huge precision as if they were buttons. That's the only advantage. That's good. I can lock them. Now I need to come to label and I'm gonna rename it. First label will be renamed with a label roles. This one's gonna be label goods, and third one is gonna be label mids. Now select all of them. We know to do those presets like font size and color of the fonts, the outline, the type of fonts. So here I'm gonna just write resources, just to show the modification I'm making so far. Here I'm gonna select horizontal alignment to center and vertical to center as well. Left hand to schema right. Let's start with the color. So in terms of color, I want to pick the color of the button, which is kind of, it's not really goldish color, but kind of like, light skin color. And go on the sentence with the outline size color, which is going to be darker. Okay, color. And let's go to the fonts. Would be this font. Well, gotta click on it. We can now go back to custom and change the outline size to 5. Font size itself to something like 30. Let's now come here and see what it looks like. Yeah, this is perfect. This looks perfect. Now I can actually move it to my arrow keys to see where it actually fits. What fits perfectly. Let's lock that up. And I can reduce this, come to unit construction and open the unit construction UI. Let's see if I can also add a background to this to see how it looks. So let's come here and do this. Up to something like this. This this is getting really awesome. I'm exhausted. All right, let's put it like that. Let's save that. Now let's come to unit construction and just get rid of this. Don't like the way it looks. Let's just keep it the way it is. So this is okay, I guess. Look text as well. I've already looked text up. What I need to do now is copy the label, one of the labels, and pass it to the child node of direct panel. And now This is the text that I've just copied from one of the Unity libraries. It's a direct shell node of the panel, which is named panel. Make sure of that. I can duplicate it 3 times. So the first one I'm gonna rename it. It's gonna be timer label. Move it down a little bit. Let's separate them. The timer label is gonna be this, and I'm gonna rename this timer inside here. So this timer label is gonna display the time of the day, like kind of showing what time of the day we are on right now. Scale that up. Let's come to the second one. This one is gonna be timer underscore waves. So this one is gonna show the countdown to the next wave. So it's timer wave label. We're gonna move it somewhere here also. Make something like this. And let's rename that as timer waves inside here just for the preview. Now in this one, I'm gonna move it top left corner and resize it to something like this. Perfect. Now these two are kind of interpolating. So what I can do is just moving this one down here. And finally, we have this label. This one I'm gonna rename it as info. This should be info label. So info label is perfectly selected as well. Let's just move it down here. So info label is gonna be for me down here. I can come up and kind of just move everything like this. So the info label is gonna just be responsible to display information that the game is giving to the player, telling him like go there, do this and do that, you know, beside that voice over. I can lock that up and that's okay. So this looks already like a decent level. We got buttons, we got UI. I know that can come in this level here. Can close player thing, and that's it. Right. Now let's close up a little bit down there. I'm gonna come to UI and add child node. I'm gonna add a second panel and those panels. Now I need to design panels like for certain menus like game over, pause, and another menu that I would like to add also is a confirmation menu. I will see that later. So after setting that pause menu up, now I need to design a new one. So what I do is just from scratch, I'm gonna select a new style box flat. So I'll go with darkish color, change the alpha value to something a little bit more darker but transparent or something like that. Set that up. Now let's just lock that up. I can now I'll be triggering the visibility and then off when I show the panel when you pause it and add child node. At the panel, I'm gonna add a tab map layer and rename it as set, adding the tile set. Now I need to change the tile size to 64 by 64. Just gonna go on onto some small principle like yeah, I can let you design what you want. You can pick whatever you want. You can use the regular paper, you can use the you can also use the special paper. But for me, I think I'm gonna use the technique of the sword. I'm gonna use the sword here and maybe ribbons also if you want, but let's stick with the sword. I'm not gonna go into something very fancy, but you know, let's just come here. We're gonna come here and copy one of these label and pass it here as a child. Now we got this. So let's come here and duplicate it twice and rename the first one as pause. The label is renamed as pause and the other one as resume. So after getting that, I can work now a little bit on more on the design of the kind of change the name of the pose. Decide that pose that come here. I'm gonna change the name of the pose here. I'm gonna come first and rename that thing as pose. And for resume as well, let me name it as resume. Press, sorry, yeah, we can even change text like press R to resume or press the resume button, something like depending on what you want. But since R is the button I use to resume my game, so I'll just select both buttons. We're gonna change the font size to 100. Perfect. So pause seems to be good, but just don't like the fact that pause menu, yeah, seems a little bit more better. And come here on font size and increase it again, 120, which seems okay, but yeah, 120 seems okay. Let's go to resume, and in resume, I'm gonna change the alpha value or on the visibility to a bit more semi-transparent, something like that. Now I'm gonna set these things in the middle of my screen. Now it's time to use the set. So after selecting set, I can come to the scale and scale that up to 2. So now the scale is 2. Now I can use the solve to kind of create that looking like menu style. So the design ain't really crazy here, but I'll try and get my best to kind of create something that can actually look good on the game. And for these ones, we run the same principle again, up to something like this, and come here, press on flip. Now we can put it like this. It kind of looks good. It's not excellent, but it could be okay. I'm gonna come again to the theme override and I'm gonna change things. So first I'm gonna change the color of the outline size and yeah, something and yeah, maybe 20. Now pause menu seems to be okay. I'm not gonna lie to you on this post panel and maybe game over. I won't really do much. I won't really, get deep into all of it. Yeah. But yeah, I can just give you free room to design whatever you want it to actually build up for you. Because in my case, I don't think we can do anything extravagant with the time given right now. Especially since I'm doing everything on screen, so I won't really be going in all details testing what's right or not. So you already see that here you have to navigate between the size and the outline thing, which can actually takes a lot of time. Perfect. Right now we got this for well looking script like this. Just make sure that it's actually centralized on the thing. So this is okay for now. So let's just, I guess I'll show you how to create pause menu. And when it comes to the game over and the other one, I'm just gonna speed it a little bit up, or I can just let you watch how I did in the other one. So under the pause menu, I'm gonna create a new add a new child node, a node 2D, and rename it with course. So I can add few things. You can add whatever you want, but do whatever you wish to do. You can add few things like bones or something like that, which can actually be something can look good. So let me just speed things up because here there is nothing I can actually do that actually kind of extraordinary besides designing and moving things around. So this is how the pose menu actually looks like. I'm not gonna lie to you, these are the best things I've done so far. This is one of my one of my worst design I ever made. Kind of yeah, it's kind of blank, but I don't really mind. So duplicate that pose panel, and now this one's we're gonna name it as alert. So for the alerts, we're gonna go again on kind of looks like same principle. We're gonna get rid of the thing. So alerts, we're gonna rename the first label as alerts. So basically, this alert panel is when the player press the quit button. Now we need to confirm. It's kind of like confirmation. When you press the quit button, we need now to tell they're like, are you sure you want to quit? Kind of see. That's what I want actually to add on this game. And change a little bit the colors and all that design. So let's again skip ahead until we kind of reach the game over panel. And just by passing, added two buttons to the alert panel. We need a panel for actually cancel and confirm. So cancel is when you press quit button or info button, then they ask you, are you sure you want to leave? If you press actually, you come and press confirm, it's gonna lead you to the quit main, like quit and send you to main menu. If you press cancel, it just cancel the action of quitting. So again, let's move ahead. Now duplicate pose again. Now I'm gonna design also the game over menu. It's not really a menu. It's kind of like a game over panel. We just add and show every time. I'm not gonna lie. This kind of looks you know always repetitive because like, I'm always repeating something over and over again. So I'm just trying to speed this up so that we can go to the more important points, especially for this tutorial, which is the day and night system. The day and night system, there is no really a big fuss about it. You're gonna see there is not really something that can actually shock you enough. So the game over also kind of have a button. Game over when they see you can retry or something like that. Uh, I'm just trusting you to replicate a design which should be unique to you. I don't want you to be just copying what I'm doing right now. I want really show what if you have understood the tutorial, the point of the tutorial or not. I want you to design your own character and I want you to design your own type of characters and kind of like a different type of setup and behavior. which can actually look good on a game. So again, let me move ahead and we'll catch up once I'm done doing that kind of thing. Now that the design of this is practically done, launch the game and see actually what we've done so far. Let's see what we got here. Godot is a little bit slow at loading, especially right now. I don't even know why it's way slower than I expected. Okay, so this is how my game over kinda looks like. As you can see, now my mouse over kinda looks good, but I don't just like, you know, the way it's kinda shows. Right, so let's come to game over panel. We just need to realign things, correcting things that you want to move around. Right, kinda like how designing these things is, you know, it's kind of you're deciding what you want to add and what you want to keep. You do not really need to copy everything that I'm doing so far. Let's launch it again. Let's see what it looks like. All right, now the rectangular shape of the retry button is okay now. Perfect. So let's move down. When it comes to game over again, let's open game over. So game over, when it comes to this date thing, I need the head to be aligned on the same axis. So here I'm gonna do 410. 410 is okay. Now let's come to this other one. We're gonna do 85 also. Now we have them aligned. I can lock them up, and now we can come close this. If I run the game again, let's see how it comes as. Perfect. Now it looks, you know, looks good. Let's go up. I can bring back all these things to make them visible again. Let them be visible again. Over one like this. Now I'm gonna show alerts, and let's see how alerts comes as we run the game. Yeah. So you can see this is okay. But there is a small detail I forgot to change on confirm. So confirm, you see that over button thing should be green, not red. So break the link. Come here and we're gonna change the color. Let's zoom in first. Pick the color here. Again, pick the green color, but make sure that alpha value is always in the transparent levels 100 or something like that. If I run this again, let's see what we come across. And now it's okay. So red for cancel and green for confirm when you're leaving. If you want to quit the game, you say yeah. Let's close this up. Let's see now for the pause menu what it looks like. So the pause menu, I'm not gonna lie to you, it looks bland to me. I really hope we're gonna do a better design than I because this is a little bit bland for me, but you know, just keep it like that. I'm gonna keep it like that. All I wanted to show you is just how to design those kind of things. Right, let's come to panel and add a child node. Okay, let's cancel. The child node is to UI, and the child node should be a canvas modulate. So basically, canvas modulate is the one that giving the illusion of day and night. Let's rename that canvas modulate as day underscore night. The canvas modulate is basically kind of like a texture node from which we can modify, we can modify. Right, let's first start the channel. I'm going to add a node to it. So as I was saying, the canvas module is going to behave like a screen which kind of simulate that day and night system. Now, the new channel that I added, the node to the is a building manager. Add that nodes to the group building manager. Now we can attach a script to the building manager and save it into our folder other scripts. Click on open and create. Set it up. And let's attach a script to pause as well. Again, same system, we save it inside other script. We do the same for game over. Open and create. We can save there. Back to 2D again. Go back to inspector. So the pause menu gonna hold the script. Game over is gonna hold also a script. The building manager, which basically all other script also should hold the script on its own. Unit construction should have on scripts. So unit construction also. Click on create. Great. What else? Unit resources also need a script. So click on create. So I think from here I can actually create something big and which makes a lot more sense. Let's come here and close this up. So beside having these guys coded, the DNet system is controlled also inside the level script, but I haven't attached a level script. Just here, just attach a script for alerts. Showing files folder. I forgot to save it. I need to save it into other scripts. So unfortunately, this two scripts, unit construction and other one should go into other scripts for just organization purpose. Let's set that up. And I can now reattach them manually to make sure everything is okay. Let's set that. Right, all the scripts are okay. Now I'm gonna code also the level script. So level script should be saved into level, so no need to save it in other scripts. So level 1 without the underscore. Like it. So I'm gonna go take my time a little bit to code all the scripts, and we'll catch up right after. So after coding all this, the script is one of the biggest. So we got the day and night system here. As you can see, the day and night cycles thing. So you might have thought when the tutorial started, like there will be something big about that thing, but everything is just controlled by a script. All you need to add is just that canvas modulate and adding those, external light system. Now for the button, everything also is connected as it should. As you can see, all these button paths have been perfectly connected. Unit resource also has been connected perfectly to display the amount of resources we got. So far so good. Now let's close it up. Let's move to the next script, which is the post panel. The post panel has a short and simple script, and it's even easier for the Goblin. For the game over panel and alert also as a script. And when it comes to almost our last section, which is one of the most interesting ones, is the building manager. Building manager is the one holding all the logic behind the construction system, which manage which building to build and how many amounts of resources have been spent on it. So beside that, we now need those ghost scene. Now I need to design them. So the ghost scene is basically the thing that's going to be previewed before a building is now built down. So let's create it. Click on add a node. We're going to add an area 2D. Let's rename this as ghost. Let's save it into unit player building. Create a new folder unit player building. We're going to call it ghost. Click OK. Now this first ghost is going to be named as Ghost Archery. Ghost Archery. Oh my god, I forgot the spelling of archery, which is very good. We got Ghost Archery. Add a child node to that Ghost Archery. We need an animated sprite 2D, and alright, it is a name. Add a child node. Again, we're gonna add a collision check to the capital, and that's okay. Now let's come to a name. So we need to come to a name and add the sprite frame. So for the anime, for the ghost, what you're previewing is an animation of basically those building under construction animation, like somewhere here how as you can see. Since this is archery, I'm gonna come here and select this one. That's actually what I'm gonna use for all the type of ghosts. In terms of collision shape, I'm gonna come here and resize this a little bit to fit the design of my kind of fit the size of what I'm creating right now. Because if you put that collision shape too big, what's gonna happen is you won't be able to place your building when trying to build it. Let's come here. I'm gonna move to objects. So let now duplicate this according to how much of building because ghost house 1, ghost house 2, ghost house 3, and now we're gonna go with ghost barrack, ghost tower, ghost monastery, and all the remaining now actually remain here. So this part is actually easy to replicate, you know. Now all I need is just double click and things. Now we got all of them open. Now I need to modify each one of them. Let out the collision. Now I'm gonna delete this and add new animation. So let me just move a little bit forwards. I will let the video on normal speed to let you see what I'm doing. And after I'm done designing this, we'll catch up. Now, once done with the Ghost Barrack, I am literally done with all of them. I can come back to level. Let's first close level. I want to open level at the very end of everything, since I need to create other type of level 1, 2, and 3. Now, after opening level, I can come back to my script on building manager. Now I can just come drag and drop the path inside the parameters like that, inside those brackets, just pass it, just drag respectively to the name, because don't create a fuss and mess about it. Look at barrack here. Let's set that. And ghost tower here as well. Ghost monastery, and move it right here. Perfect. Now let's come here, attach a script, and we're gonna save it into other script. So this one, sorry, the name should change, otherwise you're gonna get. So this one is a name for ghost, so I rename it anim underscore ghost. Now I need to attribute that script to all anim ghost. I need to attribute that to all the anim ghost in my current design. So when it comes to anim ghost, the script is simple. So it's just on ready. What we do is modulate the color, kind of make it it's green, semi-transparent green. So it's 1, 1, 0.6, 0.6. Okay, so this one makes it semi-transparent, not changing really the color of it. It's just basically modulating the color a bit semi-transparent. Attach the script to each anim. Make sure you're not attributing the script to the root node, but to the anim here, like I'm doing here. Like here, and that's it. So basically, you can even skip the part where you're actually adding this thing of adding the script. You can also change the anim semi-transparency directly from the inspector. I prefer to use the scripts so that in case future modification, I want maybe the color of the ghosts to be kind of green or red, according to whatever aspect. It's gonna be pretty much easy to implement. So far so good. As you can see, this looks wonderful. Let's begin and see what we get so far. So again, my God, it's slow. Can't really do much about it. If you may excuse me. Right now, as you can see next wave in showing the timing, and on top there is a timer. The timer seems fast. As you can see, I'm clicking on my building, but nothing is really happening. here. Yeah, nothing is is really happening here. I don't even know where the building actually went, so I'm trying to locate where it might have been spawned. Not here, apparently. I can actually move around, and these buttons also seems not been connected yet, but things are properly working so far. And right, so I got an error here telling me, okay, this one comes from Firebomb, so it's again there are links to the Firebomb thing. So I gotta just look at the Firebomb scene and try to modify that thing. So when your starts to reach this stage of the game, you're gonna face some of the time few mistakes that you've been doing. They're gonna catch up on you. So we just need to modify them bit by bit. No need to stress too much about it. Most of them are just small errors like this. It's just telling me that the name I have here is not the same that I put directly here. So my script, which I wrote, was a little bit different from what I actually was working on. Since most of my scripts are coming from my old project ever made, so the name must matter a little bit different. Also, I can reduce the length of the day here, so I'm gonna leave an hashtag for you to remind you that if you modify this amount, because this amount is in millisecond, if you reduce it, so the day and night cycle is gonna be shortened. Let's see how actually game launch it. Again, Godot does that big fast of loading very slowly, but from about it than expected. Also, this panel appearing here is kind of like ticking me a little bit. Right. Now you can see it's kind of like the luminosity of the game is decreasing bit by bit. Let's see where it gets us. If I go up north there, there's really nothing much to go up north there. Let's just move around. So 300 is too much also. Here it says they get it logged. Right. Now the goblins have been spawned, as you can see. Again, you see, as you can do what you actually wish to do. Now the nights, the sunset is started, but since the day night cycle have been shortened, you can actually see how fast it is to get from sunset to the complete darkness. Right now, we can see the darkness because I'm among these units which are kind of showing a lot of lights. But if I move to something a little bit more or less. Also, you see the square looking shadow is due to the fact that I'm using a canvas model. So I can, you know, now we are in complete darkness. You can see the water is kind of turned dark also. I don't like the fact that this thing seems to be, squared. That squaring thing is coming from it's coming from the point light 2D. Because the point light 2D is kind of using that filter of texture rect 2D. I'm gonna fix that also, and we'll see what we can do about it. As you can see here, this only appears also the squaring things appears only during complete darkness. When the sun starts to set, when the sun starts to rise, you can't really notice that much. I'll try to fix it if I'm unable to fix it, and of course, you are my student, so I really entrust you and find a solution. Well, but so far, I've kept my promise. I've shown you how easy it is to make a night day and night system. You just write coding, and the code will be provided to you. I'll provide a PDF, so it will be very easy for you to kind of replicate whatever I'm doing so far here. Right. So far, this is okay. Let me just try to see how it's working if everything seems all right. So I'm gonna cut it here and try to test it until something actually goes wrong. Because you gotta test your game in every possible scenario to see what can go wrong with it. let's get back and modifying the thing. So I'm gonna come to UI here. So a mistake that I actually made is pushing it a little bit inside like that. So the day UI, day and night should be under the UI, the canvas UI itself. So now after that, we gotta go to each panel, come to mouse and change the filter from stop to ignore for each panel we have so far in the game. So let's come here and to ignore. Let's come to alerts, select alert panel as well. Come to mouse filter and the ignore instead of stop. Let's close that up and see if we got any other type of panel here. I don't think there is any type of panel. But wherever you use a panel, a control node, make sure that the mouse filter is on pass. Now Godot is also launching, is running a little bit slow also. Now, as you can see, when I'm clicking, it's actually okay, but something seems to be off because the building is not appearing at the mouse location. Uh, Also, one of the buildings remain green and nothing is changing here, which shows that something is, you know, something ain't right. Something is not perfect here with the script. When I come to global, what I'm gonna do to global is increase my current amount of gold and all other resources. And for run it, let's see what we got. And now, yeah, so this is actually something's pretty much wrong. Something's pretty much wrong around here. Even these buttons also are not really they're not really responding as they should. So it's basically a coding mistake. I really think. Let's change the building. I'm changing the ordering to kind of see it on top of things. Let's do the simple building ordering. I'm just increasing the ordering in case that the building are being built underneath the ground level. Then I run my game. So still got nothing. Uh, and another mistake that I just found it is if you keep on double clicking, it's actually creating that that jolt of you can feel the old screen in the awkward manner. Let's close that up. I'll fix that. I'll fix the small issue with the button doing that. So I I just need to find exactly where the mistake, the error is coming from. Uh, can change the amount of waves to 6 and change the wave interval to 2 something. Just play around without thinking too much about it. So back to 2D again. It's actually boring, not being able to actually use the building manager perfectly. We should. Everything seems to be okay here. Yeah, so the thing was preloaded perfectly inside it. So the dictionary is okay. Same goes with the building dictionary, which is good. Now, what exactly is going on here is, let's see. Oh yeah, so there are a few things that I actually forgot to add here. Is basically the building ID and the building. I assign the building manager. That's my bad. I should have make sure that that thing was actually, you know, inside here. That's my bad. I think I might have gotten into. No, I'm just tired, to be frank. I'm just losing focus bit by bit because I'm extremely tired. So let's try to locate what's the name I'm supposed to attribute to my building ID. So I'm pretty sure the building ID is ours. Now I'm trying to locate which kind of block of code is calling the building ID in my position building ID. Yeah, there's so many sections where the building ID. So let's just ignore that section. Now let's come here. This one's gonna name this house 2, house 3. Power is just gonna be power. Not really the same. Actually, barracks and simple archery. So just no archery here. Let's now assign the building manager. So basically, we needed also to tell it like, okay, this is the building manager. I'm just gonna come right building manager, copy this and double click. And now building manager is fine. I gotta do this now for every button one by one. This part is a real pain in the ass, but gonna like because if you forget any detail here, you're just gonna try to find an error in your script or among your nodes, thinking that one of them is not really working properly or something is not right with it. Not that the buildings are connected, right? So building manager, save, run the game and see if it now works or we still have some weird behavior that we get from my building. Now, if I click here, as you can see, I still can see where the building is being found. But you can see the resources are kind of like, they're going down for each building I'm trying to build. I'm trying to build here. You can see. So now, is it due to building parent being, building parent? Maybe, these two should just set their index to 1. Let's see what we got. Okay, so just found something, but I still don't see what actually was this found. Okay, that error is error. It's just funny to click on it. Okay, let's focus. Still, okay, what I can do is just try to use the armor world. See, maybe they're underneath the ground will stay not. I'm going to use errors, the whatsoever. We'll focus on that later. Let us just fix this issue with the building manager. So, definitely something wrong. Building, so building parent. And if you change the building parent, it's gonna be okay. So let's come to building parent here. I'm gonna get rid of it, and instead of using building parent, what I'm gonna do is one. Now I can drag and put my building, but the castle, since the buildings that nodes is where also the castle is placed. If the ordering is okay, let's set the ordering to one. Now run this. Let's see what we got. Um, since this one is appearing properly, I still cannot see like owls. Let me. Oh my god, as you can see, yeah. So the building is just appearing on a random position down south. As you can see, the owl is here. Actually appeared. Why is it tiny like this? Ah, actually worked. Now I can pick this. I've selected the pawn, which is automatic, but the behavior of this pawn is kind of over. Yeah, it went down and shot three. Now, shining away because the goblin the top. That's one of the percent that I've passed. So, okay, the building is being spawned, but not at the right position. That thing is, is it a script issue or is it one of my nodes? Again, okay, let's just check origin of whatever each building is spawned at. Let's increase the layer 10, so the UI should be on top of everything. Now, run the game again. Let's see what we got. I'm pretty sure this issue might be linked to a node structure more than a coding issue. Because if it was a code issue, we wouldn't have spawned it first. As you can see, I am. My building has been just, refused to build there. If I move my mouse is not even near the position where I'm at. If I can yet select I select the hammer, I can hammer in here. I got a phone. I can send that phone. I just can build also these other things. I can send them up there to fight. As you can see, it's properly working. They even brought down the Goblin Tower. That's okay. I love the transition between day and night system. It's so cool to see. Right, so here I just think the issue is more related in node structure, but just in case, I'm gonna go behind the scene and try to fix that and try to check up my script and see what's going on with the position where I was supposed to spawn it. So after a careful review of all the structures, I I just found where the issue came from. The issue came from the building manager. The building manager shouldn't be a child of the Canvas UI, but it's a child node of the UI nodes to the node the Canvas UI, so it should be outside like this. Now, if I come here and run my game, you'll see what a structuring mistake nodes can actually do to the game, and basically just stop the whole thing from working properly. Now you can see I can, I'm building. I'm actually building. I'm actually able to place the building where I actually want. And if I come with my armor here and armor is down like this, and if I pick this one and select the two armor, as you can see, just sent one of my pound to go and build something. Now I'm just dragging and dropping and adding and more units. I can come on this one and send it to go chop some tree. And here it is. I got an old system of working units. So fun to create. And that's it. Just now got is something that actually properly work, and I love this design that actually came out with. Now here it is. We got a unit resource working properly, day night system working properly, a timing system working properly, a building manager which actually handle everything perfectly. Also, I got the attack system and all this remaining things which are pretty cool to see. So beside that, the error that's actually the thing that actually pissing me off right now is the fact that the panel for each building is actually showing and not disappearing. And that mistake is coming from the fact that we didn't hide it when we were designing the character. Also, I'm unable to build the archer, so I don't know what the error, but I'm just gonna figure it out. Maybe it's a script error again. I'm just gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix that error later. So right now, I'm just gonna let you see what's going on the screen, and I'm gonna go ahead and try to fix some things in the background. So after this wonderful, a show off of my game, now there are a few things that we need to correct. These errors appear. Some of them might actually impact the game, and some of them I don't really think they impact much the game. So what I can advise you is now to just kind of fix them and try to. If you double click on this error, it's gonna send you to the script where the error is being called from. So what you can actually do is just fix one. I'm gonna fix one by one. You won't really have fix anything since I'll be doing everything here. I'll just make sure that once uploaded, the script will be perfectly fixed and will be okay and ready to use. So I think that's pretty much what needed to be done. Now let's come to the new uh, section, which basically designing the menu. So create new folder, we're gonna name it menu. I come to menu, right click, create new folder again, and this folder is gonna be named as loading. All right, now let's come to this. Click on the small cross, click on add. We're gonna add a new type of node, which is a panel mode. We already know panel mode actually works. So we come here on and compress it and say full rect to fill the whole thing. And we got that. Now let's come here to the root node. We're gonna rename it from panel to loading. Click OK. Now we can save it. Let's locate menus inside loading and click on save. This is perfect. So right after designing that, I'm gonna come to level, back to level copy. I'm gonna copy tiles. This head tiles. I'm gonna also let's just open it. Copy tiles. C and click on copy. Back to loading. I'm gonna come and pass the child. Good. Now we got this looking like this. Let's reduce this. So basically what I need to do now is redesign something a little bit smaller to kind of make my loading screen looks much better. Add a child load to loading screen as well. I'm going to add something called I'm going to add a camera. I don't even know what I'm saying. Add something called, I already know what a camera is. Now for my camera, the zoom is going to be 0.7. No need to not much to change again. Okay, so the loading screen actually just needs two things. I need the logo of the game, the name of the game, and also a timer, kind of show all that thing. So beside that, I added the gel node. After adding the timer, I'm gonna add a node 2D. I need now a few things like I need to add maybe decoration like for clouds. Add also another node 2D object. Okay, now before pushing for or before going so far, I'm just gonna get rid of this. Select the rectangular shape, right click with the mouse to kind of clear. I'm gonna clear all the tiles, make sure that all stay there one by one. Like get rid of all of them. And get rid of that one as well. Same goes the limiter. Limiter actually okay, let's get rid also of the limiter. Now come to deco, we're gonna do the same thing with our rocks, get rid of the rota rocks. The regular rocks also get rid of everything. We just go for a clearing. We just click. And we're gonna design a small thing that actually looks like a small island. Play the game in a better shape and in a better look. From here, get rid of object as well. And we got it. Now go back to round one. What I'm going to do is make sure that I now can design of a small island. So let me just speed this up and we'll catch up once I'm done designing that. So I did one of the biggest jump you ever seen. First of all, so here after designing that thing, I'll make sure that the root node is also a style of transparent. Now you can see my form is kind of on top of the other building. So let's reduce it to -1. So instead of 1, we go to minus, let's say -5 maybe. Okay, -5 is okay. Now this is how the island that I created just for the menus. When I look for all the menus that I'm gonna create from here now on. Uh, Everything was set perfectly, even the limiter, everything was just perfectly. Now when it comes to the clouds, um, since it's my menu, I prefer to add cloud instead of adding the clouds directly into my level, because the clouds, if I add them in the level, they won't really be moving around unless you found another, possibility to kind of make them like that. But since I haven't really found something like that, I'm just gonna stick to some basic things that I can do, like static clouds only for the menu. Right. This is one of the things I've been looking for. So it's the background. I actually just created it from Pixel Pro website. Going to accompany my game in this kind of manner. So I'm gonna move it here and change the ordering to something where I have like +5. Good. Now let's run my game, my current scene, not the full game. My current scene. Yep. As you can see, it's on the center and it's perfect. You can even change the zoom of the camera a little bit back to get even a better view. Let me scale this up. I'm gonna go with a scale of 2.5. Run the game again. This is it's okay, but it's way too big, so I'm gonna go with 1.7. Let's run again. I'm not gonna lie to you, designing this is one of the easiest things I've done so far in this kind of game. So this is kind of the final part of designing the game, and after designing all this type of menu, our special surprise will await for us. I promise you a surprise. I'm gonna teach you something actually new at the very end of this. That's okay. This looks already much better. I can lock that up. Now I can come onto the other tiles and add another child node. We're gonna add a time up layer. I'm gonna come here, add the tile sets, and change the tile set preview to 64 by 64. And from there, we'll be working on something. I'll be using swords to kind of make my menu look more interesting and more interactive. So let's zoom out. Now I can come here, and I'll be using sword like this. You can use sword blue if you want for different type of menu, but for me, I feel like menu I'll just be using. Uh, let's increase also the scale to 2 for the tile map layer. Right, I can flip it. Now I can start working properly. So here and here, pick this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Perfect. So yeah, it should be 4 on each side. I need it to be asymmetry in a certain way. Flip that. I need to click on the flip thing, and that's it. Now we got something better like this. After that, I can rename this as sword, and lock that up. Then run this and see again what it looks like. Uh, yeah, these things already look dynamic. The form and all the thing in the background playing perfectly. So go back to my level. I'm gonna come here and copy I need to copy something. Then what I'm copying is the label. So copy the label, and we're gonna reuse it everywhere in this now in my loading menu. So I'll come here and come and pass as a child. When I come to layouts and change the size, sorry, not the size, the position. Now the position was just set to 0. Let's duplicate that. Before duplicating, let's rename it as title, just kind of like the title of the game. So this is the first time. Let's set up the grid, and we can now come here and pass it here like this. I can change the color of it as well to something more reddish, like the sword red color. I will pick that one. Yeah, that one seems okay. Yeah, cool. Now I can come to the font size and change it. Also increase it to 50, maybe 70. And this side is gonna be the Goblin, and duplicate. Come here, duplicate it. and title 2 on the other side. Let's lock this one, and this one should be moved on the other side, of the sword. So this one gonna be the Goblin, and here is player. Yeah, this looks so good. Run the game. Let's see how it comes out. Now got this wonderful tiny soul, the Goblin's layer looking. Let's look that up. Again, let's move them atop here. I'm gonna place them just on top of not like that, but I'm gonna place them kinda like on top of everything. Now just need also to increase the ordering. That's one, which seems okay. Let's get that. Let's disable that thing. Now we got this looking it's good looking thing. Now we can add the clouds. So let's do this one, got the one. We're gonna come to deco, not in deco here. In the rain decoration in clouds. Now I found my cloud here. I can just directly come drag and drop the images on the screen and make them child out of the cloud like this. So this cloud, I wish that an animation could have made them look so much better. It's just the fact that they're static. I couldn't add them directly to my game. That's okay also. I'm just gonna move them whatever needed or wherever you want to put them on game. I can come select all of them and lock them up. It's already okay. Now in terms of objects, I'm gonna add an actual node to the object, a node to the type. Let's duplicate like 3 of them. First one is gonna be the tree. I need trees. Let's add the tree scene directly to my game also. Let's come to object, and gonna come to tree and open it. We're just gonna pick some of these guys and pass them in my game. This one I can place it somewhere like there. Let's duplicate that one and move it somewhere like this. Let's add step of tree as well. This one's gonna go down here. You can duplicate it again. You can create as much as you want, as many as you want to add, but don't really just overcrowd the screen. Don't overwhelm the screen with this type of tree. Like, just try to put what's actually needed. Don't overdo it. If you try to put so many of them, it's gonna kind of like kill the vibe of the whole thing now. So right now I'm still at 11 up 11.3 with this very good. And move now new type. What you can just actually try to do is just try as much to add every type of tree that you got in the game right now. And finally the last type of tree, it's over here, and duplicate it and move there. And something go under here. This one can come over here. Duplicate that one and we're gonna move it somewhere. Yeah, somewhere here. Perfect. Come select all of this, Control L to lock, and we can hide it. So this second one is gonna be ship. Let's close this and open the ship. Move the ship, one of the ships right here, under there, and rename it ship one. Let's just duplicate it and move it around like this. And you can even change also their varieties, make them different from one another. Doesn't really matter how many you add. And again, as for the tree, don't just overdo it. If you overdo it, it's just gonna look gross and weird. Let's select and add those required that we meet in, even though it's not really important, but I don't know if it's gonna crash if you kind of like know that part. Let's lock that up. And the next object we're gonna add here is a campfire. So here we're gonna come here and rename it fire, and come and drag and drop campfire in the middle thing like this. Then make it campfire, Charlotte Empire, and name it campfire. Now let's load that up, and we got this good looking thing. Let's run it. And this is perfect. Yeah, you see how dynamic it kind of looks like. I love how it looks. Let's get rid of this, and I can zoom in and out. Let's close also all these things. Once loading screen is done, let's come to menu, and we're gonna duplicate the old folder where the loading is, and that one's gonna be main menu. So we go again on the same kind of principle. We were doing for the characters. We just duplicate, rename the scene, and since none of the scenes have been attached, so it's gonna be easy to actually do. After opening the main menu, we're gonna rename the root node as main menu and save that up. So from here down here, we don't really have much things to modify. They just centralize everything. No need to change this. No need to actually change anything from here. That also make sure that everything is logged from here and on, so that we don't get any error here. After that, add a child node. We're gonna add a node 2D, duplicate it. We're gonna name the first one as sound effects. Add a child node. We're gonna add a audio stream player. Let's duplicate the audio stream player. First one is gonna be music, and second sound is gonna be click audio. Let's save that up. So I could add also the sound, to the loading stream, but I don't think that's okay. But we're gonna see in the future. And rename the second one as the second node 2D is gonna be renamed as UI. When it comes to music, I attribute the sound that I needed, and the click sound is the single mouse click that we got here. I can add also another type of sound that I actually forgot to add is the wave background, that wave ocean wave system, wave audio come here and ocean waves, and that's pretty much it. Let's move this down like this. Then I'll go to the UI that concerns the main menu. So that adding a child node, which is the node 2D. It's gonna be buttons. I need to add a preset of buttons here as well. And those buttons are basically same type as I'm gonna use the same style that I use in other type of in my level actually. Remember, I use the level in my level. So it's basically button with the label under it, and once you click on it or the mouse is over it, it kind of does that system of having that light enlightenment. So the first button I'm gonna name it the start button, and second one is gonna be quit BTN. Both of them is like start BTN, quit BTN. Let's duplicate the last one, maybe like them. So from quit BTN, this one's gonna be named as mute. Let's create another one. This one's gonna be as store. This one is gonna be info, and I can get rid of the last two. I've got all the buttons required. Okay. Now I need to design them like kind of style, add the preset in styles in Primavera. So this principle kind of remain the same as we did, as I said, in level. So for each button, I gotta make sure that there is that preset modified on button over, button focus, button press, and for the rest will be just transparent. Need you need to remember that you press the link on press and over. Select from to start. We now to attribute start each icon, so there's already this green looking good icon for start button. And let's go now with the quit button. Quit button, I can find also this red icon, which is pretty good. Let's go with the mute one. Let's see what we can get the mute. Yeah, this one I can use it just for muting. I just reached it will also kind of like this but you know what? That should be okay. So for store, I'm gonna use this icon which looks like a setting button, and for info, we already have something with like a button that I now select all of them. I'm gonna look at where they are. That kind of hide everything else from here. I just need to make sure that I can visually see what I'm working on. So we're gonna come here and select the transform and open the transform. I'm gonna do 80 by 80. It's good, but 8 by 80 seems too small. So let's go 100 by 100. And let's scroll up. Here we're gonna come to icon behavior and put enter, and beside that I can click on spend icon. Now the icon gonna follow the size that we give to the button. So from there, seems to be okay. Let's make everything else visible again. Let's locate our sword here, and we now need to add also kind of like small sword down here where I can put the buttons. So let's come select this one. I'm gonna place it in the same way, and flip it and place it also in the same way on the other side. So here I'm using by click for each one of them, and I'm gonna come again here and put the other one in the middle like this, where I'll put my start button. So in the middle, be like this, and that's okay. So now all I need to do now is place a button where they're supposed to be, enable the grid. All the buttons now are supposed to be placed on the section. So just make sure that the start button is the one placed in the middle, and the other one you can place them wherever you want. When it comes to the quit button, I'll prefer it to be on the far end, whether it's the right far end or left far end. I don't really mind it there. So info will go this side, store go that side, mute should go that side, and the quit button will go on the right far end. Now, when it comes to placing them correctly here, you just need, no need to do too much. You just need them to be a little bit aligned, a certain shape. Let's just increase a little bit their size like this. I'll use the same principle on the quit button again. Put it a little bit in the middle of the sword thing and scale it up like this. Now that let's select both of them like this, as you can see, and lock them up now. Then go on the other side and place the mute and store button. Let's come here and put scale it up a little bit like this. And move it here. Okay, so this is good. Tricky. Good. Now we got both of them like this. You can come here. And that's perfect. So I can now flip all of them, like I can unlock all of them. Let's make sure that they are perfectly aligned a little bit. It's just a matter of precision, and it depends on how you want it to be. This guy is a little bit way too big than should. Just around the edge also. And let's scale it down like this. Now I can come to start and after info, select all of them. They now come and play around with their style. So what changes is when they are pressed and when the button is over. So when the button is over, I can change the color. The color changes to the color of the button itself in a semi-transparent way. So let's 150. And now let's run the game. Let's see how it comes out. Yeah, I got an issue with that 3 passing through my, my UI like that, and everything is in front of my UI. So I'm gonna go to ordering and push it to 5. Click in the up, then come to button, and we're gonna change the color of the button over style. That's also when you're modifying the button over, break the link here. Otherwise, it's gonna modify for all the remaining buttons since they are kind of linked to each other. 180. And for the quit button, it should be red also, so they can override, break the link, and change the color to something a little bit reddish. And then 180. So for mutes and up to these ones, just gonna change the transparency 150, 180. We're gonna run that again. Well, that's the fifth of that thing. Let's save that. And so let's reduce everything here. We're gonna come to the root node, add a child node. We're gonna add a canvas. I wanted to add a day and night system as well to my menus. So just copy that. I'm gonna copy that, save, copy, and I'm gonna add the same system to my loading screen. That's done. Let's run the game and see how it comes out. Now we can see for the green bar. Okay, this one also. Okay. The only boring thing is, this 3 passing kind of on top of the thing. So let's increase the other end of the sword up to 4. And these ones are what we can do here is change the corner radius and all this. So I think kind of clear for me. Here we're just gonna modify a few things, see what I love there. So from here now, let's just catch up for the next menu we're gonna design. So after all those few fixes, now I can actually move on and run the game. Let's see how it comes out as. Now we can see there is nothing laying over my UI. I kind of think it's better. Yeah, it's now it looks more good and natural. Kind of like it like this. So let's close that up. Let's save and clean this up. Now let's move on to the next stage. Now let's move to the next stage, which basically now comes to also designing, duplicating the main menu to make menu select. Let's rename that one as menu select. So basically what menu select contains is also a set of buttons which basically from which we can select to which menu to go, to which action to perform. Like we can go to the game itself. Let me just show you real quick while working on this. So let's first come here. I'm gonna reduce everything from there. Let's close this up as well. So let's come to sword, and we're gonna rename it as tiles, and go back to tile map, and we're just gonna get rid of everything here. Get rid of that texture that we add inside our tile sets. We're gonna come to here. I'm gonna use just special paper. Let's close that up as well. We're gonna use also ribbons and yeah, let's just use both big and small ribbons. So after that, I can close this up. Let go back to time up. Now I can design my game. So let's get rid of the background which was crowding the screen. And let's come on tiles. Now I can just basically come and try to design something starting from the center. But you can also see that okay, so mostly this one is just gonna cover it's gonna cover the main island a little bit more than I expected. So menu select to just move until we reach a certain moment. So I'm not gonna lie to you guys. There are so many things to design here. If I keep on designing everything from one by one, I think it might take me much time than I expected because I'm already on 10 hours and YouTube has a limit of 12 hours. So I can't go beyond that. I will try my best to keep this as easy to copy as possible, but I cannot perform miracles. So I'm just gonna try to do my best to explain to you everything that actually needed. So here I'm just gonna add a few features like this one, put it on the side like this. Something like that looks much better. Let's come here, copy and move it on the other side. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is the easiest things that you can do while working on this kind of project. Designing a menu does not require you to always make everything as I'm doing right now also. Just need the button to be placed on the right position and everything is required with that position. This looks good, I'm not gonna lie. This is perfect. I love the texture and how all the colors actually looks like. So the title here, I'm gonna come and move it up here. Make sure that the text is covering the whole panel that I've created up above here. Let's lock that, and we're gonna change the name here, and we're gonna go from what was written as down. Now it's gonna be selection. I'm gonna call it selection menu. Let's think a little bit specific. So now under my title, I just rename it title, not the title one. I can come now here, and I need to change the color to this good golden color that I got here. I'm gonna come and pick this golden color I got right here. Now we can see the color kind of match the thing, which makes it looks so good. Let's go that, go to constant, and I'm gonna change it. Then sniper zoom in and out. Everything seems to be looking much okay. Now let's go with the quit button. I'm gonna move my quit button above there. Let's unlock the mute button as well. Mute button should go somewhere here. Let's zoom in. So if I come here to button, I'm gonna just set it up like this and try to centralize it a little bit more. This is the best way to centralize it. Let's save that up. We can lock it up. We'll go on the other side and we'll do the same with the quit button. So it's so far so good. And this is okay already. We can now zoom out and I can come to buttons and add a child node. I'm going to add the panel, the sub panel there. Let's rename that panel as slots. Slots are, sorry. It's going to be something like slots. I can increase the size of that panel to kind of fit the inside of my current special paper here. So won't do too much as well about that. Just push it like this, and this one goes somewhere around here like this. Okay. Now, so that the start button, which I've don't think I need anymore. So start button should go under the slaughter, and the store button also should go under here. Just make sure that everything should be kind of like this. So let's get rid of that label. And when it comes to the start button, right, I just press Ctrl Z. I just need that label back under there. So here, I'm gonna rename that one as player. Let's come on to the label, and we're gonna just do okay. So when it comes to the button, let's select this color, this golden color that I've used for the others. And don't forget alpha value 100 for the button. Since the button is already preset to be what it's just made up to be. So the button here, we got player. Let's come here, and we're gonna change the. Let's get rid of that title. I'm just gonna copy that label from my title and paste it under here. Paste it, which I'll now. I got this. I can rename it and change few things here in the settings. That's okay. Okay. So far so good. I can move this up as well. And now this one should be named as label only. So since you're on player, I'll come on player and duplicate it. We got player 2, duplicate again. So let's create a. Now if I come here, I'm gonna rename this one as info. This one's gonna be level. You go to level. This one's gonna be settings. This one gonna be store, and this one's gonna be training. So now, guys, I'm kind of like losing time here. So let me just speed up this. I just need to rename every label according to the button and the function of the button that I can just follow me through that. We'll speed this up just a little bit so that you can still see what I'm doing. All right, we have set a few minutes, or I can say second, with all these things. So now I kind of like change the scale of it and place the button as they should be placed. Just make sure that you're always axing your buttons along this green line, which is the y-axis. Move a little bit on the left, and I think that's perfect now. Yeah. So they are basically axed on they are now centralized. I can come and select all of them, Control Alt to lock them. That comes to slaughter, and we're gonna do the same thing, change the presets to something that makes it transparent. Now you can see that the panel has become a little bit bigger than I expected. So what we can do is use the select tool, select and move it kind of fits that kind of make feel like it's it's centralized. Okay, so this looks okay. So right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's just get rid of this. I'm just gonna redesign it myself, and to do that, just get rid of everything down there. Also, I come to the special button, and we're gonna start from scratch to kind of follow the perfectly what we need. So 1, 2, and 3 for the corner. We do the same when it comes to down here. Just align it up to the very end, something like this. Let's move this up. So that's not what, oh my God. Here, and place the other one down here. You can come here and place the other one in right in the middle there. Perfect. So this does kind of look good. I can also come here and move this one a little bit down like this. Okay, down here it's already okay. Unlock the title and move it down to fit where the panel is moved. Once adjusted, you can lock that one. Then come to tiles. Now, once tiles is selected, let's add the child node to the slaughter, and I'm going to add a new tile. So for this new tile, we'll go again on the template before. Add the tile sets, the 64 by 64 again. And now let's add the tile sets inside, which going to be let open textures. I'm going to go to papers, and I'm going to add regular paper. So here, let's go now to designing and placing these things perfectly according to where it's supposed to be placed. Kind of like, puts these things and lighten. So if it doesn't perfectly fit, you might have to adjust it bit by bit. Okay, this size is already perfect. Let's see what else comes in. Okay, this size is okay. Okay, 2 lines seems okay. Because if I had 3 lines, let's see what 3 lines can do. 3 lines seems to be a little bit big for me. Because now if I have to copy this, 3 lines is to be a little bit too much. So we're gonna go on the 2-line system. Let's move that up. And what I'm gonna do is come here, copy this. Don't really mind the fact that it's a little bit above the text. I'm gonna show you how to fix that small issue. I'm gonna pass it here. Let's pass it according to the amount of buttons we got here. Okay, so this seems to be perfect. Now click on that tiles and move the arrow key. So it's gonna move the roots of this tile down a little bit. Now it's perfect. So I can come to the visibility and change it to something like 180. Yeah, good. This looks good. So let's lock that up. Let's come to player and let's run this. Let's see how it comes out. Okay, this is good. The only thing that I objected a little bit that the fact that the fire is behind and the tree kind of passed through the player thing. But so far so good. I kind of like this design. I just need to move some of these objects uh, from behind, like the campfire and all that remaining thing. So let me just do that real quick, then we'll catch up after that. Okay, I've cleaned up everything that was kind of going up, overlapping with that panel. Let's run the game. Now you can see the game looks much better. Now my buttons also work perfect. They don't really work, but they are reacting perfectly as I expect them to react. Let's close that up, clear this. Now I can come to tiles and I can change also the visibility a little bit, 100. Let's see how it comes out now. Now it's even much better. I can see what behind the panel, and that's okay, a little bit, good. But I can play around to what you actually want. For me, I'll go with something like 200. I need it to be semi-transparent, but not so transparent. Uh, okay. Okay, this is more of what I think it's a balance for me. Let's move to next level, the duplicate it. This one, I'm gonna name it as settings. Let's click on settings. So let's come to settings. I'm gonna come here and you know, guys, I'm not gonna waste time trying to explain everything from here now. It's just a little bit repetitive. It's just a setup that you're supposed to do for the setting menu. So I'm just gonna, you know, split things a little bit up until, you know, something a little bit much better. Because right now I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself over and over again. I really hope you follow me through all of that, bit by bit, because I couldn't explain all that. I've lost my voice, guys. So, rename the root node its settings and run the game. Let's see what it looks like. So basically what the setting does is you can, in the menu settings, you can change which tool you are using for, which tool you'll be using for a certain action. So for attacking, you can change the tool. For changing the tool, you can also change that. But since you haven't attributed any script yet, you can do that yet here. I'm just showing you a preset. So after designing that, I think that's pretty much good. I can come here to launch level error and clear it. So I need it to be invisible at first. Let's close this and reduce that. Again, I'm sorry for my voice. My voice is kind of like I've been recording this for over and over. I'm tired now. So as you can see here, oh my voice. Okay, so as you can see here and for info, I just copy the old info scene and script that I got from my old game and kind of redesign it a little bit so that this is how it should look like in the new type of info. There is nothing really challenging here. You can take a screenshot and try to see how I actually made this thing. It's pretty easy to use. Same goes here. I'll just make sure that you get the link to my project file where you can copy it. And if you follow my PDF there, everything will be explained line to line and with clear instructions. Now let's keep on moving. As you can see here, this is the Goblin info. I haven't changed anything. I just copied directly everything from my old project. So nothing much has changed here. Let's move up to the very end. There is this type, all this type of info, which are pretty much easily done. Okay, now I can come to my loading menu. Now I need to attach scripts and I need to start scripting one by one all these things. So I will quickly script everything up to the very end. And once I'll be done, I will just show you the result on how everything came out. If there is any error in my script, I'll correct all that quickly also. So you may not face any difficulties once you receive all this package. So yeah, let me code that. I'll code that real quick and we'll catch up after. Right. So I've coded everything. Everything have been coded one by one. So again, you just have to make sure that what am I doing? Some of the signals need to be attached. There are always those kind of small details that I forgot to do behind the scene, which I can actually do on screen to kind of show you what actually needed to be done. But I can ensure you if anything that wasn't covered here will be covered in my PDF completely. I don't know how many pages the PDF gonna include, but I'll make sure that everything that I've kind of skipped or forgets to add it, I'll make sure that everything will be added directly. So there are also command line in my script just for right now, because some of the things that I need to add or change haven't really been adjusted. So I'll keep them like that until everything is completely added and corrected. So again, let's move a little bit fast so we can actually see where this scripting I've done to my game. Keep on moving. Now launch the game. Let's see what we got here. So if I run this, if I come and click on Archer, it send me to my Archer. Uh, I can quit and come back to the menu. If I click here again, I can see all the information that I need. If you put your mouse over one of these tools, it will describe what the tool actually does. If I open the Lancet, we go again on the same principle. It describes what the Lancet can do, give you some information about it. Same goes with the knife, but we can see since I copied it from my old project, some of the texts are overlapping, which ain't perfect, but I'm gonna correct that and we'll catch up. I'm gonna correct that maybe in the background, then we'll see the final result with all the perfection that needed. Same goes with the goblins. As you can see, they look perfect. If I click on goblin buildings is not opening since I don't have the goblin buildings in. But as you can see, the knights and system also is perfectly working. Now it sent me back to the selection menu. I can close this one and the game actually quits perfectly. Let's close us up. So we kind of achieved something great. Okay, so there is something going wrong with this goblin, sending me to goblin house. So goblin building house and being closed perfectly. So units goblin here, goblin house. I just need to pass the path here in the script, and let's see if I run it, it's gonna work. Okay, so I don't know what exactly happened, but I'm gonna fix that later. As you can see here, for other things, it's perfectly working, which I do not really understand how it's not working for the other type of goblins. The goblin house itself, the tower, and all these kind of things are perfectly working. Let's close that up. Let's get rid of this, and maybe the button wasn't, maybe the button wasn't perfectly attached or something like that. I'm not sure yet, but I'll fix that at some point. Okay, so this is the menu that's supposed to be open when I click on that button, but it's not opening. So I won't really bore myself with that. Let's come to loading screen and run that scene, and let's see how the game actually comes. As you can see, there is that cool animation where things kind of pops up. Everything was made via script as well, and there is this night and day system which is faster when it comes to the menus. This is awesome. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like how the design kind of, comes out. Now we're on my main menu when you can click on press and start and all of that. So if I click on start, okay, so that's probably linked to the fact that some of my go-to scene lines are I kinda not finished yet. So when it goes to go to info, it actually perfectly work. If I come and click here, let's just close this up. Let's run the game again. So I can close this one. Let's come to here. I'm gonna run this one also to check. Let's see what we got here. If I click on one of these, it send me to settings. Now I can come to input settings and they say invalid key every time. So I don't know. Yeah. So you see for pause, I can actually attribute something accurate here. So for pause, it's working. Now, what exactly is blocking for attack to work? I can come here and click on start the game. Let's just close that thing. So let's come to my file system here. Let's close everything. Let's create a new folder. This one is menu player. It's one of the menus that I forgot to create actually, which is a little bit unfortunate. So the menu player also that I forgot to create goes on the same system where I'm supposed to pick a character, not like a character. I'm supposed to pick exactly the picking the character according to its color, which gonna now affect everything else. So if you pick the pound black, everything in the game, the tower, the buildings are gonna be black. If you pick another color, it's gonna follow just that logic. So I will just let you watch me design that. It's nothing really complicated. I added a system of carousel, which is fun to see. So just follow through, and all the details that you might actually require, you'll find them in the PDF. I will explain everything in detail there. Like come to menu player, create new script, attach the script to it. So I'm gonna code that real quick. Right, let's open script. This is how the script comes out. So it's a little bit complicated. The script is a little bit complex as well. I think it's one of the most complex in the script in the game already. So yeah, there is not really much things to add or change. Just need to go to carousel. I added the script to carousel as well to that carousel. So if you've been following my Mute tutorial there, I think you've seen how I've designed it. So now, according to my carousel script, here you should add these animations. All these animations are linked to the pound, not really like they are linked to anything else. So let me just speed this up instead of wasting my time and like sending everything from scratch here. Once done adding all the animations, I can clearly come also to the panel and carousel. Let's now, set the scale a little bit big. So I'm gonna set the scale to 3, and these ones I gotta go to layout, transform, and scale them up a little bit as well. So this is the left button and right button, which allow me to kind of move the kind of switch between the character to create that effect of carousel. Now let's save that up, and that's okay actually. Let's just name this as pick your something like pick your color, which makes it more accurate instead of saying pick your character. Because we're not picking characters here, we're just picking the color. Run the game. Right, you see how the animation kinda looks like. So if I come here and okay, something is pretty much wrong here. I'm trying to kinda switch between animation, but it's not kinda working. So the issue must probably come from this from carousel. Okay. So maybe the buttons, the signal, what? Okay, I didn't press maybe the signals. Oh yeah, I didn't attach the signals. Gotta attach them to carousel on left press and on right press. Now carousel, just tap in the search bar carousel and click on connect. Okay, so there are a few things that are really already attached, but not attached in the carousel script. They need also to be attached doubly in not only in menu player scripts, but also in carousel scripts kind of make more sense and kind of switch things perfectly. Now we got what we needed on, let's connect also on just press. So let's go to carousel and click on, okay, now everything seems to be attached perfectly. Let's scroll that up. Seems okay. Now I can run the game. Let's see how my carousel menu or menu player actually works. Perfect. You see the switch between each animation, which makes it looks like it's sliding. Click on switch now. My game is crashed. Okay, it kind of crashed and now it's working. So I picked the color now. My game is perfectly kind of working. Yeah, now you see quit to main menu. It says okay. If you say cancel, cancel, and if you close the game, it kind of close the game. This is perfect. I can save that up. Now from here, I will just be checking and kind of correcting what's going wrong and what's okay in the scripts. Right. Right, after fixing those small scripts things, I can now run clearly the game. It says to choose the main scene, and the main scene is the loading scene. So I can say that it's current. This is going to be our first ever scene every time the game starts. So we're starting from loading and loading to main menu. And from main menu, now you can move on to the next stages. So we just wait for the countdown and that loads the game. And after the game is loaded, it's going to send us to the, you know, perfect. Now we are sent to the main menu, which also when you click on that, I still get this green screen. So I don't know exactly what's going on. Oh yeah, it's because now I need to create a tutorial, which was my surprise. So this is the surprise that you get when you reach this stage of the video. We are almost at the very end. So this stage of the video is where I'm gonna teach you how to create a kind of tutorial or a follow through. Right. So let's come here, right click. Now we're gonna create set of we're gonna create first a folder. We're gonna name it as tutorial. So basically, what I'm doing in this tutorial is teaching my new players, or every time the player open the game for the first time, is gonna teach him how to use certain things, how to use the pound, how to explain something about the monk and those kind of things. So basically, the pound tutorial is going to be a copy of the level. Just go to the level folder, duplicate the level one. We're going to come and drag and drop it inside the pound tutorial. I could have made many other type of tutorials, but what you can do here is basically just follow through. Disconnect the signal up there. We're going to rename it as tutorial one here above. And now here's come the interesting part, is where you have to redesign everything from scratch. So let's come to tutorial, and I'm going to create a new script, and that script's going to be tutorials, and I'm going to drag and drop that tutorial on top of my tutorial root node, which is a node 2D. Now, when it comes to all these, let's add a child node again. So I'm going to add a node 2D to it. Let's rename it as instructions, instruction voice, and under that instruction voice, I'm going to add a audio stream player. Since we only have one instruction per tutorial, so this one is going to just be named as voiceover. Seems easy to implement when you think about it. Now, when it comes to this other section, we're going to remove everything that actually not needed yet. So in tutorial one, we're going to focus more on the player. So I don't need to show my character other features like tree, that you can chop the tree down or something like that. Let's get rid of all the milestones. We're going to get rid of the ship. There are 30 ships, so just get rid of them as well. We're going to come to the towers and get rid of them as well. So you're basically removing every unit that we had added to my level. Let's get rid of all the voiceover. We're going to get rid of the gates. We don't need the gates here. Let's get rid of the campfire as well. We don't need it right now. So when it comes to unit construction, let's first come and reduce everything here. I'm going to reduce everything here. So let's just see. I will just show you what actually to keep and what to remove here. So all of this we can keep for now. Now, once you're done doing this, we are basically, so we are now basically going to redesign the full level thing. I just need the level now to kind of look blank, and to do so, let's get rid of the castle as well. We remove all type of tree, we remove everything. Now we're gonna go back to tiles. Now start redesigning everything. So here I won't really do much. All I will need to do is just a small quick redesign. I'll just create a rectangular or a square shape, no type of island or no complex design, just for the tutorial's sake. Same goes with the limiter. Let's go to decor. Again, we're gonna do the same thing here. Get rid of everything. And little by bit, we are reaching the end. So cool. And I think so far everything has been fine. Everything I intended to create was clearly explained, especially the night system, which was also needed, and the campfire and torch system light and those explosion, bringing that light effect everything was actually created. So here I'm just gonna speed up things and try to design things as fast as I can. I already told you I'm just gonna go on a rectangular shape or a square shape or type of island, nothing much to do or nothing complicated to actually add. And beside that, also I need to add, other design to kind of make it more alive, add decoration, form, and all those remaining things. So let's catch up once all that have been added. Right. So I've done so far designing this. Now we get always to that same issue with the form. So we gotta go on -1, kind of leave it clear and beautiful. So I kind of designed something simple like this. I really hope you're gonna do the same as well. So after all of that work, now I can come add a child node. Now we can start the zero thing. Add child node. So what I'm gonna add here is a canvas UI for new type of instructions again. So basically, this UI for UI tutorial, which is a new type of UI, is just going to contain a button for skip, a skip button, something like that. Skip button. Let first hide everything here. Yeah, from here we can keep everything now. So here I'm going to add a child node. So here again, as I was saying, I'm going to add a type of button to skip the tutorial. If you already know or understood or finished the tutorial, we can just click on the button skip and we can move forward. But inside my code, I'll make sure that you cannot skip unless you've listened to it like at least for 5 seconds. You can just skip directly there. So the button will be kind of disabled until those 5 seconds pass. I added tile map layer to my uh, as a child node to my UI panel. So and with that, I added the special button thing. The special paper thing. Now I can come on top of unit resource somewhere around here, and I can really come and add a design like this. Okay, this one is a little bit low. So let's raise it up a little bit to create something like this. Right. I'm not gonna lie to you, there is nothing really complicated about this section or this part. Okay, this seems to be a little bit short for for a name like skip, which might actually be longer than expected. After that, I can save and come to visibility. That come to visibility, we're gonna reduce this alpha value to something like 100 or 150, depending on what you want. And after that, let's now come and add another child node. We're gonna add the button, double click on it. So you already know how I design my button most of the time. So just gonna keep name our button skip button. Let's come to process, set it to always, and come to theme override. Now we can design that button something that we actually want. So the font size is gonna be 100. We're gonna change the font soft to close and that ring me, and the name is gonna be skip. Now let's and allocate where the button is. Let's come here, zoom in a little bit, and I'm gonna quickly design this button. After a quick design, I can now come to over, and now I can change the preset for over when the button is over it. set the alpha value to 100. I can play around also with the other things. You already know how to make most of these things, I'm pretty sure. I already showed you how to make them. It's pretty easy. Also, something I didn't tell you, you can see the preview of what you are doing here on that on top of the just below the color thing. You can see it in that preview. You can see here. Now I can come here and close it. Already see what our avatar is gonna look like once with Pro. Now let's make everything back normal, and that's that looks like something perfect. So this panel, okay. When it comes to level one, I do not want the the unit construction to actually display or to show anything. So what you can do here, if you don't want them to display, can get rid of some of these guys. Like so for this button, select all of them, come here and click on disable. So sets of button will be invisible. They come to unit construction. I'm gonna also select all these buildings and click on disable, and that's it. Now it's invisible. Unit resource also on level one. Should I keep them invisible? I do not think so. So I prefer to keep unit resource. If you want, you can hide it in a case. Here also the timeout, I'm gonna set them invisible. And the pose and all the things should stay as they already are. They're already hidden. So this one, let's just select that. I'm um, I'm actually I was actually thinking of deleting them, but you know what? Let's just not delete them. I'm just gonna keep them. Anyways, they won't really work since they're not connected to the level scale. Now, after doing all of that, you gotta come to unit player and select player. I'm gonna select the black player for the tutorial only. So every time you launch a tutorial, select only black player. Let's rename it as player. Perfect. Now it's here. If I come here, the script is empty. So I actually might need to script that, but not now yet. I can even launch the game. Since there is no clear instructions yet, the game is just gonna run as normal as you may think it might. So here it is. This is how it looks. But this will look, it's supposed to look as well. And for the skip button also, just as normal. I think I forgot to add the limiter to my game actually. Let's come to tiles, click on limiter, and the limiter is basically easy to implement. Just plus borders around the grass so that the character does not walk on top. And since you cannot also work on this thing, you can just plus the limiter to perfectly fit those tiles so that the character does not pass through them. I'm not gonna lie, this is easy to implement and very easy to add to a game. And it is easy to add. As a tutorial, the scene is not too big nor too small, so does not really affect much. Perfect, now I can hide that. Let's come here and close this up. Also, the navigation, I didn't really make perfect navigation here. I can just get rid of the old one and you're gonna come and create a new navigation mesh. So let's make sure that it's centralized. Come click on the green thing here. Now I can start the design. Let's zoom out a little bit. There's nothing much to do, just follow the shape of the island, which is just a rectangular shape. And that's it. That's the zone where everything can be working, like a goblin or whatever, when we duplicate for more and more tutorials. Now let's run it again. Yeah, perfect. Now I cannot pass through here. Neither can I pass through that block. I can select one of my tools, move around, and things seems to be okay. Animations are perfectly running. I cannot go all the way down there. And I can press my skip button, which already a huge achievement for now. Let's come here. I'll code that strictly. So far so good. I've added the script. So the script can comprehend everything that's already in my node structure and few sets of instructions that, you know, signals already attached, and everything I've done so far is already good. On setting button, so setting. Okay, so you remember previously I disabled this button and make them invisible. Let's just put them back and set them back visible. I actually might need them. Same goes with the info label, which is perfectly named, and everything also should be, this time I go back here. I also made them invisible. So what you can do is just make it back visible. I need to see the timer and all those kind of things. Let's run it. Let's see how it actually looks like. So we got an error saying invalid non-existent get child into scene the tree. So let's just get rid of that thing. It was a mistake. It was an experimental phase that I was using while coding. So okay, already skip one word since I do not have any type of I do not have yet anything. Now if I click on tutorial or practice, you see I can come to menu, go back here, and click again on practice. I can come back here. Now I can literally quit and go back to player menu. This is already awesome. Let's close everything from here. Now what needed to be done is on skip button press. Let's come down here. On skip button press should be connected to tutorial. Let's just copy the name. The name might differ here. And double click. Now the signal is attached. That's it. So then I'll come to tutorial. I'm gonna duplicate it tutorial 1, and I can add as many as I want. Let's open it. Duplicate again tutorial 3, 4, 5. You can add as many as you need, as long as you want to explain something that your game gonna do. I'm pretty sure you aren't gonna actually replicate my game on the dots. You remember the competition I gave you where I challenge you to modify this game to make it better and add a better story, and you can share the video of the gameplay on my email address. So remember to do that. And inside the tutorial, you can actually add a different set of instructions than mine. What you need actually to do is when you go to 11th Lab or any other AI that can do a voiceover for you, or you can even use your own voice to kind of add it inside the instruction voice. Once you add that voice there, that voice is just going to loop over and over again and again. Yeah, so behind the scene, I've designed so many things. As you can see, for tutorial 2, I added the monk and remove the player. In tutorial 3, I added the tree and the player. I add tree is not only the tree. In tutorial 4, I added a ship to kind of teach people how to use ship. In 4, I added milestone. In 5, I added 5 milestone, sorry. In 6, I added buildings so that I can show you how to build and repair building. In 7, I added unit construction so that the player can learn how to do unit construction. If you select all of them, you see I have enabled the disable, which is pretty confusing when I say it like that. For tutorial 8, I added goblins directly to the game, which I can actually show the player that, like come here. Let's come here and do this. So building tower. So from here, what I'm gonna do, guys, is use this unit for this building for attacking units, make them invisible, and keep only the one that I actually need for that tutorial. So from tutorial 8 is tower. From tutorial 9, it's gonna be let's see. If for tutorial 8 it was tower, for tutorial 9 it should be monastery. Now monastery should be the only one visible. So all these ones disabled, okay, make them invisible. So that's how things gonna work now. For tutorial 9, it's gonna be the barrack, which is gonna be the only building you can use to defend against those goblin attacking you. For tutorial 10, I'm kinda repeating myself. I'm starting to get tired as well. I'm feeling busy right now. frankly, guys. I'm really feeling dizzy. Right. Let's just run a little bit longer. And we got this wonderful tutorial 11. We go again on the sampling because for tutorial 11, unlike the others, for tutorial 11, what actually changes is we are using archery only on the last slot. So all this one should be disabled and invisible, and this one make it uh, enabled. Now from 12, I kind of change things. So from 12, I only added in and house and house milestone. So remember the first 5 tutorials were only centralized by the player. So the last 4 also from 12, not the last 4, but the last 3 is to teach you how to use the Pound AI to kind of do those things. So you see this how the tutorial should be placed as well in order, because if you put them in a certain, you know, disorder, it's not gonna work. Now I can launch my tutorial sets. This is already okay. So Godot is a little bit slow. So I can just invite you to look at what I'm doing on the screen. As you can see, that's how the instruction is supposed to be working. So every time pass the skip button and lights, I can actually skip and move to the next tutorial bit by bit. So guys, we have reached the very end of this tutorial. I think we are kinda reaching the end. Here, there's what's remaining is few instructions that I'm giving you. I really hope all those who are excited about this are gonna really try to enter the challenge that I created. For those who want to try to replicate and change the story of the game, because this is basically just a template kind of system, I can invite you to kind of make it more and more exciting and share the video of the gameplay with me. My email address will be found in the description. Then I'll be happy to make a full video where I'll be displaying each video for each one of you. Then I'll tag you if you have a YouTube channel so that everyone can see what we have achieved on this tutorial. So I really hope you can do that. Now you can just follow through what's going on the screen. And guys, this was a long and very tiresome journey. So let's catch up for the next time.